Chapter 601, the dark room moves just like the smaller cube I was in before. I take a few steps forward and pull a black chair from the opposite side of the table and sit down, doing as the director asked. The 3 new A-class hunters take seats near me as well. Their golden collars glow brightly. The feeling of being guided along a magical railway continues as the room speeds up, leading us in a direction unknown to me. It feels like we're heading north, but it's hard to tell without exposing my true mana control to break through the high-grade mana shielding we're surrounded with in this room. We all sit in silence for about half a minute before the director speaks again while pressing a button beneath his table. To save time while we make our way to the headquarters, I might as well begin the tour here. A portion of the wall to the right of me begins to shift in color, like a video is about to play. However, soon I realize that the flashing white light I see is hundreds of panels of mana shielding flying by as we ride on a thin silver rail made of a metallic alloy I can't identify. Square-shaped holes in the ground fly by in the view, revealing orange-red dirt patches just like what I saw when I got here. However, we're headed off in the opposite direction, leaving the exam site. We also rise higher into the air to follow the silver rail upward. A few other twisting railways are visible far off in the distance as well. With other cubes being transported on them, the director speaks up as my eyes are glued to the transparent sidewall display with genuine awe. As you can see, our testing site is being slowly dismantled. We'll be reusing these resources for other projects in the future. I nod slowly and watch the ground get further away and the patches of dirt grow more abundant. Crews of hunters become visible, tearing the mana shielding away, loading them into item boxes, and bringing them back in the same direction we're headed on other silver railways. The new A-class hunters sit quietly while nurses finish healing up the director. I finally speak up once the room we're sat in stops rising in elevation. And it feels like we're just moving in one direction about 2 kilometers above the ground. I've never been in a transportation machine quite like this. The abundance of mana shielding on the ground fades more and more, leaving just orange dirt on the horizon. It looks like we've made it out of the exam test site, and the trees, colorful flowers, and grass that grow out here tell me that there wasn't any mana shielding covering this land before. We've made it to the natural land of the apex region. The director responds once endless rolling hills come into view. Yes, teleport crystals are usually saved for long-distance travel. We much prefer to rely on the rail system here. There are 28 routes that cover the entirety of the apex region. If you wish to take the tour of the entire region later, I'm sure this can be arranged, but for now, I'll just be taking you directly to the heart of the region. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. I nod as I see the other railways bend off in other directions the further away from the exam testing site we get. Some of them even dip down to make stops within the rolling hills. I see small settlements that house a few hundred people each. They all have very well-built symmetric homes, shops, and roads. It looks like it has a futuristic apex region touch to it. Built with white and silver high-grade materials in very symmetric patterns. I see a few guards watching from the far edges of the settlements. Just like any other region, it seems there are just normal citizens going about their normal lives out here. Roads connect these smaller towns to bigger ones that look like they could house thousands as we venture deeper into the apex region a few hundred kilometers further over the next few minutes. Large apartment complexes, town squares, and communities prosper out in these open plains, and they're well connected to farmland and all of the other cities for trade. It is all incredibly well maintained, with more elite hunters guarding the cities and keeping watch. There is definitely very high surveillance in these cities, but they look incredibly orderly and clean. I don't exactly know what I was expecting, but seeing normal life in this region kind of surprises me. We pass about 5 cities with populations I'd estimate to all be close to the entirety of the Crimson City. The deeper we venture into this region, the more crowded it becomes with roads, buildings, and people. Something odd I didn't pick up on are small silver boxes that are scattered all throughout the rolling hills. There were only a few surrounding the smaller cities, so I didn't think much of it, but now that there are hundreds of them scattered everywhere, in the cities and out in the open plains, I speak up with a confused expression on my face. What are all those silver boxes? I would do a scan for myself, as they look very familiar to mana-shielded cubes I saw long ago in Sector 4, but the director answers my question while rippling out an aura filled with pride. Those are all dungeon portals. The closer we get to headquarters, the more abundant they will become. A lot of our C and B class hunters do training out here. Near the larger cities, some of the dungeons get pretty strong. He chuckles to himself while the railway zips across the sky and more cities pass by, clumping closer and closer together until the entire ground is covered in homes, shops, and roads filled with people. The buildings get taller and more luxurious, and the streets all begin to converge toward a single tall hill in the distance. It rises up almost a full kilometer in the sky, making a perfect backdrop for the city large enough to house 100,000 citizens. The silver railway curves downward, and our descent begins. We get closer and closer to the ground, and I see a few other silver rails next to us all falling toward a single point, the massive grassy hill. Our speed doesn't slow as we zip between the taller towers in the city, and the director doesn't seem to be too concerned about the fact that we're about to collide with this massive mound of dirt either, so I sit back and wait for impact. The mana-shielded box hits the side of the massive grassy hill, but I don't feel it shake or slow at all. We just phase through the mountain into what looks like a hidden fortress. The veil of green grass ripples as I look back at the city we're leaving behind, and we dip down into a base deep within the heart of the apex region. The side of the grassy mound was all an illusion, hiding the headquarters entrance in plain sight. Mana shielding far thicker than the box we're in covers the inner walls of the hill as the railway plummets down deep underground. Bright lights flash by as the sheets of mana shielding blink rapidly from the speed, but they start to flash far less once our velocity slows. The room shakes quite a bit as it finally comes to a stop, and at the same time, the transparent window turns back to opaque shielding. A door at the back of the room opens up, and Mr. Freeman speaks. "Welcome to the Apex Regions Association headquarters." Everyone in the room stands up, even the director, while his nurses help him on each arm. So, I do too. The golden-eyed man walks all the way around the table, and his shadowy figure shows that just a pair of glowing eyes covered in dark robes are walking through the room. I know that his real appearance looks different, but using his Master of Illusions buff, this mysterious form is all anyone can see. "Please, follow me and I will give you a tour of the facilities." He walks out the open door with his nurses and 3 new A-class hunters close behind, and I follow, holding in my grin as my enemy leads me right into the heart of his hidden fortress. Chapter 602. A confident woman's voice echoes from the door as a narrow white entrance hallway comes into view. "Welcome back, Mr. Freeman." That was a quick trip, as expected. A woman with tightly tied back blonde hair, clad in a black and green association branded combat suit, greets us at the end of the short hall. She's holding a silver tablet, and I watch each of the new A-class hunters reach into their item boxes to pull out their IDs. I do the same. Mr. Freeman gives the woman a nod as he walks by her without saying a word, flanked by his 2 nurses. The 3 A-class hunters, however, stop in front of the woman to scan their IDs. She taps on her tablet after each of them scans, and they follow the director out of the narrow hall. The woman flashes me a bright smile as she scans my ID just like the others. "Ray Anderson, uncontracted B-class hunter. It looks like this is your first time in the Apex region. I hope you enjoy your stay at headquarters." I put my ID back in my item box and nod as I walk past her. "Thanks." My words are cut short as the entrance hall opens up into a massive room. It isn't the sheer size of the room, the intense mana shielding, the half-dozen 10-meter wide chandeliers, or the massive exquisite art pieces on display all over the walls and ceiling. What stops me mid-sentence and halts my steps is the enormous 30-meter-long statue in the center of the hall. A white dragon stands on its back legs, wings outstretched as if about to take flight. Each of its scales is semi-reflective, giving thousands of small sparkling visuals of all the priceless art that fills the hall. Its teeth are sharp, and its eyes look as if the beast is still alive. Though there isn't a drop of energy left in this creature, it's impossible to tell if it's a petrified monster turned into a trophy or a carefully crafted masterpiece. I can't help but stare, deciding to believe it's the latter. Whispering to myself, "What a lifelike piece of art, it looks so real, incredible." The director overhears me as we walk by the reflective statue's right leg across the long entrance of mana-shielded flooring and responds, "Indeed, it is the prize of my collection here." It's quite the conversation starter for new guests. "You say it is lifelike? Have you ever seen a dragon in the flesh?" I think of a reply as we walk around its back, following the curling white tail to the back of the room where 2 winding staircases lead downward. As I reply, a few hunters approach from the left side, but their levels are that of low C-class hunters, so I don't think much of it. No. I haven't seen a real dragon before, but it is everything I ever thought one would look like. We continue walking toward the tip of the dragon's beautiful tail, met by open doors between the stairs. An elevator with hand-carved designs and more exquisite art on its walls comes into view behind the open doors, along with a number panel from 1 to 20 labeled inside small white buttons. As we all step into the spacious room, the director replies, "Well, that is a good thing. If you said yes, I would have to change my art piece to something different. I can't have new guests be unimpressed by my priced piece." He laughs to himself while the doors close, and he presses the number 5 Another group of C-class hunters walks up the left stairway, and a group of B-class hunters arrives from another entrance point just as we begin to descend downward. This place is bustling with workers and hunters. They may all be in Apex region uniforms, but it doesn't seem like this base is a well-kept secret. It appears to be open to the public. The elevator slides downward, taking us deeper into the base until I hear a ding and watch the doors open again. The sound of bells ringing, loud music, incredible smelling food, laughter, and bright colorful lights comes into view. An endless hall of restaurants, shops, and table games fills my senses. I think back to the pre-trial room and the exams. And this looks just like it, only tens of times bigger. My eyes widen as the director speaks up. This is floor 5, the entertainment floor. It may look familiar to you, but rest assured, none of these games are rigged like the exams. I thought we might as well start off the tour with something to catch your attention. Floors 1 through 4 are mostly desk work and accounting jobs, keeping track of the citizens and hunters in our region. He chuckles to himself. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. Hunters are only allowed here during non-working hours, and only 20% of your salary is permitted to be wagered each month. We make sure everyone is responsible with their funds. Mr. Freeman hits the number 10 button on the elevator, and we descend further until it opens again. This floor looks much different, more in line with what I was expecting from this facility. There are dozens of sectioned off mana-shielded rooms with timers above each of their doors. Some rooms are covered in opaque silver or white shielding material, while others are clear like glass, allowing me to see C and B class hunters sparring with weapons and elemental skills. Everyone here wears the same green and black combat suits as the woman upstairs who greeted us. The director speaks up again as I stare forward. This is where many of our C and new B-class hunters practice training. The sim suits worn are graded up to roughly level 1200 attacks. You wouldn't be able to go all out, especially with that buff of yours, but this is a very valuable resource for many Apex region hunters to go all out without any consequences. I nod, remembering back to long ago when I first visited Vice City and tried a similar technology, but the suits were only graded up to B-class attacks. Very interesting. I'd love to try them out another time. The door closes again, and the director brings us down to the 15th floor. It is far more private and looks rather luxurious. All I see is a red carpet and black doors numbered 1 to 100 until they go out of sight, labeled with golden text. The director explains this floor too. Everything from floor 11 to 16 consists of private suites and private magic gear shops only available to contracted hunters. You will be given unlimited access to your own suite upon signing a contract. Of course, the A-class suites on floor 16 are far more luxurious than the B and C-class suites you see here. We can tour these later if you wish. The door closes once again, and we're brought down to floor 17. It appears to be some kind of market with booths and shops, but there are no customers at all. It just looks like workers are sorting and crafting all kinds of dungeon loot. There are E and D grade items, but some of the stalls have C and B grade loot and gear as well. The director's commentary echoes in my ear as I continue to scan the rows of workers. This is where all of the farmed resources from our thousands of dungeons within the Vice region are sorted and crafted into usable materials. Many hunters sell them to the association-owned vendors around the capital city, and they're all brought here 24 hours a day to be processed. Far in the back, we have a few legendary grade craftsmen. If you'd like anything unique crafted with materials you've farmed, don't be afraid to ask. It is a service available to all B-class and above hunters, he murmurs under his breath as the door closes again. If it wasn't for that damn Flame Emperor screwing up my trade deals, we would be making far more profit. The trip down to the next 2 floors takes longer than usual, as the next floor seems very tall. I smile inwardly at his frustration as the door opens to the 18th floor, revealing what looks like another training facility. The ceilings are easily 50 meters high, making the long wait to get here make more sense. This one is only split into 2 massive rooms. One of them is empty, while the other is in use by 4 golden-collared figures that I recognize. Rodrigo stands at the back of the massive mana-shielded room with a silver clipboard in hand next to the long blonde-haired woman healer. They talk to each other while attentively watching the 2 A-class hunters with red divine cores spar at what looks like full power. But only using mana and not the aid of their borrowed soul energy or divine cores. The 3 A-class hunters take a step forward as the door opens, and the director speaks. This is your stop. Continue your training, and thank you very much for waiting for our guest to arrive and bringing him to me. They step out and make their way toward the other massive empty training room as Mr. Freeman continues. This is the A-class training facility. Soon, I believe this will be more appealing to you. These 2 rooms were put in place by a team from the central branch of the association quite a while back. They're graded to withstand up to level 5000 attacks. Believe it or not, an aura of satisfaction and pride ripples off him as the door closes once again. And we descend further. It's just me, the director, and his 2 nurses when the bell rings, and we hit the 19th floor. This floor isn't as impressive as the last. It just has a few sectioned off rooms, public lounges, saunas, restaurants, and bars. There is very slow and calming music playing, and no customers at all, but many attentive employees are on duty. It must be a private lounge for the A-class hunters to use once they're finished with hard training sessions. To my surprise, both of the nurses walk forward once the door fully opens, and Mr. Freeman speaks to them. This will only take a few minutes. I prefer to show our guest the final floor alone. They both walk forward. Then turn around and give him a small bow as the door closes and the elevator descends one last time. I speak up and question him. This is the final floor? What's so special about it? The director stands in silence for a moment, and I feel the air pressure in this small elevator ripple with heat and small amounts of yellow divine threads while he restrains himself and replies, "This is the heart of not only the Apex region but the 8 Great Regions branch as a whole. The resource I am about to show you is what has granted me the ability to grow my power and is what has kept this nation in line for decades." Silence fills the elevator as it descends further and further, almost triple the time it took to get down to the 18th floor. The director continues, "There is only one other region that has a similar resource, the Vice region, but it is not nearly as plentiful as what I'm about to show you." The air pressure grows even thicker, and I begin to feel soul energy building up in the director's chest. Then, the door lets out a ding and slides open. Behind it, an underground cave made of dark black stone with ceilings over 100 meters high comes into view. I let a weak observation aura out, and immediately I feel the presence of what the director speaks of. A massive green spinning portal rests at the back of the cave. The mana density and pressure it releases are so intense, it makes the labyrinth in Vice City and even the one back in the Canyon of Dungeons seem minuscule. The air is so thick with mana, it feels like I'm back inside the Titan's domain down here. It's both alluring and suffocating at the same time. I start to take a step forward, but another pressure hits my senses from my side as Mr. Freeman pulls a familiar blue cube from his item storage and pushes it my way, floating through the air with a contract open on it, showing the A-class hunter recruitment option in bright blue text. "If you would like to enter the labyrinth and begin your training, we need to come to an agreement on our terms. What do you say? Will today be the day you become an A-class hunter?" His eyes glow golden, and more yellow threads begin to seep out of his core. I see tendrils of soul energy begin to rise from his back just like the first time he tried to use his buff, the sun god's curse mark, on me. It seems he set all of this up in order to get me alone down here and give me no choice. However, he doesn't know this is exactly what I wanted to. I continue my step forward closer to the labyrinth. In the same movement, I catch the blue contract cube with my left hand, and my heart rate starts to speed up with excitement. Chapter 603, I keep walking forward, pretending not to notice a thing. The elevator door behind us closes, and I start to show more interest in the massive cave-like room we're in, while moving toward the back of it. Over 100 meters away, the golden tendrils emanating from the director's back begin to reinforce themselves with countless threads of yellow divine energy as I raise a question. "So this is where your labyrinth is, and you say it's where you and all the A-class hunters have managed to grow in power." The director follows right behind me, emitting a growing pressure in the air that would easily knock out a normal ranked-up hunter by now, while he replies, yes it is. "This is where you'll find monsters above level 1000 to train with. There's no dungeon within the whole 8 great regions with monsters stronger than we have here. The association keeps them on lockdown so no dangerous individuals can reach the rank of A-class on their own. This 20th floor may look like a natural cave, but it has been reinforced by the higher-ups in the central branch of the association as well. Even if this entire labyrinth had a violent break right now, no monsters could make it to the surface." I do some quick calculations, assuming the director trained inside this labyrinth to grow his level above 9000. Whatever mana-dense black material that reinforces these cave walls must be considered S-grade shielding. I grin beneath my concealment barrier as I continue to walk forward, and the pressure coming off the director grows so dense that most double-ranked-up hunters would fall to their knees. A wave of golden light creeps up behind me as the director continues to speak. "So, what's it going to be? Will you sign the counter-contract I provided you and make this process go over easy? Or are we going to have to do this the hard way? More and more threads flood from his core as the director channels all of his soul energy into thick tendrils of golden light curving up over his head and down toward me. Poised to make a move, the pressure in the room reaches levels that should make even a normal level 2000 hunter become lightheaded, but I don't bat an eye. I just stare down at the new contract the director sent me on the blue crystal device and shake my head. These terms still don't suit me. I guess we will have to do this the hard way. I let out a sigh and placed the blue cube into my item box while coming to a halt in the center of the dark room. The only light sources are the golden glow from the director behind me and the bright green light from the labyrinth portal in front of me. As the pressure increases even more, becoming equivalent to the yellow cord lizards I faced inside the construct, it's clear that no hunter without divine energy should still be standing. The director realizes something is not right. His voice echoes through the room. What is the meaning of this? Are you a divine core holder? Have you tried to deceive me? The sun god. At his words, I turn to face him with a sharp look in my eyes, showing that his small display of power doesn't affect me at all. He does what any wild beast caught off guard would do and stops holding back. The director of the Apex region fully accepts that there is an opponent worth releasing his full power against all at once. An aura of fear and anger ripples out from the director, but it is still layered with underlying confidence in his abilities from his decades of battle experience. The golden tendrils that erupt from him lunge forward, all aimed straight for my heart while more and more yellow threads of divine energy flow out of his core. Mr. Freeman yells out while the pressure in the room reaches heights beyond any enemy I've ever faced before. Raid, no, that is merely a facade. Whoever you are, it doesn't matter. You will submit to my undeniable power. You will not deceive me and continue to walk free in this world. The entire dome-shaped room lights up with yellow divine energy, and my eyes track each of the yellow-gold tendrils of energy that rocket my way. It is truly an impressive sight to see and feel. The gravity in this room increases by over 100 times, and the concentrated power in all of the soul energy attacks rocketing my way are strong enough to decimate entire urban cities if they were aimed at a target outside of this room. I've never felt such pent-up rage, concentrated power, and pure selfish conviction from an enemy at any other time in my life. It feels like the director is using his near century of battle experience and concentrating it all on a single barrage of attacks without holding back. Just days ago, if this power was pushed upon me, I'd have no other instinct than to run away, not looking back at all. However, it feels like an orb of heat is bursting out of my chest with excitement and anticipation. I stare the director in the eyes while deactivating my concealment skill and divine limiter. A bright wave of yellow and white light bursts from my eyes and chest while I pull two blades out from my item storage. The Flame Emperor's sword erupts into flames, held tight in my right hand, while the Dark Emperor's blade permeates a black aura, gripped in my left. Silky smooth bright yellow divine energy flows from my core in such a dense state it looks like liquid as it tethers itself deep into both of my blood-bonded weapons. My full body erupts into dark red soul energy, and it too becomes intertwined with my new bright yellow divine power. The shockwave from my reveal makes the entire underground cave shake, and the countless tendrils of golden energy piercing through the air coming my way are all shattered into dust and devoured by my aura the moment they come in contact. The pressure in the room increases multiple times over, but instead of pressing down on me, I concentrated back on the director who was so confident just fractions of a second ago. The blast sends him flying backward instantly, slamming against the side wall of the underground cave, and I keep constant pressure pushing him up against the wall as I twirl my swords in the air and slowly walk toward him. Looking like a flaming demonic entity, is this really what you wanted? You forced my hand. I was considering becoming a member of the association again to keep an eye on you all while maintaining my disguise. If you had just accepted my offer of making me a regional director, none of this would have had to happen. My slow footsteps echo through the brightly lit cave as I walk closer. The director's master of illusions buff wears off from the immense pressure I'm pushing on him, and the tall mysterious man with vibrant golden eyes disappears to reveal his true form as bright as day. An old, sickly man with deteriorating flesh is pressed up against the black mana-shielded wall. His overinflated core still spins, cycling the decades' worth of yellow divine energy within it, and his eyes are still stern, focused on me despite his troubled state. He whispers out a reply, how, a true core, no. Why? Are you from the central branch? What have I done wrong? He grits his teeth while his flesh continues to fade away, and I reply while walking closer and closer, shaking my head. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. What have you done wrong? Many things. A man like you has sat atop this world for decades. I'm surprised you haven't learned your lesson until now. A man that tries to build a kingdom only through fear and being undeniably stronger than his subordinates is destined to fail when a ruler stronger than him challenges the throne. With every step I take toward him, my aura gets closer and denser, speeding up his body's decay as it can't handle the pure silky threads that constantly circulate through me and out into the atmosphere. I'm not even in my greater form, and none of my buffs or skills are even activated. I'm completely overpowering this yellow cord being with my presence alone. I stop about 10 meters away so he can still hear me, and so I don't obliterate him out of existence by accident. He's the one that musters a long-winded reply to my words, muttering to himself and coughing between words as his organs begin to dissolve under the pressure of my aura. You must be from Central, a young, naive one they managed to awaken and sent over to replace me, that's it. Isn't it? A shame. This was all for the greater good. So what if I used my power to keep everyone in line? That's what you all do anyways, a bunch of hypocrites you are. So much for preserving honor among the council. Rule number 3 was to never kill or order a hit on any of the 10 powerhouse nations' leaders. This is because of my failed mission into the Dark Continent, isn't it? This is the exception to the rule? Is this a private attack or a unanimous decision from the other 9? This is all that Flame Emperor's fault. I had a plan to take him out, I really did. A wave of anger and disgust washes out of him as I try to make sense of his words. The director still doesn't know who I am. He believes I'm a plant from another nation. He's spewing words about a council of leaders and other true cores, but it's clear he doesn't have much time left. I let out a sigh and shake my head. The greater good? How can you call your reign of tyranny all for the greater good when you're not doing good every step along the way? Some citizens in the 8 great regions may have a better life because of you, sure, but what about all of the men and women exiled to the Dark Continent? What about the countless hunters silenced and killed by higher-ups' orders when they grow too fast for your liking? What about the talented hunters you force to wear your golden collars and bend their minds to not even understand their own thoughts inside their heads? What about draining the life force from countless healers just to preserve your own? This is what you call building a kingdom for the greater good? My aura grows in density as I let my soul energy flames grow larger and larger, flickering and raising the room temperature by hundreds of degrees every second that passes. And no, I'm not from the Central Branch. I'm the Flame Emperor. So yes, technically I am still the one that has ruined all your plans. You may believe I am evil, and that's okay. My enemies may hate me for various reasons, but your kingdom is better off in the hands of a leader like myself who has followers that not only benefit from serving me, but choose to fight by my side with their own free will. I grow into my greater form as I feel the director's will and unbreakable confidence finally begin to dissolve at the same rate as the rest of his flesh. The golden eyes that stared down at every single citizen in the 8 great regions finally realized that his decades of reign have come to an end. He is unable to even pry himself off the wall, and there is no one capable of saving him. The manifestation of my greater form holding 2 impossibly large swords towers over him. One erupts with flames so bright, the room is completely enveloped in its light, and the other is so dark and ominous as it drains the thick air of all of the remaining mana that leaks out from the labyrinth and S-grade shielding. I let a final wave of telepathy rush into the depths of this man's fading psyche. I win, and it was nowhere near the challenge I was seeking. For a self-proclaimed god, you were quite a disappointing fight. Then, I thrust both of my greater form's swords into his chest and pierced right through his divine core, shattering it into pieces, and plunging both blades deep into the black wall behind him. There's an eruption of mana from the S-grade shielding breaking apart and a rush of energy streaming into myself as the director's body explodes into pieces with his core. I hear hundreds of notifications go off in my inner ear and feel all of the yellow divine threads from the director's shattered core seep out of his scattered remains. The yellow energy flows through my aura and is channeled into both of my swords, down my arms, and right into my own true core, capturing 100% of his divine power without missing a single thread. Power surges through me as the entire room shakes and ripples with energy, and I feel my own abilities grow by an extremely noticeable amount in mere fractions of a second. The notifications keep ringing over and over in my mind. Level up, X1159, use absorption, stat, mental strength, points. 3955, yes, NO, use absorption, MCP, 10,394,789,834,001, yes, NO, use absorption, skill. Combat magic, superior light summoning, yes, NO, use absorption, Buff, Master of Illusion, Hidden Ability, yes, and oh, I choose, yes, to every notification, then pull both blades out of the wall and let the remains of the director fall onto the ground. Post-chapter status update, status open, name, J Soju, level, 4246, HP, 21235/21235, MP, 21235/21235, strength, 19,011, 61,025, 85,740, 92,013, 77,565, 61,025, 142,963, 117,108, 92,203, 172,050, 9,506, 19,011, 87,831, 47,528, 47,528, 76,044, total strength, 1,208,151, speed, 15,339, 52,153, 46,170, 87,279, 62,737, 52,459, 90,653, 76,542, 108,447, 61,970, 103,078, 7,670, 15,339, 83,751, 38,348, 38,348, 61,356, total speed, 1,001,639, agility, 15,453, 52,231, 50068, 79,892, 63,666, 50,222, 90,400, 78,038, 127,333, 63,666, 92,563, 7,727, 15,453, 74,947, 38,633, 61,812, total agility, 962,104, defense, 12,142, 35,819, 59,253, 46,868, 45,775, 39,219, 61,196, 84,265, 60,467, 71,638, 6,071, 12,142, 55,732, 48,568. Total defense, 639,155, mental strength, 22,864, 93,285, 90,313, 91,456, 89,170, 88,026, 146,558, 132,383, 206,005, 106,775, 164,164, 11,432, 22,864, 118,893, 57,160, 57,160, 91,456, total mental strength, 1,589,964, skills, absorption, mythic grade, swordsmanship, mythic grade, combat magic, extreme fire summoning, inspect, mythic grade, enemy detection, mythic grade, body hardening, mythic grade, self-regeneration, mythic grade, spatial magic, item storage, plunderer. Mythic grade, telekinesis, mythic grade, appraisal, mythic grade, conceal, mythic grade, berserker, mythic grade, dungeon walker, legendary grade, intimidation, mythic grade, dagger mastery, mythic grade. Stealth, mythic grade, bloodlust, mythic grade, equivalent exchange, combat magic, extreme wind summoning, all-seeing eye, extreme strength, mythic grade, dual wielding, mythic grade, telepathy, legendary grade, final breath, mythic grade, combat magic, extreme earth summoning, combat magic, extreme mana manipulation, lifesteal, mythic grade, hibernation, special grade, combat magic, advanced demonic energy manipulation, combat magic, extreme ice summoning, body double, legendary grade, lie detector, legendary grade, hush, mythic grade, craftsmanship, mythic grade, extreme speed, mythic grade, combat magic, extreme water summoning, screech, mythic grade, phantom step, mythic grade. Flare, mythic grade, confusion, mythic grade, blast, mythic grade, bind, legendary grade, bloodweaver, legendary grade, poison mist, mythic grade, Iron Fist, Mythic Grade, Extreme Stamina, Mythic Grade, Combat Magic, Extreme Lightning Summoning, Combat Magic, Superior Dark Summoning, Blink, Mythic Grade, Cocoon, Mythic Grade, Imbuement, Mythic Grade, Barrier Creation, Mythic Grade, Flight, Mythic Grade, Area Buff, Mythic Grade, Mind Palace, Mythic Grade, Astral Spears, Mythic Grade, Flash Step, Mythic Grade, Call of the Void, Mythic Grade, Crystal Creation, Mythic Grade, Heavy Hand, Mythic Grade, Combat Magic, Superior Light Summoning, Items Equipped, 15 slots available post second rank up, Current Items Equipped. Platinum Ring of Visual Manipulation, Blood Bonded, 408% Mental Strength, 340% Speed, 338% Agility, 321% Strength, 295% Defense, 137% Perception, Illusion Attribute, the Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, Blood Bonded, 488% Defense, 451% Strength, 395% Mental Strength, 324% Agility, 301% Speed, Hardening Attribute, Enchanted Boots of Extreme Speed, Blood Bonded, 569% Speed, 517% Agility, 484% Strength, 400% Mental Strength, 386% Defense, Wind Attribute, Enchanted Ice Serpents. Pendant, Blood Bonded, 412% Agility, 409% Speed, 408% Strength, 390% Mental Strength, 383% Magic Resistance, 381% Ice Magic Resistance, 377% Defense, Ice Attribute, Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, Blood Bonded, 385% Mental Strength, 342% Speed, 325% Agility, 323% Defense, 321% Strength. The Flame Emperor's Sword, Blood Bonded, Advanced Fire Aspect, 752% Strength, 641% Mental Strength, 504% Defense, 591% Speed, 585% Agility, Berserker King's Armor Set, Blood Bonded, 694% Defense, 616% Strength, 579% Mental Strength, 505% Agility, 499% Speed, Hardening Attribute, Earth Attribute, Cloak of Total Darkness, 901% Mental Strength, 824% Agility, 707% Speed, 360% Perception, Blood Bonded, Hidden Passive Ability, Concealment Attribute, Dark Attribute, Enchanted. Lightweight Gauntlets, Blood Bonded, 498% Defense, 485% Strength, 467% Mental Strength, 412% Agility, 404% Speed, Hardening Attribute, Earth Attribute, Fire Attribute, the Dark Emperor's Blade, 905% Strength, 718% Mental Strength, 672% Speed, 599% Agility, 590% Defense, Blood Bonded, Dark Attribute, Hidden Ability. Greater Demon's Core, 50% all stats, Archdemon's Core, 100% all stats, Ring of the Divine, Hidden Ability, Celia's Purple Core, Living Ring Artifact, Divine Limiter, Hidden Ability, Final Slot, 15th, Frowny Face Interchangeable, Storm King's Dagger Set, Blood Bonded, 546% Speed, 520% Mental Strength, 485% Agility, 462% Strength, 459% Defense, Lightning Attribute, Wind Attribute, Midnight Dagger, Skill Buffs, Berserker, 250% Strength Mental Strength, Bloodlust, 250% Speed Agility. Mental Strength, 100% Perception, Extreme Strength, 250% Strength, Extreme Speed, 250% Speed, Final Breath, 400% all stats, exact percent will vary, conditions circumstances apply, permanent buffs. Rising Emperor's Domain, Hidden Ability, Passive, Rising Emperor's Greater Form, Hidden Ability, Active, Master of Illusion, Hidden Ability. Chapter 604, All over the globe, 9 silver devices ping simultaneously, some are locked away in item boxes and magical storage vaults, while others are worn around strong hunters' wrists and necks like ornaments. Every one of them sends the same signal, a flashing yellow light among 9 other lights that glow brightly. Some of the lights are a dim yellow, just like the one that is blinking, while others vary in brightness. Some are so bright they almost shimmer white. The dull yellow light that blinks flickers and fades away, signifying that one of the 10 members of this mysterious group of leaders has perished from this world. The first leader to witness this phenomenon is a woman with long black hair. Flying high over a dangerous volcanic region on the back of a monstrous earth dragon, she looks down at the small device, rubbing her pointer finger over the dull, clear crystal that once glowed with yellow luminosity, and curses under her breath, "That idiot." Picking a fight with an opponent he clearly couldn't defeat. she presses one of the strongest glowing crystals on the device next. It glows bright yellow-white, matching the color of her core and the dragon she flies on, and she speaks again. It seems the old man, Mr. Freeman, met his end. I take it none of you were incompetent enough to break our ceasefire pact. She clicks her tongue and takes her finger off the glowing crystals as her dragon flaps its wings. And they soar further throughout the volcanic lands. Everything is silent for a few seconds, other than the flow of lava and eruptions a few kilometers below her. However, this moment of silence is broken by a yell back through the device as one of the other strongly lit lights shimmers and projects the clear audio of a grumpy man. Raven? Is that you? Who are you calling old? He was hardly a day past 70, I'm almost twice his age and have more fight in me than he ever did. He must have died in a desperate attempt to ascend to a true core before his body failed him. The voice stops coming through, and the woman stares down at the device with a grin on her face, amused that the old man took offense to her words. She's about to press her own button to respond, but one of the other strong yellow-white crystals flickers, signifying that its recipient has pressed it on the other end. She waits patiently for 5 seconds, but no voice comes out, and the crystal returns to its resting state, implying the person on the other end decided not to say a word. Raven presses her button and speaks back to the man who actually answered her call with a snarky tone, ignoring the lurker that didn't speak. Nice to hear your voice too, Mr. Redgrave. I hope Central Headquarters is treating you well. Your guess on how the 8 Great Regions branch leader died would have been my assumption too. However, there is a growing power in the Dark Continent that I presume ended the director. All my sources tell me he goes by the title of the Flame Emperor. She chuckles to herself while keeping her finger on the crystal for a few extra seconds for all to hear, then changes her direction in the air, slowly starting to turn toward the north, anticipating the angry yell back through the silver device from the man on the other side. Well, then this changes everything. Mr. Freeman may have been stubborn and suffering from a slower cultivation rate, but he wasn't weak. Whoever this rogue force is, they must be taken out. While we have no rules stating that a fallen council member of the Order must be avenged, I would hate to let a force like this continue to grow and potentially harm one of our remaining 9 members before the fight for the throne. He is silent for a few seconds but adds a remark. You are the closest true core to the 8 Great Regions, so I hope you will get it done. If not, I will make sure this is dealt with myself in due time. After all, if he is not slain, many may question my title as the strongest fire wielder in the world. His crystal reverts back to its natural state again, and Raven keeps flying through the sky on her dragon in silence, thinking over the man's words. What he says is true. The council members of the Order all signed a pact to never kill or cripple each other until the throne to claim this world awakened. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. Rogue forces are no one's responsibility to take care of, but over the decades, they have been silently given the unspoken task to the nation leader closest to the threat. It isn't frowned upon to ignore growing powers, but if that power were to attack another member of the Order when they could have been nipped in the bud, beings in this world that seek immortality are not ones to forget and often hold a grudge. These thoughts race through the black-haired woman's mind as the same crystal that entered the conversation and silently eavesdropped shimmers again, showing that they're ready to speak. The same silence comes out for 10 full seconds before the faint sound of a heavy breath transmits through. Raven soars through the air and activates her stealth ability, making herself and her dragon disappear in the sky as she rockets over black military base buildings. Over a full minute passes with a few more heavy breaths before the person on the other end of the line finally speaks in an eccentric style. His words are offbeat and go up and down in varying tones, making it hard to understand what the voice is really thinking. Oh, please don't kill him. I want you to capture him alive and bring him to me. He will be the muse I need to finally complete my collection. And bring me back my white dragon while you're in the Apex region. There's no reason for a dead man to keep such fine art. 200 yellow fragments, that is what I'll pay for your help. The crystal clicks off, and Raven rolls her eyes while pressing her crystal and letting out a sigh for everyone on the line to hear. Don't get your hopes up. I'm on my way over to survey the area now. Until I find out what really happened, I'm not promising anything to either of you. If anyone else is still listening, don't bother contacting me, I'm going dark. I'll only open up this line again if I have something important to share once my survey is complete. She lifts her finger from the device and throws it away into an item box on her waist, then her speed to the north increases. Meanwhile, underground in the Apex region. I power down my greater form and stop my true core's full aura from fully activating and shattering all of the shielding in this space to bits. My blades have already cut through a portion of the black walls, releasing large amounts of mana. If I cut just 5 meters deeper, there would be a crack that shatters all the way through, and my aura would most likely accidentally kill everyone in this entire city. I power down and let all the remains and shattered gear from the deceased director's body fall into my item storage, then put away my swords into the white spatial magic too. The heat and pressure in the room cool down as I retract my aura back into my purple limiter, but that doesn't cancel out the fact that new divine energy is rushing through my core. Whenever I killed yellow-cored lizards inside the construct, their energy was never instantly consumed like this. It's unclear to me if this is normal for true cores or a unique property of mine alone. Either way, everything about this situation excites me and floods my senses with endorphins. I let out a long exhale of satisfaction and happiness as the reality of what just happened rushes through me. The fact that really sinks in is that I just killed the strongest man in all of the 8 great regions in Dark Continent combined. There is no one who can stop me from taking over all of the trade routes and association-run businesses right now. I activate my mythic grade concealment, new superior light magic, and new buff master of illusion all together to pulse outward with a very strange aura. Nothing physically changes, but the light particles in the air are altered and twisted, making for an interesting display of power. It feels and looks very similar to Bree's ranked up buff, allowing her to create a small pocket of space that looks and feels like any illusion she desires. However, I'm far more powerful than that and have even more skills and buffs at my disposal. I bend the perception of myself to look, sound, and feel just like the man I killed, and aura matching his confidence, greed, and selfishness permeates from me, and if I walked up to myself just minutes ago with this same disguise on, I'm unsure if I could tell the difference. I smile wide beneath my disguise of golden glowing eyes, unnaturally tall stature, and dark shadowy robes as I walk toward the green spinning labyrinth portal that still emanates mana after this violent exchange. The shielding near the labyrinth portal bends under its weight, and my curiosity for how high this labyrinth's floors climb simmer in the back of my mind. However, once I step through and make sure my dungeon walker skill logs and saves the location of the first floor, I turn back around and leave. A body double can do that work once I return with good news, for right in this moment, I still have lots of work to do in the Apex region before I can leave. I flash step across the room and enter the elevator, pressing the 18th floor button to bring myself to the A-class training rooms next. It's been less than a minute since the director died, but his slaves that have been chained down with golden collars for years must finally be realizing their thoughts have not been their own. As the door opens with a ding, and I peer into the 2 training rooms with my sun god disguise fully activated, I see many eyes turn toward me, flashbacks of the golden-colored prisoners crying and screaming with mixed emotions once I freed them back in the Dark Continent repeat in my mind as I take in the scene before me. The newest 3 A-class hunters that greeted me today at the Apex region are very confused. Standing in a triangle in the middle of their training room, at the opposite side of the floor, the woman healer who always looked uninterested in everything around her, dead tired and bored of the world, is crying with joy on the mana-shielded ground. The wind and fire users who are A-class hunters both stare at me with angry stances, their red cores fully activated, making the high A-grade mana shielding in the room quiver. However, I'm not worried or necessarily interested in any of them. My gaze locks onto Rodrigo's as he feels his neck and looks toward me, coming to the realization that maybe the man behind these golden eyes isn't the same one that left this room moments ago. Chapter 605. Despite locking eyes with Rodrigo, the voices that yell the loudest throughout the room are the fire and wind users who radiate bright red divine energy. What is the meaning of this? My life has been a lie. My mind, the wind user shouts out, now fully missing his hand and leg due to the lack of borrowed golden soul energy available to him. I gave over a decade to this damn association, and still, you continuously manipulated all of us. Why are you even letting us in on your secret now? Why not just kill us? The fire user, missing both of his arms, shouts out while red divine energy grows around him. He looks over to the other side of the 18th floor to the newest recruits from the B-class exams. Are those our replacements? Is this how it ends? Are we just being discarded after losing one battle in the Dark Continent? Is this? I don't let him speak any further, activating my skill, heavy hand, and exerting a force of pure mana alone to easily overpower both of the high-level A-class hunters' divine auras. In just fractions of a second, both of the men are pressed chest and face first against the training room floor as I walk forward and let the elevator close behind me. All eyes are on me, the manifestation of the unbeatable sun god who has taken over the 8 great regions and ruled for decades with no mercy for his enemies or even his own people who served beneath him. The sounds of bones cracking under the gravity of my mana from the two strongest A-class hunters on this continent are more than enough deterrent for anyone else in the room to speak up as I walk up to both of them and stare down at the floor where they're pressed for a full 10 seconds. I finally speak up in a static monotone voice. There will be some changes made in this branch of the association soon. You have been loyal hunters, so I wanted to show you the truth. I keep the pressure pushing down on them steady, but reach into my item storage and pull out 2 mythic-grade self-regeneration potions and gently place them on the floor in front of both of them using telekinesis. Drink these and continue your training. I turn to everyone else in the room. That goes for all of you. Just because you know the truth doesn't mean I can't track you down to any region or continent you try to flee to. Business continues as usual until I say so. If there are any complaints, you can talk to me directly and see how that ends for you. I let the pressure of my heavy hand skill fade, and the 2 A-class hunters slowly get up and examine the potions while I make a hand motion toward Rodrigo, who still stares at me with confusion in his gaze. You, come with me. I need a meeting with you alone. He quickly nods and follows as I leave the awestruck room to get back in the elevator. As Rodrigo walks in and the doors begin to close after I press floor 19, the sight of the 2 A-class hunters' limbs growing back is the last thing we see while riding down to the lounge floor below us in silence. He doesn't say a word, for fear of being wrong about his assumptions, and I admire him for staying safe and not jumping to conclusions because it's what I would do in the same situation. Once the door opens again and I walk forward into the lounge area, I'm greeted by the 2 nurses with glowing white hands approaching me, ready to heal the director, but I shake my head. No, thank you. Please, take the rest of the day off, you too. I have some important meetings to attend to. Their eyes widen with surprise as I motion for them to take the elevator upstairs, wondering if this is some kind of test, but once Rodrigo and I walk past them and toward one of the high-grade mana-shielded private rooms, they realize I'm being serious. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. As the private room's door clicks open and we walk inside, both of the nurses power down their soft healing skills and ride the elevator upstairs with relief written all over their faces. I walk into the center of the dimly lit mana-shielded lounge room, filled with mana-dense air, a full bar, artwork, and exquisite black furniture. Rodrigo closes the door behind us, and I put up a mythic-grade hush barrier mixed with a layer of my Master of Illusion buff to create a veil of audio and visual blockage that no one on this entire continent could break through. It is a necessary precaution just in case there are secret monitoring devices in here. Then, I let my appearance revert back to its completely natural state. Nice to finally meet you face to face without that collar on. I hope this is a good enough thank you for getting me into the B-class exams. I grin, cross my arms, and sit back on the comfortable couch behind me while I watch the state of shock, happiness, and utter awe ripple through Rodrigo. His eyes are wide, and his thoughts are racing at 1,000 beats per second. The only thing he manages to muster out is, Jay? It's you. You really did it? The director, I nod and cut him off while pointing to a seat across the room. He's dead. The 8 great regions are now under new rule. Please, take a seat. We have a lot to talk about. Still, a state of shock and disbelief is plastered on the face of the brother of my trade partner. Not long ago, he warned me not to even look at Mr. Freeman the wrong way. I could tell he only got us into the exams as a personal favor to Bree. The fact that I passed, managed to not fall under the director's curse, and in the end, killed the Apex Region's director. This result is the furthest thing from his initial expectations. I continue as he's frozen with his mouth open and speechless. You are the only one in the association who knows, and I hope to keep it that way. There is already widespread respect and order held by the Apex Region's name alone. Even if that is temporarily fear-driven, it's best to keep it going. Announcing that the leader of all directors has been killed by a rogue force from the Dark Continent will only spread panic. This plan has already been implemented and proven to work once. Back in Valor City, after defeating the Lich King, the entire city could have been informed that their Dark Guards and mysterious leader is no more. But it is better to keep the citizens happy and in a routine they're accustomed to. Breaking unconventional news to hundreds of thousands of people can result in unpredictable outcomes. It's best to exploit a system that is already in place, slowly changing it to my liking over time rather than attempting anything drastic and rushed. This realization creeps into Rodrigo's mind as I sit back and breathe in the mana-dense air, enjoying the silence and patiently waiting for a response from the baffled A-class hunter. That makes sense. I have no idea how you manage this. He touches his neck, pausing for a moment before continuing, but it's really done. No more mindlessly following orders. Filing paperwork for hours every day, answering to the other directors like a dog, and proctoring exams year after year. I'm finally free, he smiles and looks me in the eyes, accepting this reality. Then, he taps his finger on his knee nervously, realizing something. Well, not yet. Just because you can fool a few A-class hunters here doesn't mean you're out of the woods yet. I raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? He stands up and pulls a silver tablet from his item box. Mr. Freeman used to do deals with a few other nations occasionally, other strong powers that had a similar yellow-golden energy as his own. And not to mention, dealing with the regional directors within this nation. The director was a busy man, believe it or not. He is the glue that holds these 8 regions together. Rodrigo begins pacing around the room, tapping on his tablet while nodding, smiling, and continuing to speak. Lucky for you, I was his mindless right-hand man for nearly a decade. I don't think he ever expected I'd be free of his curse, and quite frankly, neither did I. However, if there's anyone that has the insight to keep this nation running, it would be me. My eyes light up with excitement as Rodrigo says the words I was thinking to myself without even having to say them out loud. Over the next 45 minutes, Rodrigo and I talk back and forth, devising a plan together to keep the 8 great regions running as usual. Expanding it even further into the Dark Continent to merge the 2 nations, and how to properly deal with the ongoing trade agreements, regional directors, and association-run businesses. With his knowledge of the land and inner workings of this nation, and my power to replace the sun god's presence while simultaneously backing it with enough power to truly become this nation's leader, all of the puzzle pieces to my plan fall into place. Everything being outlined now is being written down. And I plan to have it analyzed by my teammates and close business partners. I stand up from my seat and pull 2 transport crystals out from my item storage, tossing one to Rodrigo. This is a good start. I'm glad I came to you first. However, I'm sure there's a whole lot more on your mind than just my own personal goals of expanding my empire. How about we go for a trip and get a second opinion? When's the last time you talked to your sister? Chapter 606. Both of the teleport crystals are crushed in our fists, and we're brought to the Crimson City. My double greets us beneath the Guildhall, keeping guard over the last remaining isolation pod that's healing Ember. Back so soon? He locks eyes with Rodrigo, then looks back at me before continuing. It appears everything went exactly as expected. He didn't take the deal, I smirk and reply while leading Rodrigo to the stairway upstairs. No, he didn't. I'm the one making the deals now. Once we reach the ground floor, another normal day in the Crimson City Guildhall is playing out. Dozens of hunters are walking in and out, buying, selling, and commissioning gear and magical loot. All of the workers greet us as we make our way to the second floor, and as we walk through the tables of craftsmen leading to Bree's office, I motion for Rodrigo to knock on the closed door at the back of the room. There are 3 knocks and a moment of silence before the door opens and Bree locks eyes with Rodrigo. It feels as if the world has stopped in time as I watch from the back of the room with my arms crossed and a thin grin. Memories of my first time meeting Bree. When she crafted my Flame Emperor's sword, feel like a lifetime ago. It was right before my C-class exams, where I met Rodrigo as a proctor and got a taste of what real power in this world of hunters was like. Back then, I knew there was an odd tension between a sister being a black market merchant and a brother working as an A-class hunter for one of the strongest nations in the world. However, I never expected the roots of their problems to run so deep or for everything to come full circle and be resolved like this. Both of their eyes widen as Rodrigo's lips move to say, "I'm free." The siblings jump forward to hug each other tight and begin to cry, making a scene that has all heads in the room turning their way. They don't even notice the eyes on them, and the room doesn't dare break up this moment. I only entered their lives less than a year ago. There must be decades of sour memories dealing with the association that I have no knowledge of. It makes me happy to see Bree smile with such genuine joy. She's usually very focused on business. I've never seen this side of her before. I don't want to ruin their moment, so I, too, stay silent like all the other workers in the room until they finally release their grip after a full minute passes. Still, it doesn't seem like the right time to go over my own personal goals when this is most likely the first time they've had a candid conversation since childhood. The plans I made with Rodrigo beneath the Apex region can wait. I nod and let a weak wave of telepathy hit both of them. I'm happy I could keep my word and bring you two together again. Enjoy each other's presence. Please, take as much time as you want. Then, without waiting for a response, I walk back down the Guildhall stairs to the main hall with a smile on my face while they hug again. I walk out the front door, doing a full scan of the city and surrounding desert moments later. A wave of telepathy reaches the body double that is keeping watch over the city, and it deactivates itself. I respawn a new one right in front of me that has the updated memories of today's events. And it flies off in the direction of the Canyon of Dungeons to explore the Apex region's labyrinth and create dungeon walker points for me on every floor. While it goes off to do that, I fly outside the Crimson Dome and make my way far out into the desert to meet with the Lich King and my 4 teammates, who sit in a circle of Abby's restoration magic while slowly refining orange divine energy. They're extremely focused on not being torn to shreds by the violent threads. I remember the orange fragments were far more violent and painful than the red ones back when I consumed them in the construct. The only one who greets me upon my return is the Lich King, quite the quick return. Do you bring good news or bad news? I let out a sigh and touched down on the desert ground beside him, taking in the view of 4 orange-red auras bending reality before us. Well, the bad news is I'll be losing a very useful shadow summon, but the good news is the director has been taken care of. Thanks to your help in awakening my true core, I am now the secret underground leader of the 8 great regions. These words make the eyes of all 4 of my teammates open with surprise. Even though they were peacefully cultivating, such a crazy statement broke them out of their trance-like state. I smile and raise both of my hands in the air, opening up my item storage and allowing all of the trapped soul energy that I absorbed from the Lich King when I killed him to escape from eternal suspended animation and be free into the universe again. I'm a man of my word, so if it is your wish to die, I'll grant it now. It takes well over half a minute for the copious fumes of soul energy to dissolve into the air, and the Lich King responds, "It is my wish to die. I will wake up in another 50 years on a planet far from here, in a growing world once it is newly connected to the system. I will have to try my luck in a new era, so I do wish you success here on this human world. Maybe we will meet again one day. However, we are even, so don't expect any more favors. This galaxy is at war. In the grand scheme of things, I am still your enemy." I let out a chuckle while activating my dark magic, creating a jet black summoning circle beneath him, and begin deactivating the ritual to let his remains truly disappear. As the circle grows and his shadow form ripples, he points to my hand, specifically the silver ring of the divine, on my finger next to Celia's purple ring artifact, that is part of my being as well. I'm sorry to say, you won't be able to keep it as a prize. Maybe one day, you'll receive one to truly call your own. I sense a final curious and amused aura coming from the Lich King as the ritual continues to reverse. The resentment and ominous feeling he had when I showed no signs of ever letting him go are gone, but I still believe his words that he views me as an enemy, if we meet again in 50 years' time. I have no doubt he'll try to attack me with just as much killing intent as he did when we first met, his dark army against my crimson troops. I can't help but smile as the shadows cover his being, then disappear into black fading mist in the light breeze, and his mana control, presence, and status leave my senses. At the same time, the silver ring on my finger fades away too. I was hoping that it would be useful to me one day, allowing me to be summoned in place of the Lich King by accident. But it seems I can't cheat my way to becoming a divine beast. Like his final words to me said, I'll have to get one for myself. The desert is filled with silence, and I turn to admire my teammates continuing their divine energy cultivation. After the initial shock of them overhearing that I killed the Apex Region's director, most of them closed their eyes again, but Maria's eyes remain wide. I open a telepathy channel with all 5 of us in it, and she sends a message through to me for all to hear. So what does this mean for the Dark Continent? Will the exiles be allowed back into the 8 great nations? If you make the rules, this entire abandoned nation could be connected to many more resources and grow faster to help hundreds of thousands here to live in better conditions. I nod and respond, slowly, yes. The nations will merge, but the assimilation needs to be natural. Citizens still have preconceived resentment for Dark Continent exiles. We'll need to change public perception over time. Growing the Flame Emperor's name and disguising the merge as a trade deal with the Crimson City will be the first stage of my plan. Maria smirks and nods, closing her eyes again to keep her heart rate and breathing steady while the orange threads tear her body apart over and over again. Abby's right eye opens halfway and meets mine as she musters out a short message while maintaining her own regeneration and simultaneously healing everyone here. What about the other nations? I don't doubt your abilities to conceal yourself and impersonate the director, but they must have fail-safes in place in case something like this were to happen. All it takes is one person to notice. What will be the plan then? Are you prepared to take on the entire world? As I think of a response to her words, in the far edges of my perception, I feel an oddity far to the south. It's in the direction of the volcanic region that I sensed vaguely when I first awakened my true core. It's hard to make out exactly what it is, the distance is too far, but it feels like 2 large masses of gravity are flying through the air at incredible speed. My intuition is telling me the possibility that Abby just pointed out may be coming true faster than I imagined it would. Chapter 607. I turn my head in the direction of the odd presence that pressures the back of my mind, but I don't activate my full perception skills and buffs because I'm too close to my teammates in the Crimson City to risk letting out that much power. Instead, I calmly look back toward Abby, who posed the question, and nod. You're right. We'll have to prepare for that possibility if it comes. My head turns back toward the south, and a notification hits my inner ear. Skill transfer to main body, complete, echo, mythic grade. I raise an eyebrow at the fact that I just received a new skill out of nowhere, but then more notifications hit my inner ear seconds later. They're all small MCP transfer notifications for just a few thousand MCP at a time. I pull up the new skill description and find that it is similar to a mix between my body double skill and the Sun God's buff, Master of Illusion. I'm able to create a lifelike image of myself that acts like a body double, however, it is nothing but an illusion. It cannot physically interact with the world around it, but it has far greater range than the Master of Illusion buff or my light magic. I can't think of a good use for this skill right now, but a grin comes onto my face as these notifications tell me my body double has begun climbing the labyrinth in the apex region. I levitate into the air while speaking up to the 4 teammates bending the sand with orange threads for hundreds of meters in all directions. We have unknown visitors from the south, but don't worry, I'll handle it. Continue your training. We might need to use this new power sooner than I thought. Then, I fly away, headed south while small MCP gain notifications ring in my head repeatedly. The sand below me zips by as I gain altitude and I focus on the vague pressure pulsing in the back of my perception. No readings show up in my status or skills, but the heavy gravity in the back of my mind keeps getting closer. The eerie feeling that 2 beings with immense power are coming my way won't shake from my psyche. I finally get a few dozen kilometers away from my teammates, high in the air, far enough that I'm comfortable letting more of my aura leak out from my purple limiter. And even activate my greater form to improve the range of my perception to get a better view of what exactly is coming my way at such incredible speed, as the wisps of divine energy flow out of my true core and tether to my buff to create a bright yellow greater form of me as I fly through the air. A ripple of divine perception soars out to the south, and I see the volcanic region that I vaguely felt before in so much more detail, with my level rising by over 1,000 after defeating the director. And the steep climb and divine threads in my core after consuming every last drop of his power that he cultivated over the decades. I'm able to feel the difference in power even from just this morning when I awakened my true core. An endless landscape of black mountains, flowing lava, erupting volcanoes, and thousands of dungeons are scattered around the land. In this pulse of surveillance, I watch as there are dozens of dungeons breaking, and the air quality in this region is almost 2 times as dense with mana as the Dark Continent is. These are the first things my mind notices, but very quickly after, my aura meets the 2 gravity fields rocketing my way, and my eyes widen with surprise once I see a clear image of what's flying toward me. An enormous bronze dragon flaps its wings, flying through the air high above active volcanoes. The sun glistens against its scales, and the monstrous creature's pointed tail gracefully flows back and forth behind it. The creature's status shows a superior earth summoning skill, and a LV 9722, in bright blue text that burns into the back of my mind. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. The fact that there is a living dragon outside of a labyrinth isn't what shocks me most, it's the fact that in the center of its chest as it flaps its wings, a bright white and yellow true core bends space around it, showing me that this is exactly what I sensed with my intuition a few minutes ago. Its level is not much higher than the Apex region director's was, but their divine core's strength is worlds apart. This is a true monster. That old man was a sorry excuse of a divine energy wielder. The pulse of aura continues past the point I was trying to examine, and it just reveals to me how vast the volcanic region really is. Even using a focused pulse of enemy detection, I still can't see the edges of this seemingly endless nation of volcanoes, dungeons, and small pockets of military bases tucked away within the mountains. Another ring echoes in my inner ear that isn't a normal MCP addition, and my concentration from the sonar I just sent out is broken. Skill transfer to main body, complete, metal creation, mythic grade. As I continue to fly forward toward the elegant dragon coming my way, I read the skill's description to find it is similar to the barrier and crystal creation skills I obtained while in the exams. It allows me to create a unique metallic material and decide its hardness based on how much mana I imbue while activating the skill. While I'm happy about the progress, one odd thing resurfaces in my mind and irks me quite a bit. Before I sent out the pulse of surveillance, I could have sworn there were 2 dense masses of gravity. While having to confront another true core may be dangerous enough, the fact that there may be another one that is capable of escaping my senses makes me even More curious and confused about this whole scenario, if I don't confront this mysterious dragon out here, its travel course directly collides with the Crimson City. This means if this foreign entity is looking for conflict, meeting them far away from anyone that can get hurt is the smartest thing to do, even if it puts me at a slight disadvantage. I'm not particularly fond of jumping into the fight blind, without any information on what my opponent is capable of, but I might not have a choice here. All these thoughts speed through my mind as I rocket through the air, finally getting up to speeds that match the dragon coming my way. Every minute or so, another MCP notification rings in my inner ear. My double seems to be dungeon walking through entire floors, ignoring normal mobs, and only killing the bosses to make it up to the next. The teleportation magic at the end of a boss fight is the only limitation that it is working with. If it wasn't for this small time delay on each floor, I'm sure my double would be at the top by now. My heartbeat speeds up, and all I can focus on is my crystal clear view of the bronze dragon's true core still over 2,000 kilometers away. Its calm eyes stare forward, like it's watching me fly too. There is no killing intent coming off of this mythical creature, but the mundane look in its eyes, making this seem like a simple and menial task, gives me chills. Each minute that passes, we get closer and closer. The mountain range that splits the endless sandy desert of Sector 2 and the mysterious volcanic nation draws closer to each of us. The MCP gains that echo in my mind begin to increase in value. It started at just thousands per notification when I was still on the ground. Then, less than 15 minutes ago, each notification granted me millions, meaning my double definitely made it to floors where the monsters he's fighting are ranked up. Now, over 1 billion MCP is being added to my status after every ding. Once less than 1,000 kilometers remain between myself and the dragon soaring my way, another ding of a skill being added to my status rings in my ear. Skill transfer to main body, complete, spirit anchor, mythic grade. While the name intrigues me, my eyes are laser focused on the bronze behemoth soaring my way. Even the hundreds of billions of MCP hitting my mana control pool don't distract me as I pull out the same two swords I killed the sun god with just hours ago. Minutes pass, and my mind becomes completely clear and focused as my speed continues to increase, preparing for any scenario to play out. My red and black blades become soaked with yellow divine energy as both of us come within 500 kilometers of each other. The mountain range that separates our nations is completely visible to my unaided eyes now, and stretches off endlessly to my left and right. I've soared so far away from civilization that no towns or living beings have even touched my perception in over 1,000 kilometers. There is no water at all out in this portion of the desert. Where in the outer portions of Sector 2 and 4, some dry patches still have small shrubbery and occasional desert wildlife to support small villages. This wasteland has none. I'm so far out in the dead zone of the Dark Continent's desert, it's hard to tell if human eyes have ever seen these rolling dunes before. My heart begins to beat out of my chest, but the anticipation and excitement only turn into adrenaline as the moment comes near. There is less than 200 kilometers between myself and the only other true core I've ever known to exist in this world. Level transfer to main body, complete. Level up, X11. The tension in the air is so immense, I hardly register the fact that my double has managed to make it to floors in the Apex region's labyrinth that are starting to level me up. I can physically feel the weight of the bronze dragon as it makes the mountains below it bend with gravitational pressure. Even though we're both flying dozens of kilometers above the ground, avalanches and minor earthquakes form as I watch a bright yellow silky aura flow out from the dragon's core just like mine. Its entire body becomes covered in the bright divine energy. Whether it's a reaction to me unsheathing my swords and activating my divine energy on full display, or if this was the creature's initial decision to challenge me to a fight, there is no backing out now. In the next few seconds, it is inevitable that we will clash. Chapter 608. The seconds before the collision are the most intense. The entire flight over has been slightly nerve-wracking. But now that I am about to collide with a bronze earth dragon that is 5,000 levels above me, with a true core of similar strength to my own, the reality of my predicament sinks in. The air becomes thick as our silky white-yellow auras intertwine from over 20 kilometers away, exerting pressure on each other even before we physically meet. I can feel dense gravity waves emanating from this beast. They are far more concentrated, refined, and powerful than the malformed yellow core I fought this morning 2 continents away. The scope of the power I'm facing nears that of what I felt when meeting the green divine serpent in the sky. This is a monstrous force. It is a being at its prime and has refined its power to create a glistening core so mighty its beauty is awe-inspiring. The difference between my interaction with the green serpent and the bronze dragon before me now is that the power that violently cycles within my own chest, waiting to be released, feels as though it can match the incredible force approaching me. There may be a godlike entity attacking me now, but as I lift my blades above my head, I feel as though we are equals. My entire greater form grows in size and becomes far brighter as I allow my purple limiter to let every drop of mana control and divine threads through. All of my stat boosting buffs activate, and I channel the maximum amount of soul energy into my blades. Both myself and the dragon collide at hundreds of kilometers per hour. Not holding anything back, I swing both blades across my body, aiming straight for the creature's neck while preparing to make an immediate counter or dodge, not counting anything out. I know nothing about my opponent, so I'm leaving nothing up to chance. As I swing my blades downward, the world around me blurs into darkness, and all I see is the bronze dragon glowing with its yellow light. Its eyes stare into mine, and its expression doesn't change at all from the confident yet bored look it showed when I caught it on my sonar thousands of kilometers away. It opens its mouth to show its sharp teeth and readies its talons, coating itself in mana shielding enhanced by its silky yellow divine energy. I'm ready to react to whatever attack it throws at me, but the only thing that happens is a single small hexagon of yellow light forms in the path of my blades. I don't sense any mana or chi interwoven in the thick yellow manifestation that looks like a massive floating dragon scale. If it weren't for my natural senses and looking at the hexagon with my own two eyes, I wouldn't even believe it was there. Nonetheless, my blades make contact with it, just meters away from the monster's neck. And the loudest, most intense noise I've ever heard echoes through the mountains and endless dunes of rolling sand. It's as if two entire worlds collide in the sky. Both of my swords halt in midair as they sink into the pure manifestation of divine energy. Out from its sides, a portion of the force put forward from both of us colliding at full speed erupts outward. The gravity waves are so intense that the mountains over 20 kilometers below us are shattered to dust and gravel just from being in our presence. More and more waves of energy ripple off the collision point while we are both stopped in midair, pushing forward with all of our strength. A deep vibrating sound echoes out from the waves of gravity and gets more and more intense as a ball of yellow and white light forms between us at the collision point. It becomes more and more saturated as all of my power flows through my blades and the hexagon of pure divine threads summoned by the dragon gets denser and denser. No matter how much I press into this field of gravity, it feels as though it's constantly pushing back with exactly the same amount of force. There is no actual mass or base energy powering it. The sight of pure divine threads being manipulated on their own is fascinating, but I can't quite comprehend what is giving me so much trouble. It's like a reversed magnet. The harder I push down on it, the harder it repels me with equal force. However, I'm pushing so hard that I get the feeling that I'm near its breaking point. Our divine cores are extremely similar in strength. The only edge this dragon really has on me is its natural levels, size, and strength, with just a little more power. I feel like the weight of my blades could push through, but giving it my all right now, it feels more like they're sinking into a pad of rubber, and the moment I stop giving this attack everything I have, I'm going to be propelled backward. However, I can't hold on at this maximum intensity much longer. The pressure, heat, violent sounds, and light from our clash becomes absurd, like a second sun in the sky waiting to burst. The bronze dragon takes advantage of this moment to make its second move. From within the depths of its open mouth, another pressure starts to form. There's dense soul energy that begins to form a bronze light, tethering with more and more divine threads from its core. Growing very quickly, with my swords both locked right in front of its face, the attack it's about to release will be aimed right at me. I can't push any harder, as I'm using every drop of strength I have to push against this barrier. It feels as if the moment I let go, all of my force will be released back at me, but if I stay here continuing my attempt to break through, I'll be hit dead on by its secondary attack. The only thing I can do is attempt to get out of the way, so that's what I do. I lock eyes with the dragon one more time, then instead of continuing my follow-through with my swings, I take a deep breath and pull back my blades, crossing them in front of my chest in a single movement. And feel exactly what I imagined would come. All of the force that I press down on two fine single points is released back on me, creating a blinding blast of light so bright and powerful, I'm instantly sent flying backward even faster than the speed I came soaring in. Placing my swords in front of me, and activating my barrier creation mixed with divine energy enhanced soul energy shielding, is enough to block the incoming energy, and only be pushed back by its pure mass and momentum. Instead of being released in a single point, the energy is dispersed outward more evenly, making the portion of threads that will collide with me weaker than the focused point of my strike. The massive release comes out in the shape of a half sphere. Erupting forward out from the hexagon, its direct path is aimed toward me, but large portions of the released energy expand quickly and aim down toward the already crumbled mountain range below us. I'm using all of my strength and my new fly skill and air magic to change my flight path, because out from the impossibly large explosion of divine energy, a beam of bronze-colored soul energy comes blasting out from the dragon's mouth headed my way. As it rockets toward me, yellow threads continue To tether through it and strengthen it, after flying backward tens of kilometers in a matter of seconds, I change my trajectory to begin curving out of the way. The bronze blast turned yellow-white misses me by just a few hundred meters as I finally stop my backward momentum and stay floating. With the reality-bending aura that leaks off this beam of energy, this few hundred meters of distance still feels like a near miss. My breath is heavy, my adrenaline is pumping, and the dragon that deflected my most powerful strike with ease is now flapping its wings and speeding up again, coming my way while another one of its bronze beams charges up in its mouth. I take a few fractions of a second to ready my weapons and take in the aftermath of this initial exchange. The entire mountain range below me is gone. A crater in the desert so deep and so wide was just created by our clash, that all I see below me is darkness, just from the shockwaves and energy released from a single strike. Hundreds of kilometers of open desert have been compressed, evaporated, and completely destroyed. Level transfer to main body, complete. Level up, X49. My small moment of dead silence while taking in the view is interrupted by another level up transferred from my body double, showing that it is still climbing the labyrinth's floors. This jolting moment of clarity after the notification gives me an idea, but it will only work if I can draw this battle out a little longer while conserving my stamina. I grip my swords tighter, and channel the same amount of soul energy, enhanced by my true core's bright yellow light, and look at the dragon that approaches me with its same unbothered eyes. This monster's biggest mistake was showing me its abilities and letting me live past the first strike. I grin, reactivate all of my buffs, and fly forward to take this dragon on a second time. Chapter 609. The second collision goes almost exactly as expected. Our speed on impact isn't as fast, so my strike is less powerful, but I'm more focused on keeping this dragon entertained while I figure out how to gain slightly more power and fully understand what this yellow hexagon ability is. The fact that there is no mana or chi inside the manifestation makes me believe this is some kind of unique trait that this being awakened with its true core. The Lich King said all true cores have unique attributes awakened. And I see no barrier magic or any sign of this yellow creation on the creature's status. Even now with my mythic grade appraisal and inspect skills, I'm able to see every detail of its status, down to the amount of HP remaining, and even its individual stat points. It only has one buff on its status, Earth Dragon's Roar. While I know Ember received the ability to transform into a human after his second rank up, this ability doesn't show on his status. The only one that does is the fire ability he awakened in his first rank up. I'm unsure what this monster's buff is, and if it is activated right now or not. It may very well be the bronze-colored beam that flows from its mouth after every exchange. But this could just be its innate ability. Before I start pulling out some of my own tricks, I want to know more about my opponent first. Even though a clear path to victory seems to be ahead, I'm not dropping my guard. Colliding with its divine deflective barrier a second time is much easier to navigate because I know what to expect. I aim for its torso instead of its neck and use the energy sent back from the blast strategically to dodge its incoming claws and second beam of energy. I'm only sent flying a few kilometers backward this time and hear the ringing of level up notifications in my ear while I curve out of the way and prepare for another exchange. We collide again less than a minute later, and I attack another random portion of its midsection to confirm this bright yellow hexagon can really materialize anywhere the dragon pleases. It doesn't decrease in power either. The density of the gravity wall and the speed at which it summons stay exactly the same. This is what I expected, as my levels and mana control are slowly increasing, and I believe I can defeat this monster all on my own, even without the help of my stat sharing perk from my Rising Emperor's domain. The only thing that bugs me is the fact that it's unmoving. Bored eyes never change. I'm right on the outer edge of the barrier where I can make use of this buff to its full potential. When within range of my aura, I'm capable of taking 10% of all my subordinate stats and mana control. Plus, after reaching 1000 citizens and unlocking a new perk, I can obtain an additional 5% of both from anywhere in the world. While activating this right now would diminish the power gap instantly, doing so would alert the entire Crimson City that we are under attack by an opponent that needs more power than I, their leader, currently have. Coming off the recent events of the Association's attack last week, I'll only cross this line if it is necessary and the enemy before me truly has intentions to do us harm. As I clash in my fourth exchange, I realize that in the back of my mind, I'm secretly enjoying having to fight an opponent slightly stronger than me. Every fight for the last few months since I've defeated the Lich King has been somewhat boring. Training in the growing labyrinth has only granted me levels from defeating weak mana manifestations, and even battling divine chord monsters in the construct during the exams had no real stakes. There was always the thought in the back of my mind that if I lost, I'd be teleported out just like everyone else. Even the strongest man in all of the 8 great regions fell to my aura alone. It wasn't a challenge. But this dragon that appeared before me is a worthy opponent, one I can take down myself and finally allow me to push the boundaries of what my true core can do. I grin wide, giving in to the rush of true battle while more level up notifications ring in my ear. And we clash for a 5th time. The impossibly large flashes of yellow and white light fill the sky with residue from our attacks. Both of us have mythic-grade plunderer skills enhanced by true cores that absorb every particle of pure mana in the atmosphere as we zip around the sky. The seconds pass, and my grin and excitement for this fight only grow more and more. By our 10th exchange, we fall into a rhythm of battle where both of us understand each other's styles but neither of us want to test anything out that is too risky in case the other is holding back a secret technique. So, the battle rages on. The gravity waves become so immense and the violent rippling down into the earth below us, making the crater deeper and wider with every single clash. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. My level surpassed 5,000 by our 20th collision, and the stat point gains, and now trillions of MCP gains, are starting to become noticeable. My heart is racing, and both my swords glide through the air like they're dancing. This exchange of power is decimating deserts and mountains for hundreds of kilometers beyond repair, but it doesn't matter to me at all. The only thing that does is making sure my next strike is stronger than the last. Not only is my strength actually rising, but my body is becoming far more accustomed to the immense power. When before it felt like I was a dam overflowing with unbelievable foreign strength, now, I'm finally able to contextualize this power and make full use of this core. I'm getting sharper and learning how to make the silky energy flow to create denser points of gravity within my own blade to push down through the hexagons of light much deeper each time. Instead of just activating my divine energy and letting it seep into my normal attacks, I'm beginning to take control of the energy itself and actually create far more deadly and concentrated strikes. The dragon stays stoic, blocking everything I throw at it, and logically maneuvering attacks back to counter. Still, there is no malice. And I'm unsure if the only reason it is fighting is because I made the first move and this is pure self-defense. Whatever the case may be, there's no turning back now, and I'm still improving my technique with every single strike I send. Whoever, or whatever this being may be, I may not get another chance to battle a force this strong, so I need to make the most of it. Another 20 full exchanges go by, and I gain even more levels. Level up, X451. The dragon begins to take a more offensive and aggressive stance once it realizes my attacks are coming at it faster and harder than before. This works for a few minutes, pushing me back about 100 kilometers just by attacking and diving in faster to gain the advantage each exchange. However, this series of events only fuels me more. The fact that I'm getting pushed back, closer to the population I need to protect, makes me want to improve even faster. I'm in total concentration for another 20 exchanges, and my level rises even higher, and a familiar skill gets upgraded mixed in with the strings of notifications. Level up, X507, Hibernation, Mythic Grade. It's a skill I received in another labyrinth a while back, and couldn't find any dungeon monsters to upgrade it. It puts a smile on my face, making me wonder if some of the other unique skills I managed to absorb in other labyrinths will be found in the future, and I continue the battle. I'm still being pushed back, but my attacks are even stronger and propel me further, another 200 kilometers closer to the Crimson City. However, there's a turning point that displays the weight of my newfound power. I put my everything into a dual blade slash, fully expecting it to be like all the others, coming so close to breaking the barrier, then getting blasted backward dozens of kilometers by my own energy. However, that paper-thin line of the strongest gravity at the center of the hexagon that has been holding me back all this time finally breaks, mid-slash. Another rush of levels and MCP flood my body, bringing me to LV 5991, and the satisfaction I gain from watching the yellow manifestation of pure divine threads break and shatter into millions of pieces makes the countless failures well worth it in this fight. It is the first time I feel any emotion or see any reaction from the bronze dragon. A small ripple of genuine surprise comes from the creature's psyche, as for the first time in this entire battle I'm the one that is on the offensive. However, the unbothered eyes and baseline of uncaring confidence is still the dragon's overarching emotion. It only has fractions of a second to try to react, and it can't twist out of the way in time. 2 waves of dark red soul energy coursing with yellow divine light collide with the dragon's side, instead of myself being pushed backward after every exchange. Finally, my energy attacks make contact with the dragon's right side, exploding into an immense energy blast against its natural defenses and sending the mythical creature rocketing through the air as I follow through with both of my blades. The bulk of the attack was absorbed by the yellow hexagon, but I did it. My blades made it through. I fly forward with killing intent in my eyes and a clear path to victory ahead. The next 5 exchanges go much differently than the last. I'm in total control of this battle now, managing to channel more and more energy into my strikes. The unbreakable gravity shield that erupted back on me every time I tried to break it at the start of our battle is now unable to handle my attacks at all. Every time we collide, there is still a pause in the air as our auras clash. But my blades sink through and release violent energy attacks on this dragon every time. I aim directly for the chest and neck now. But every time the hexagon is still there, taking the brunt of the blow, the remaining force that actually hits the dragon never makes it past its natural defenses, so I still haven't drawn blood. However, as I push the monster back the full 300 kilometers that it pushed me, I learned something new about this true core barrier that I didn't know before. With more confidence after each attack, I begin testing out more abilities. I send telekinesis-powered ice spears, fireballs, stone bullets, and even various mental attacks the dragon's way before, during, and after the barrier is broken. The breakthrough I come to is during one series of attacks where I send off a very concentrated spear of ice its way right after breaking its barrier. While it can handle taking the mental attacks without fear, it attempts to block the physical attacks with its shimmering yellow hexagon, but there is a small amount of lag in between the breaking point of its ability and the time necessary to create another one. My concentrated attack of ice magic tethered with divine energy hits the dragon's right leg, actually making contact with its scales for a fraction of a second before the barrier is able to form again and propel the rest of the attack away. The attack itself wasn't strong enough to actually cause injury, but it's given me enough insight to call this exchange the dragon's fatal move. While the creation of the barrier itself is too fast for me to outwit this monster in a battle of pure speed and dexterity alone. If I'm capable of letting off a full force attack just moments after the dragon's defensive move is shattered, I believe I have a chance at victory. The only thing I'm still concerned about is the dragon's unwavering confidence, and the fact that the second force of gravity I vividly remember sensing on the way over here has not shown their face yet. Level transfer to main body complete. Level up, XDthere. Another notification rings in my inner ear, breaking me past level 6000, and I charge up my blades while diving back in for another clash. Chapter 610. More and more level up notifications ring in my ear as I push the dragon back even further. Every time I land a full-powered hit with both my swords, I'm able to shatter the barrier and send this beast flying back. The only problem is, I don't have enough time to throw the same powered attack at it right after the barrier is destroyed. My soul energy needs to be rechanneled into my swords to create another slash, and the telekinesis-powered elemental attacks are nothing but a minor nuisance to the dragon. It doesn't even try blocking them anymore because they don't make it through its natural defenses. The only attack that can really cause damage is the one that takes its full energy to break down its defenses. As the clashes go on, we're both fully aware of this dichotomy. It's not fast or powerful enough to catch me with one of its beams or its talons, and I'm not strong enough to break its barrier and have enough force to do actual damage to it before it can create another one. However, we are both aware that I am getting stronger after every collision. This sparks a new plan, and I begin conducting some new tests. Instead of evenly distributing everything I have into 2 blades, I start to divide my power and test out swinging one sword first. My plan is to follow through with a second fully charged blade once the barrier gives way and go in for the kill shot with an attack that was not weakened by the impact against this immovable yellow hexagon. While my first few attempts fail, sending me flying backward from not having enough power in just one blade, I quickly get the hang of it and settle into a routine while my levels and MCP rise after each attempt. Attacking with just one blade is far more unstable, and I'm sent flying backward in less predictable directions, but it feels just the same as when I was attacking with 2. Every exchange gets me closer and closer to breaking through. An odd unplanned phenomenon occurs after my level hits. LV is 6371. Instead of the usual time lag in between floors, many notifications hit my ears over the next full minute. They rotate on and off with MCP gains of over 10 trillion each, making as noticeable gains as defeating the director himself each time. The levels, on the other hand, only rise 1 to 2 after each kill. As I clash with the dragon 3 more times, dozens of notifications ring in my ears, and I realize what's happening. My double has decided the floor it is on is worth its time to farm MCP from. While it would be pointless farming MCP in the millions, or even billions, the monsters on whatever floor it's on now are granting close to 1% increases in my mana control every few seconds. My levels may not be moving fast, but my overall Strength sure is. Over the next 10 exchanges, it may look like I'm losing, as I'm getting flung even further away after each attack and tightly gripping a sword full of unused soul energy each time. But the reason for this is because my attacks are getting even stronger. My double makes it to the next floor in the labyrinth after a slight pause in level ups, then the constant stream of notifications comes back. I'm brought up to LV 6495 over an additional 10 exchanges, and I receive dozens of MCP boosts ranging from 15 to 20 trillion each. My mana control surges, and my focus tightens on a single goal. After one final boost of energy, I can feel that this strike will finish the battle. I soar through the air, trailed by silky soul energy and yellow divine light. My Dark Emperor's blade collides with the Earth Dragon's reflective barrier, and we pause in the air once again for multiple seconds, pushing back on each other with immense force. This time, however, my dark blade finally bursts through. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. My gaze is only locked on one thing: the bright yellow-white core cycling energy in the monster's chest. Following through with the swing with my right as the barrier shatters into millions of threads, I swing my Flame Emperor's sword with everything I have, and am certain this battle is over. The kill shot is playing out just as I planned before my eyes. Still, the bronze dragon's eyes don't change. It isn't even surprised like the first time I broke its defenses. The monster before me seemingly accepts its fate, with no fear or battle instincts to run away on its mind. The only thing I sense is a small amount of sadness, but not for itself. The monster is sad for me, as my blade pierces its natural soul energy and divine shielding defenses and collides with the creature's bare scales. This is when a ripple of fear surges through my own body. In the center of my back, aimed right for my own core, I feel two thin silver blades pierce through my greater form's defenses like there is nothing stopping them. I didn't sense anything coming, and even now, as the blades tear through my shielding and blood-bonded armor, then touch my skin, the only thing I sense is burning hot yellow threads vibrating through glossy silver blades belonging to another true core holder. Even now, as the blades pierce my flesh, I can only perceive a small amount of them. My senses can't even detect who is on the other side of this attack. They're either so much more powerful than me, that a simple cloaking spell is enough to hide their presence from me, or it's a true core ability that specifically works to hide their appearance. My best guess in the moment is that it's both. I don't have enough time to dodge this attack, and neither do I have the strength to counter it. As my blade sinks into the dragon's chest before me, it feels like I'm in the same exact situation as it is. My mind is racing, but I don't have enough time to get myself out of this, and a last-moment decision to activate my skill, Mind Palace, surges through my subconscious. As the silver blades dig deeper into my flesh, closing in on my yellow core and the other toward my heart, my entire world splits into two different moving realities. One is a fuzzy image of the tips of two silver blades materializing out of thin air into my back while I strike a bronze dragon, while the other half of my brain stands up from a white marble throne to walk forward into an organized library of my memories. In the moment, I was only thinking in survival mode, but now I'm able to see the entire situation from an outsider's far more objective lens. The fact that the dragon I was facing was so calm the entire battle, even though I was slowly gaining the edge, now makes far more sense. If I had been too strong for it at the start, whoever this mysterious sword wielder is would have taken me head on without giving me a chance to fight its dragon, while not going all out from the start. Using my subordinate stats to take the dragon out in a single blow has put me in this predicament to begin with. It actually may have been a blessing in disguise. I wouldn't have gained the insight necessary to take on this monster, learning how to properly use the full potential of my true core's power, and also wouldn't have gained over 1,000 levels and hundreds of trillions of MCP in the process. My mind moves faster here, as the last time I tested it, less than a second went by in the real world while 3 to 4 hours went by inside my mind palace. My body is unable to move to reflect my thoughts here, as it would be impossible for my physical muscles and bones to catch up to my brain's speed. However, the system itself can still process commands from within my mind. I pull up my Rising Emperor's domain interface, and scroll through the lists of users while slowly walking up and down the aisles of bookshelves, strategically pressing only the names of hunters that are in the Crimson Army, and my teammates that are cultivating orange cores far out in the desert. I count out everyone on my list that is currently not at max HP or MP, as I don't know if they are at the climax of their own battles. Less than a dozen total are in scenarios like this. So I see it as a better choice to leave them out than to regret it and tarnish my reputation later. Draining 15% of their total stats and mana control in an instant could possibly be their demise as well. My initial reasoning for not activating the buff was that I didn't want to spread panic, but as I think longer as I walk down the aisles, I come to the conclusion that if I don't make it out of this situation and these two forces get to the city, There will be far more panic than just a citywide sudden temporary power drain. The average level 10 to 200 citizen may not give me a lot of stats on their own, but in numbers, every bit of strength I can get right now counts. There are over 1,500 of them contributing far more stats than my teammates and army recruits combined. After just a few minutes of meticulously scrolling through my lists of citizens one by one, counting out about 50 more who look as though they're in dungeons in the middle of fights too, I scroll over to the main interface and choose accept on everyone that can spare the energy. Underscore 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 power holder activated 10% power share receive underscore 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 ruler's gaze long range perk activated 5% power share receive underscore 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 select party members group selected, select stat points, group selected, select mana control, group selected, temporary buffs added, 67,937, strength, 65,984, speed, 70,044, agility, 66,350, defense, 75,869, mental strength, 1,329,220,901,545, mana control, underscore 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 underscore, I grin while looking at the base stats gains, bringing my own up by over 3-5x. The mana control is negligible, but this rise in base stat power will be an absurd increase that I'm excited to feel. The screen disappears, and I watch the stats leave my subordinates and add to my own status. Outside, in the real world, an imperceivable amount of time has passed, the stats and MCP have transferred, but it will still take time for the other half of my split consciousness to react once this Mind Palace skill is deactivated. Now, before this happens, I have to figure out the best way to avoid getting killed by the 2 silver blades about to pierce my chest. Chapter 6:11, I walk up and down the aisles, picturing the 2 silver blades aimed at my core and heart slowly piercing through my flesh. The microseconds pass as the rush of new stat points adds to my base power. My speed and agility are what I have to rely on most for the plan I've devised next. I slowly make my way back to the white marble throne and replay the exact movements my body has to make in my mind 100 times. I want to make them feel more intuitive, like second nature, before turning around and sitting down on the white throne again. Once I do, a single deep breath in and out is all it takes for my split consciousness to combine into one and force myself into action. Power surges through my body, and I give up on trying to land the perfect shot on the dragon's core. The only thing I do right now is step off the air with as much force as I can with my right foot and twist my body with the newfound speed, strength, and agility coursing through me. The movement I practiced in my mind hundreds of times while walking through the aisles is happening in real time. While the pleasure of receiving tens of thousands of base stat points feels immaculate, the sensation of silver blades tethered with divine energy multiple times denser and more potent than my own tearing through my flesh definitely cancels this good feeling out. This being may have denser divine energy than me, but the amount of torque and speed generated by my spin launches me upward while the blades are still inside my body. The critical moment passes, and my perception of the world around me speeds back up to let this exchange play out. Both silver swords plunge through my torso and chest, one slices right through my upper ribcage, missing the upper portion of my divine core by millimeters. The other misses my heart and stabs right through the top of my upper pec and out through my left shoulder. While this is one of the most painful attacks I've ever been hit with, I can't help but get a rush from the fact that my plan worked. Some bones have been broken and muscles torn, but none of my vitals were hit directly. And I can still follow through with my right hand's downward slash against the dragon's open body. It's not perfectly lined up after my stunt to save my own life, but I managed to release an attack that opens up a deep gash on the bronze dragon's side and tears its left wing in half. As my blade digs into the monster's flesh, I can feel the silver blades twisting and attempting to move downward in my own. The only thing I can do is take another step off the air with my left foot upward to outpace my invisible attacker and forcefully pull the blades out of my upper chest. As I do this, soaring forward and pulling my own blades away from the dragon's mutilated wing, I feel its mixed emotions ripple through me as it makes contact with the outer layers of my purple barrier. The sensation is so odd. It isn't angry, or scared, or even battle hungry. the creature still seems sad for me, even now as I slice off part of its wing, as it falls down into the dark crater made from our clashes in the desert before. I feel it wishing that I landed the shot. The feeling seems very similar to that of the hunters from the association when they realized they were being forced to do tasks they don't want to do. However, I've been fighting this monster for almost half an hour. I've done every possible scan on it, and there's no sign of any buffs or slave artifacts. Even its divine energy is smooth and not tampered with. It seems to be a free dragon, but the eerie feeling I get as it falls away into the dark crater below and I airstep upward, ripping the silver blades from my back with my speed, is that this elegant monster was wishing for me to put it out of its misery. I don't dwell on the thought for too long, because the moment the blades rip out from my back and blood gushes out, the shimmering silver weapons fade away from my perception. Reading on this site? This novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. Just like the rest of this mysterious being's body, when not in contact with Celia's purple core, I can't sense this being at all. I do know that my speed and agility outmatch theirs thanks to my subordinate's borrowed stats, but my divine energy enhanced shielding was no match for its strength. Even now, the holes in my body are having a hard time healing from the dense residue left over. In response, my heartbeat speeds up, and so do my footsteps through the sky in my greater form. I try to lead whatever is chasing me far away from the city. More MCP transfer notifications ring in my inner ear from my body, double farming as the yellow light of the dragon's core disappears into the darkness below me. More and more thoughts run through my mind as I push my speed to the limits. When I was inside my mind palace, I used all of my time to figure out how to escape a single strike. It worked, but now I have to figure out how to defeat an opponent that is far more powerful than myself without even being able to see them coming. I continue to fly in a single direction. If I make any turns or change in altitude, this could give the enemy following me a chance to cut me off and close the distance. However, only two plans come to mind. One I'll try first, but based on the fact that this invisible force went in for the kill shot just moments ago, I'm already thinking of ways to attempt the second option and risk changing my flight path. I grit my teeth and let out a wave of telepathy in all directions. Who are you? Why have you come here? What do you want from me? Maybe we can come to an agreement rather than trying to kill each other. As the pulse goes out, usually I can establish a link with someone if they're within range. But for some reason, the only link I form is with the dragon falling to the remains of the desert floor. The force in the sky is invisible, not a trace is picked up even by my all-seeing eye enhanced by my true core. Even so, I try again. Multiple times actually. Sending out requests for this being's name, where they're from, and what they want. While it's pointless in one regard, not getting any feedback from my enemy, I've also managed to heal up my wounds in this time and have prepared to test my second option. I take a deep breath and make dense shielding around my vitals instead of charging my blades. A counterattack against this opponent feels pointless, their swords would cut through mine like butter. It's best I focus on dodging getting hit in the vitals because it is inevitable that the silver blades will hit me again. My mind's eye locks onto the dragon falling deeper and deeper into the darkness, and I make a sharp turn in the air to head toward it. My heart beats even faster, and my breaths get heavier as my adrenaline pumps and fuels my footsteps forward. I'm finally starting to understand what other monsters feel when I endlessly slaughter them in the dungeons with my stealth skills and limit are activated. It is unnerving to face an invisible and superior opponent. Nevertheless, I follow through on the only logical plan I have in mind. If I can't kill the attacker, I'll kill their dragon. Odds are, there is some kind of soul bond in place. I don't know why else a dragon would be working with a human. As my direction changes, I question if whatever I'm fighting is even human in the first place. It wields two swords, so this is my first assumption. However, it could be a demon, or another rogue dragon in human form, or an entirely new species of monster. As my altitude drops and I do a full turn in the air, these racing questions soon cease as I feel the burning pressure of two silver blades cutting deep into my left side. One aimed straight for my core again, and the other deep into my gut. I wince at the burning pain, but I've been here before. While the gut shot won't be pretty, it's not a fatal hit. I can let it pierce me without shifting my trajectory at all and heal it once I get away. A direct hit to the core, on the other hand, will be impossible to recover from. The only problem is, I don't have the near infinite amount of time as I did last time to perfect my movements to escape. I have the speed and agility to do so, I just have one try and can't mess this up. In a state of extreme stress, I activate all of my mental attack skills, intimidation, confusion, and even flash and screech for more area distortion. Every element in my arsenal activates, sending waves of fire, ice, water, earth, air, lightning, darkness, and light materializing in the air where the general body of the attacker should be. I use flash step along with all of my buffs to move even faster forward, while activating stealth to make my own appearance disappear from view. My intuition tells me that if I can't see this monster, then there's a good chance even with my divine energy enhanced stealth skill activated, it can still sense me. So I activate one of the newest skills I obtained while fighting the dragon less than an hour ago, Echo, in my place. It recreates a perfect image of me that hasn't moved downward. With enhanced speed, the difference in placement may only be a few centimeters at most, but to avoid a fatal blow, that's all I need. This violent eruption of skills is more of a flashbang to distract my enemy rather than do any damage. So I don't hold back, I have to make it count. The immense burst of energy is all enhanced by divine energy, and it explodes like a bomb powerful enough to make the same crater I formed with the dragon over again in a single release. The silver blades stay their course as I shift downward and narrowly escape death one more time. The same hot sensation of a denser true core than my own carving through my body with real killing intent makes a barrage on my psyche as I airstep forward with everything I have to tear the blades out from my flesh using my speed advantage once again. I plunge downward into the darkness, aimed straight for the falling dragon, and am trailed by the silver blade user. Their presence fades from my senses completely the moment the weapons are torn from my body. After a few full-powered air steps down into the darkness, I can begin to replay the movements in my mind that I just pulled off. I was hoping I'd get to see some kind of outline or silhouette of the monster when my elemental attacks hit it from all sides, but it is still completely invisible. I've tried everything, my mental and physical fatigue is building up, and that stun I just pulled won't work for a second time. There's only one last hope for me now, it's the injured dragon falling through the darkness below me. Chapter 6:12, it isn't flapping its remaining wing or using any magic to slow or change the direction of its fall. The creature seems to have given up and is just permeating sadness as it falls into this artificial abyss. My steps through the air are powerful, so the distance between us closes in less than a minute. However, half my mind is still in fear of the dual-wielding silver swordsman right behind me. Any lag in my downward momentum will leave me open for another attack that I can't defend. My breathing slows, and I focus on what I have to do as all three of us plunge into the darkness at speeds exceeding anything I've ever flown before. Every second that passes, multiple kilometers of downward motion through the crater pass. I charge up both my swords with everything I have, pointing them forward at the dragon's core and making an all-out final push. There's no more thinking involved, I just thrust my blades through the monster's chest. A yellow hexagon of light is created still, as an instinctual response to stop my blades, but it's shattered instantly. Both my swords pierce its scales and flesh, plunging deep into the bright yellow and white true core full of divine light. It cracks and explodes as my momentum continues downward through the gaping hole I create in the center of the dragon. There's a massive burst of energy as the Earth Dragon is killed, and I feel extremely intense emotions rippling out of the monster's aura as I'm making direct contact with its flesh. I can't tell if it's because of my mind reader perk attached to my lie detector skill, or that my telepathy link met this dragon before, or just my purple barrier relaying the message, but I'm positive that in death, this dragon is thanking me, yet still filled with sadness. As I burst out the other side of its body, bright trails of yellow divine threads arc and follow me deeper into the abyss, like they're attracted to my own core like a magnet. Notifications ring in my ears, and I intuitively select yes to everything popping up in my mind's eye. Level up, X517, use absorption, MCP, 49,327,920,002,556, yes, NO, use absorption, stat, defense, points, 4515, yes, NO, use absorption, skill, combat magic, earth summoning, upgrade, superior, yes, NO, my level surges to 7012. I upgrade my earth magic, and I get a rush of new defense stats and mana control. While it feels good, the far more noticeable thing happening to me is the same feeling I got when I killed the director back in the Apex region. All of the flowing silky strands of divine energy in its core follow me downward and tether into my greater form. It all flows into me, through my swords, into my arms, through my body, and into my own core. My core glows so much brighter, denser, and more potent than before. It feels as if there are two of them overlapping in my chest now. Once the energy cycles through, it re-establishes with the rest of my limbs, skills, soul energy, and even mind. My next breath makes me feel like a whole new man. On a different level entirely than just seconds ago, this book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. My perception of the world expands by over 2 times, allowing me to see all the way back to the Dark Continent, and even further, giving me a crystal clear view of all 8 of the great regions in a single shot. There's an incredibly vast icy mountainous region above the Dark Continent, and not so far away now, I can see the entire volcanic region to the south in full view.
the imagery that bombards my mind, and the immense surge in
strength is both exhilarating and alarming. This is only because I still can't see the silver swordsman chasing me. If by killing the dragon, I killed their bonded partner, they would be dead now and falling through the air with me. I assume in this case, their cloaking ability would have deactivated. That isn't the case, meaning they're still alive, and even with this incredible boost in power, I can't perceive them at all. More thoughts race through my mind, trying to come up with ideas of what to do next as I plunge deeper into the crater, unsure if I'm still being followed by an assassin as their dragon's remains litter the sky above. The bottom of the man-made abyss gets closer and closer, but from deep within my core, I feel a new intuitive feeling, like a new skill, or the silent activation of a passive buff coursing through my mind and body. My subconscious thoughts are being filled with a burning desire to use this new power trapped inside me. There isn't much time left, and any turn to the left or right would open me up to a stealth attack just like the one I narrowly escaped when I made the decision to turn and attack the dragon. So, I come to the conclusion that my only choice is plunging straight down. There are a few escape route options on my mind. I could use a teleport crystal and leave the battle safely, or even use the perk of my dungeon walker skill to force teleport to any dungeon I wish, but both of those options would only make this enemy more angry and most likely attack the Crimson City directly if I do. It would only be delaying the inevitable, so I have to come up with a solution now. My breathing slows, and my energy concentrates deeper and deeper in my swords as my true core glows with hot yellow light. My velocity downward continues to increase more and more, and in a matter of seconds, I'll be colliding with the bottom of this hole in the desert, and right on top of me, this mysterious swordsman will come in for the kill, seeking revenge. With this in mind, I give in to the burning intuitive feeling in my core that wants me to activate an unknown power. Then, the corners of my lips slowly turn upward as I see what's being formed from my own pure divine energy in front of me. All of the fear and confusion that filled my subconscious moments ago fade away, and only excitement and the thrill of battle surge through me now. Moments before impact with the bottom of the crater, I turn my whole body around. Instead of diving head and swords first into the ground, I brace my feet for impact. Covered in layers upon layers of soul energy and divine threads, my swords and torso twist upward toward the sky, and in the center of them, manifested out of pure silky yellow light, a glowing hexagon fully forms in front of my entire greater form. My grin while creating this manifestation only grows more and more into a full smile as the bright yellow light floods the area and I watch two silver blades sink into the incredibly thick wall of gravity above my head. I was right, this sword wielder isn't dead. It feels as though time stops as my feet destroy layers and layers of bedrock below the desert, unable to hold the pressure being forced upon it. However, the barrier above my head between both of my own weapons is holding steady. The silver blades that come out from seemingly nowhere push down with all their strength, but I push back with over double the divine power I had before. The blades sink deeper and deeper into the hexagon of light, making it over 3/4 of the way through. Many times when I was fighting the dragon at the start of our battle, I made it this far through when I was about to shatter its defenses, although when I wasn't strong enough to shatter through, the harder I hit, the more severe the blowback was. As the blades stop sinking through, just before the back edge of the reflective barrier, they finally come to a slow stop. A wave of relief and confidence flows through me, and at the same instance, I feel the silver blades begin to reverse their direction, slowly being pushed upward. The slow reversed motion begins to speed up. Faster and faster, all of the force pushed down in this attack is reflected back, and a flash of yellow light erupts from the sides and front-facing portion of the barrier as the silver swords pull completely out and disappear. I can't sense the enemy, but the fact that they haven't made another counterattack makes me assume they have been caught up in the blast and reflected upward with the eruption of energy high up into the sky. After this last resort move paying off, my mental and physical fatigue grows even worse. I've never exerted so much force and power in my entire life. Every cell in my body is screaming at me to stop and recover. However, the excitement from learning my own true core's ability allows me to take the unique talents of other true cores as fueling my urge to fight. I jump upward, destroying dozens of kilometers more desert in a single step, yelling out loud for the entire battlefield to hear. Whoever you are, wherever you come from, show yourself. State your name and tell me why you've come here. Do this, and maybe I'll think about letting you live. A bright yellow surge of energy residue is left behind as I fly upward out from the crater in the desert, following the general direction of where I believe this silver sword user was flung. Chapter 6:13. The energy surging through me settles into my muscles and bones, similar to earlier when I was learning how to properly use my true core in the battle against the dragon. Every step upward through the air assimilates this new power into my being and makes my movements feel more natural. After a short pause, notifications begin ringing in my inner ear again. showing an increase in the average number of MCP being farmed, telling me my double has raised floors once again. Hundreds of trillions of MCP rush into me as I fly up through the scattered remains of the bronze earth dragon and out of the crater in the ground. My mind replays the last exchange over and over as I scan for my enemy, visualizing the pure hexagon of divine energy I manifested, and thinking of the possibilities that are now in the future for me. The fact that a true core is unique to everyone that awakens it means the more of them I fight, the more unique true core abilities I'll gain. No matter how many waves of perception I put out, I still can't sense the silver sword user. Still, I fly higher into the sky, hoping they'll be the first to attack and show themselves. I yell out as I reach the altitude I was fighting at before, into the endless open air where a desert once stood.
Now what?
I managed to block one of your attacks and you run away, my yell, powered by my mythic great screech skill to travel hundreds of kilometers, echoes as my greater form glows yellow. Then, my gaze turns in the direction of the Crimson City, considering the possibility that maybe that is exactly what this invisible being did. They could have seen my ability to kill their dragon and grow from seemingly powerless in a matter of minutes to a killer capable of blocking their own attack with their dead ally's ability. From an outsider looking in, there could be a lot of things I'm still hiding or holding back. My heart sinks, piecing together a logical path that I would take in the same position if they were ordered by someone to take me out after somehow being notified of the Apex region director's death. They would find my weakness and attack it. Based on the 3 attacks I've felt from this invisible assassin, they don't hold back and aim straight for the kill every time. My next echoing yell through the open air is even louder, reaching far out into the dead zone of the desert. In case this invisible sword user has already flown away and devised a plan, if you dare lay a finger on my city, I will level the entire volcanic region you came from. Every military base in these mountains will be burned to ash. I won't stop there. I'll split this world in TW. Mid-yell, I sense the silver blades pierce my purple limiter, and a grin forms on my face as I turn my body and strengthen my soul energy shielding, enhanced by divine threads in the area being attacked. Even with these, the blades still sink through, but the eruption of energy slows the silver weapons enough for me to summon another reflective hexagon of yellow light in its place. If not for this ability, I would have been stabbed deep. With my new increase of power in my core, I could have dodged a fatal blow, but it still would have hurt. Now, as another blast of divine light fills the sky, the silver blades disappear and their holder is flung back with it. Relief washes over me, but total concentration does too. While it's good news this enemy didn't head straight for the center of the dark continent, I still can only perceive them while they attack, so anything can happen. My gaze stays in the same direction as the enemy was flung while the divine threads in the air disperse. The longer I'm left in the silent sky, the more possibilities of where the invisible swordsman could be. My breathing slows, and I keep all of my buffs constantly activated while sending out pulses of perception. My plunderer skill is draining mana from the atmosphere, but needs to be supplemented by copious amounts of mana crystals that I let fall from my item storage from time to time. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. More mana has been used in the last hour than I've ever run through in what feels like a lifetime. My physical and mental state is not used to using such absurd power. The fatigue is building up, but I push on far past my limits. More MCP transfer notifications ring in my mind, as it's the only thing other than the faint whistle of wind up in this silent sky. The moment the notifications pause, indicating my double has reached another floor, I'm left in complete and total silence again. This is when the blades come straight for the center of my chest. I'm fully prepared this time and perform a perfect replication of the enhanced soul energy shielding to cover my vitals and break the initial impact of the blow, then another yellow hexagon of pure divine gravity to deflect the remaining attack before it even touches my skin. Over the next 15 minutes, I'm attacked 11 more times. Hundreds of trillions of MCP flood into my system, doubling my mana control again as I endlessly block these incoming blades and hopelessly track the sky for an attacker I can't see. Eventually, the MCP transfer notifications completely stop. Another 15 minutes pass, and I'm attacked 21 more times. In this barrage of killshot targeted blows, not a single point of mana control is transferred to me. At first, I thought maybe my double was just waiting extra long to get to a higher floor, or possibly it was killed on a floor with unique monsters that a mere mana manifestation couldn't handle. However, no memories come flooding back in. So this can't be the case. Once I get a new string of notifications in my mind, I begin to make new theories of what's happening back in the Apex region. MCP transfer to main body, complete, 42,823 MCP. Skill upgrade transfer to main body, complete, Bloodweaver, mythic grade. It's a very low amount of mana control, meaning my double isn't even fighting double ranked up monsters. I doubt it's inside the labyrinth still. My best guess is it's left the apex region base and began making dungeon walker points in the countless dungeons all around the region. If I had more mental power to spare, I would scan the apex region to try and pinpoint my double.
If it is hopping out from dungeon to dungeon,
even while in stealth mode, I could still pinpoint it. It isn't important enough right now to use such mental strain. While mana control would benefit me most right now, the main thing I'm thinking about is why would it leave the labyrinth. The only reason I'd leave is if I made it to the top, or if the floors were too hard and needed my main body's assistance. My train of thought is completely interrupted as the silver blades come flying back toward me, pointed straight toward my spine. This enemy comes at me with the same bloodthirsty urge to kill each time. They haven't wavered a bit since the start. All I can do is reflect them back each time, whenever I attempt to guess where their main body is. Sending a counter back, it just leads to me wasting energy, sending a powerful golden slash out into the open air. No matter how good I think my guess is, painting right above where the silver blades hit me, they always disappear away from my senses and my attack misses. My fatigue grows more and more, and the strategy to wear me out mentally and physically is very clear. Another 15 minutes pass, and 32 more attacks are exchanged. I counter on 4 of them, but they're still hopeless attempts. In my inner ear, more and more tiny MCP transfer notifications riddle my consciousness between 500 and 100,000 MCP, confirming to myself that my double is definitely in random dungeons. Another upside of this is that more skill transfer notifications add to my status. Skill transfer to main body, complete, stun, mythic grade, skill transfer to main body, complete, meteor, mythic grade, skill transfer to main body, complete, mana storm, mythic grade. I would take the time to read them up close, but the barrage of attacks is being sent at a faster and faster pace. Now, the invisible sword wielder is coming back from my reflective barriers in less than half a minute and going straight for the kill each time. I can't take my eye off my surroundings for too long. The only snippets I read are that my stun skill is similar to confusion and intimidation, a mental attack that stops the attacker from moving. Meteor creates a large pink stone as large and dense as the mana imbued into it. Similar to my crystal creation skill, but with the sole purpose of creating a large weapon of mass destruction. Mana Storm takes control of all the mana particles in a given area of aura and scrambles them, putting them only in control of the caster and making the mana useless to anyone else within the aura of a lower mana control. In addition to all of my other skills, I attempt to use these new ones too, possibly gaining some kind of hidden advantage on the invisible attacker, but they all do absolutely nothing, just provoking the silent assassin to speed up their attacks even more. Another 15 minutes pass, forcing me to block 77 more attacks, making this explosive exchange in the sky last over an hour now. I'm getting more and more fatigued. The natural mana in this desert is nearly gone, and my own personal supply of crystals in my storage is running dry too. This needs to stop soon, but the silver sword wielder is only getting faster and their accuracy and intent to kill hasn't wavered one bit. They are still just as sharp as their first shot. Explosion after explosion fills the air as I'm blocking attacks every few seconds that hold enough power to obliterate full nations. There's nothing I can do, no matter what or where I throw my attacks, they never hit. If I run away and save myself, this being will follow me back to the Crimson City. If I'm not there to stop them, anything could happen. And even if I do show up to stop them and we clash too close to the city, a single exchange would kill every mortal in sight from the aura expelled alone. The only way I come out of this exchange with a victory is if I end it now, as I contemplate how many more hours, or even minutes of this absurd beating I can continue to endure. A notification rings in my inner ear that may finally level the playing field. Skill upgrade transfer to main body, complete, all-seeing eye, mythic grade. Chapter 614, my all-seeing eye is already activated. Every bit of my perception has been on full blast since this fight began, yet it's been hopeless. Now, as the notification of its upgrade rings in my ear and my divine threads tether with the new pulse of aura that radiates out from my eyes, a whole new world becomes visible around me. I thought my perception abilities were nearly at their peak, but I've been deceiving myself all along. It's like my eyes have finally opened once again. It feels just like the first time I absorbed this skill during the C-class exams in that labyrinth. Back then, it was one of the first times I started seeing the dungeons for what they really were, beginning to see individual mana particles in the air and learning how monsters and the system itself truly worked. Now, the countless new data points entering my mind feel as if the veil has finally been lifted, and I'm seeing reality around me for what it really is once again. Everything looks more vibrant. Like golden sparkles of never before seen light create and glue reality together between every particle in the atmosphere. Even the oxygen atoms in the air are visible down to the protons and neutrons in their cores. I can see the glue that binds even them together, and that's not even the end. It's like I'm peering into the building blocks of reality, down to microscopic levels I never knew were even there. The deeper I look into this golden sparkling phenomenon that glues the universe together before my eyes, in any given area, my mind starts to intuitively move away from it. My focused perception instantly zooms out, and a slight brain fog covers my mind on the intricate details of what I'm seeing. It's like my ability is allowing me to see things I shouldn't be able to perceive. It feels very similar to the times I stared into the center of Ember's golden core. I take a slight gasp of breath at the thought as my vision returns to searching for the invisible assassin I'm currently battling to the death. My eyes dart all over the sky, and I airstep forward in the direction that I last reflected the sword wielder. However, everything feels like it's going in slow motion around me. My body still moves at the same rate, but my vision and my mind feel as though they're moving far faster than they were just moments ago. After my fifth step higher into the air, I instinctively make a sharp head turn to my left side when I see a faint ripple. I can't even describe exactly what it looks like. It's more of a feeling, like a microscopic panel of reality accidentally flipped the wrong way for a fraction of a second. As I charge my blades and reflective barrier toward this point, the visual sensation becomes more and more common. Groupings of these shimmering clear, almost white, ripples in the air grow larger and larger from a single microscopic point into solid metal objects, appearing out of thin air, like a divine pocket. Dimension just opened up before my eyes. The two silver blades come into full view once again and collide with my yellow reflective barrier right after they appear. Midnight, I was able to perceive the incoming blades as they were plunging into reality. But now, as the blades make contact with my divine threads and begin to interact with my purple divine barrier, a whole new wave of information floods into my consciousness. Holding these two silver swords, there is a woman with fair skin, dark black hair, and covered in countless black and silver armor and magical blood-bonded items. A greater form of bright yellow divine light surrounds her being, just like me, and I turn my head to make eye contact with the bloodthirsty warrior who has relentlessly tried to kill me for the last hour. Her vibrant hazel eyes are full of determination, confidence, and behind them all, I feel the genuine thrill of the fight burning in her soul. There isn't even a hint of fear or surprise in the fact that I'm staring right at her. The corners of her lips are turned up so minimally, it's hard to tell if it is just my mind playing tricks on me. The deeper her blades sink into my reflective barrier, the clearer her features become, and the more panels of reality flip my way to reveal her to all of my senses. I'm flooded with 20 individual readings of blood-bonded items on her status first, all of which have 5 stat slots with well over 500% buffs, some of which are even higher than 1000%. The fact that she can carry 5 more gear slots than me piques my curiosity, but when I get close enough to read her level, skills, and buffs, it all makes sense. Stolen content warning: this tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. LV 15831, skills, stealth, divine grade, buffs, silent steps, cloak of shadows, greater invisible battle form. The moment these metrics enter my mind, the attacks she's made into my reflective barrier hit their stopping point, mere millimeters before sinking all the way through to puncture my chest, and the violent exchange of energy explodes to send her reflected back. Her silver blades cross to block the brunt of the blow as she's sent flying. But once the silver sword wielder leaves my purple barrier and immediate range of perception about 10 meters away from my greater form, she completely disappears once again. My mind processes everything while I prepare for another exchange. This is the first triple ranked up being I've ever seen before. She has a true core, is well over level 10,000, holds 20 gear slots, 3 ranked up buffs, and most impressive of all things, she has a divine grade skill. My heartbeat speeds up, and despite my burning and aching muscles and the fatigue riddling my joints and bones, the excitement to fight someone like this overrides all of my natural senses. My mythic grade all-seeing eye pulses through the desert, enhanced by the burning hot strength of my divine threads, overturning every building block of reality in the atmosphere. Even so, as I airstep higher into the sky to face off against the mysterious hazel-eyed woman, I'm not able to sense her until she comes within a deadly range. I'm only able to barely sense her, basically just a vague intuitive outline of her being as she comes within 10 meters of me, and can only see her for what she really is and her status information when she's making contact with my purple barrier. Instead of reflecting her away in fear of getting hit like every time before, I want to make a move and go on the offensive. I use every bit of divine energy I would have manifested into a yellow hexagon and channel it into both my blades. I twist my body the moment I see her entire greater form, swinging my swords upward to clash with her silver swords and lock eyes with this assassin again. This time, I'm smiling wide as we both stand still clashing in the sky, radiating pulses of divine light like a beacon rippling through the air for hundreds and hundreds of kilometers. I can even sense the excess radiation and sound of this clash reach some of the smaller towns and villages in the outer bits of the populated areas of Sector 2, where at nearly identical strength, and the burning divine energy in our true cores is extremely similar too. My reaction time and speed are faster than hers, and my defensive power is too. However, this sword wielder's stamina is far greater than my own. And if she wanted to run away, it would be impossible for me to locate her. Still, even with this change in my technique, blocking her with my swords instead of the logical reflective barrier move, her emotions and physical state don't change at all. Her gaze is locked on my core, and her conviction to fight doesn't waver. There is no malice in her movements, and unlike the dragon that was battling me before, it doesn't seem like she's being forced to do anything. The sword wielder is here because she wants to be, she wants to fight because she's enjoying it, nothing more, nothing less. This realization is both exciting and also a bit worrying. There is nothing more dangerous than an opponent like this. I know so, because I myself have felt the same way many, many times before. My instincts tell me, there is no reasoning with her. The only way this battle ends is if one of us falls to the other's blades. We stay locked in the sky with our blades colliding. She pushes mine back a few centimeters, and I do the same as more and more pulses of silky divine thread seep from our cores through our blades and out into the completely decimated desert. There's nothing at all left below us but an impossibly deep ravine stretching further than mortal eyes can see. Despite this, we continue on, the scraping of divine energy tethered to greater forms swords echo through the air, and finally, we both go in for the kill at exactly the same time. Both of our right-handed swords break away from the other's left, aiming for the core, but we both twist our bodies and dodge, only piercing one another's sides while flying through the air onward in the opposite direction. Once again, her yellow divine residue tears a gaping hole in my stomach after it pierces through my armor like butter, but the slow healing process begins while I air-step around, charging my blades to get ready for another exchange. Another clash ripples through the air, shockwaves traveling over 1,000 kilometers. Less than a second after our last exchange, a small yellow slash from my own divine energy residue is visible on her side once we meet again. While mine is healing, hers is still burning bright. However, instead of being concerned, the hardly noticeable grin on her face grows just slightly as both of us go in for the kill again. Over and over, a new style of battle continues in the sky. Now that I can see my attacker, we're on equal footing. When she takes me by surprise in awkward angles, I manifest reflective barriers, and when she attacks straight on, our blades hit every time. On the head-on attacks, both of us always leave. Those with wounds, although they're not severe, they do build up over time. Mine heal, but not fast enough. I have slashes all over my legs, arms, chest, and torso. However, the silver sword user does too. The collisions only get more frequent, ramping up to multiple clashes per second. The waves of divine energy that erupt from our collisions are stacking together and pulsing out further and further into the dark continent and volcanic region. To the south, more and more lava erupts from the active volcanoes, and the mana in the air is being distorted by the constant energy pulses to create and break dungeons. My plunderer skill absorbs so much mana from the air that pockets of dense mana are flooding into drained portions of the atmosphere, and odd phenomena are occurring down below in the crater where the dead zone of the desert used to be. Rogue dungeons are being formed from the excess mana residue trapped in our divine energy pulses. While new dungeons forming and breaking within a radius of our fight won't be difficult to clean up, there is a far more dangerous result of this exchange that is beginning to show itself. Far away, in the center of the dark continent, weak vibrations of yellow divine light from two true cores clashing begin to ripple into the depths of the demonic energy-filled abyss. While one or two waves don't get much of a result, the continuous and growing pulses of mana and divine threads that are being consumed by the darkness make the entire abyss tremble. As I clash with the silver assassin in the sky for the 139th time in the past minute, another ripple of divine light filled with mana collides with the abyss thousands of kilometers away. In the center of the abyss, a pulse of black energy responds back, making a ripple outward, and above it, the clouds in the sky begin to slowly part. Chapter 6:15. Back in the outer desert, just about 100 kilometers away from the Crimson City, my teammates sit in a circle, absorbing orange divine fragments. Weak ripples of yellow radiation from my fight reach their senses, and Maria is the first to speak up. That's Jay. First, he leaves in a hurry, claiming that we'll need to use this power sooner than we think. Then he borrows our stats and mana control. Now, these pulses of energy can only be the result of a fight. Fisher smirks, looking up while still sitting in the lotus position, and responds, and he didn't even think to invite us in on the fun. Come on, even though we haven't consolidated our orange cores yet, we're still leagues above what we were days ago. Lydia turns to him, opens one eye, then closes it and shakes her head. It's too dangerous. He isn't one to draw out a fight. Whoever, or whatever, he's facing, they're definitely at or above his strength. We wouldn't last a full second near that battlefield. Abby is the last to add to the group's words. I can't sense a thing. He's so far to the south. As far as I know, there is only a dead zone of desert for thousands of kilometers until. She pauses and thinks for a moment. I might be right. There are more association-run nations far to the south, and word of the director's death must have already traveled to the higher-ups. They all sit in silence, knowing that the only thing they can do is become stronger and wait for good news, that is, until the outward ripple from the center of the abyss meets its outer ring. A wave of invisible gray energy pulses outward, similar to all of the surges triggered by the abyss in the past, but this one is far stronger than ever before. Easily 3 times as powerful, the outer edges of the dark abyss creep outward a few more kilometers into the desert. The 4 of them feel it harmlessly ripple through them but recognize that feeling from past surges that have caused mass dungeon breaks and calamities. The gray shockwave that erupts from the abyss begins triggering even more breaks throughout the dark continent, and even further into the 8 great regions, spreading further out into the world like a massive sonar. My doubles back in the Crimson City feel it too and immediately jump into action. One of them heads out to Sector 3 to handle the breaks in the farmland, while the other alerts the Crimson Army to stop their training immediately and begin securing all of the dungeons within the canyon. Once they are stabilized and guarded by the proper ranked hunters, farming will be allowed for rare and unique loot for a limited time. Just like the last surge, Lith and Monk have the proper strength alone to handle Sector 1. And the armed guards led by Chester are high enough level to manage the overflow in Solara and surrounding villages up in Sector 4, far out in the Apex region. My double that's farming dungeons feels it too and uses a teleport crystal to head back to the Guildhall immediately, breaking up the family reunion of Bree and Rodrigo to learn the proper protocol to handle breaks in the 8 great regions. A double nationwide dungeon break emergency has been triggered by the battle that has just begun. High above the impossibly large crater dividing the dark continent and the volcanic region, our battle rages on. Every clash in the sky we exchange leaves both of us milliseconds away from making a fatal move. I don't even try activating my elemental or extra magic as a distraction. It's impossible to predict what direction the silver sword wielder will come from, and I only have fractions of a second to make my counter each time. The most effective strategy is using my fully charged blades, which happen to be my strongest offensive and defensive move. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. True core-enhanced soul energy within these 2 blood-bonded weapons is the only thing that can possibly block her relentless strikes, and it's the only weapon that can pierce through her defenses as well. Both of us must keep total concentration on solely the fight in front of us, or it will be the final lapse in attention one of us will ever make. The fight only becomes more intense, colliding up to 10 times per second, releasing more nation-destroying shockwaves into the atmosphere, and riddling each other with holes and slashes. Her excitement and thrill for the fight only grows the longer it goes on, and the worse shape both of us look. The woman I'm clashing with may be the only human in the world I've ever met with a crazed obsession with battle that matches mine, or is possibly more severe than my own. I'm enjoying every millisecond of our battle. It feels like the most natural, free-flowing dance in the sky. We both want exactly the same thing, to kill the other. No emotions are being held back, and the other participant in this deadly dance knows exactly what the other wants without a shadow of a doubt. It is the most pure exchange of feelings there is, a graceful dance in the sky that can only end with one of the dancers falling to the abyss below, covered in their own blood. However, our fighting styles differ. I have something I want to protect, a city of loyal citizens, and teammates that have watched me grow and never once betrayed me, waiting for me back in the dark continent. The woman I'm fighting seems to fight for a different reason. I feel with every strike she sends at me that the essence of battle itself is what she strives to protect. Every one of her strikes feels like she's continuing to search for the perfect kill, but craves an equal or even superior exchange back to allow her own fighting skills to evolve further. The conviction, confidence, and absolute certainty of each one of her strikes make me believe there has never been a single opponent that has ever witnessed this side of her, and lived to tell a soul about it. She would rather die on this battlefield right now than let me escape. The clashing of our swords drowns out the state of the entire world, blinding us to the fact that deep in the abyss, enough divine energy harboring an uncountable amount of mana has triggered it to pulse again, mere minutes after the first. A second bulge in the pure darkness of the black and purple demonic energy of the abyss forms. It ripples out to meet the edges and sends another powerful surge, twice as strong as the last, throughout the surrounding nations. the edges of the abyss crawl out deeper into the dark continent once again, becoming visible now. From the Crimson City by normal human eyes, above the abyss center, the clouds continue to part,
creating an opening of bright sunlight to peer down into the endless
darkness that swirls within the abyss. As the second surge triggers more and more breaks throughout the dark continent, my doubles, teammates, and Crimson Army have secured all of the most volatile breaks. Over 10% of all the dungeons have been triggered to break by the surge, and up to 50% of them are showing signs of elevated mana levels. My doubles are able to use element stones imbued with my plunderer skill to settle dungeons back to their resting state, but this process isn't instant. Traveling from dungeon to dungeon still takes time outside in the real world. Meanwhile, Rodrigo, Bree, and one of my doubles head back to the Apex region to give orders to all of the A-class hunters and send transmissions out to all of the regional directors to begin their usual surge protocols. The battle in the sky rages on, as we're unaware of the mass destruction being caused all around us. Now, over a dozen pulses of energy from our clash radiate out from our blades every second. We're both losing blood, mentally and physically fatigued beyond the limits that either of us have ever pushed. It looks as though two glowing yellow suns are colliding in the sky over and over, digging a deep crater into the side of the world, and every living being on the planet is paying for it. As enough shockwaves hit the abyss, a third bulge in its center starts to form. It rises higher than the previous two, and the clouds that have begun to part in the sky continue to be pushed away as the abyss looks like it's being pulled upward, like a swelling wave of demonic energy. It swells so high that the center of the abyss can be seen in the sky from the outer ring, even hundreds and hundreds of kilometers away. It looks like an impossibly large rounded pyramid of dark fog, and only takes its shape more and more as the round bulge in its center looks like it's pushing upward like a point. This all changes when the large circle of parted clouds in the sky turns dark as well, to match the color of the abyss. The point at the top of the swell breaks, and out from its center, a cylindrical structure dozens of kilometers wide shoots up, materializing out of it, and quickly continues growing up into the sky. From the depths of the abyss, a jet-black tower grows high into the darkness above. A final surge ripples through the entire world as the swell falls down to its natural state, and the clouds roll back in to fill up the circular portion of sky that parted. This shockwave is far stronger than both of the first two combined, so strong that it reaches far into other nations while keeping its overwhelming strength, while no physical damage is done by it. As the pulse expands outward, an eerie sensation is shared by millions of people nations apart. As I clash with the silver sword wielder in the sky again, the third surge ripples through both of us, and the shiver it sends down my spine is reciprocated in my opponent. Despite being mid-clash, both of our attentions waver. We've been in a flow state of pure battle for hundreds of exchanges, but this powerful burst of energy is too strange to ignore. Our eyes meet, simultaneously realizing there is another threat among us, and both make the decision to use up valuable divine energy to send out pulses of perception to see the result of our actions at the center of the dark continent. Chapter 6:16. As my pulse of perception creeps into the center of the dark continent, the cylindrical pillar that grows out from the depths of the abyss becomes visible to me. The clouds part in the sky to reveal the structure as it seemingly materializes from thin air into existence, climbing higher into the sky. My divine energy enhanced vision can see the obsidian black outer barrier of this tower crystal clear, but even with my new mythic grade all-seeing eye activated, I can't see within it. The mysterious black pillar shooting up from the abyss is made from a material unknown to me, but with qualities that seem familiar. From this distance, it's hard to say exactly what it is, but it has very similar characteristics to the black stone of Monk's Pyramid back in Sector 1. The pillar materializes higher and higher into the sky, so high that it eventually reaches too far for my senses to reach. I watch the abyss swell and flow rapidly like an ocean during a storm, and the eerie sensation that rippled through me from the third surge keeps repeating in my mind. The fact that my clash with this other true core at such scale has triggered this event becomes very clear, but what exactly that pillar is raises tons of theories to race through my mind. Both Ember and the Lich King have stated in the past that the abyss is where the throne will awaken, but what exactly that means I'm still very much in the dark. The visions of past memories from Celia, the purple cord being in her last minutes of life, showed me the aftereffects of what happens if a demon is to claim that throne, but that doesn't explain much about what happens before it's claimed and most importantly how to claim it. I don't know if this is normal, or if my interference has changed the trajectory of this world's future. So many questions are left unanswered as I turn my attention away from the ominous black pillar and stare back into the hazel eyes of the silver sword assassin whose blades I'm still clashing with hundreds of kilometers above a crater in the desert. However, the sight before me now is almost as shocking. For the first time in our entire battle, the woman's expression changes. Instead of continuing to attack me relentlessly without any emotion or sign of letting up, the sword user's eyes are filled with shock as well. The odd sensation of fear, anticipation, confusion, and excitement ripple out of her, and I feel the telepathy link that I've been trying to send out to her for the past hour finally connect. Her voice echoes through, but it doesn't sound like she's aware we've even linked. It is more of an inner thought seeping out in a moment of great stress. This is too soon. Her pupils shrink, and her intense battle instincts, overwhelming aura, and urge to kill me completely disappear. For some reason, she's done fighting me. This doesn't mean I'm taking any chances, so in this moment, I overpower her left arm's blade and aim my right directly toward her core. This moment of hesitation has decided the fight. I don't hold back while the tip of my Flame Emperor's blade pierces the center of her chest, but an unexpected reaction occurs. Unlike every other time I tried to do this move in our hundreds of past clashes, when she would usually spin her body just enough to make my blade plunge through her shoulder while her blade punctures me. This time, my blade meets no resistance and pierces right through her chest. I would be satisfied with this result, however. In the area where I'd pierced her, there's no longer any flesh in its place. There is just a circle of open sky. From her core outward, the fair-skinned, well-endowed, long-haired woman disappears before me, dodging my deadly strike in a very unique way. My all-seeing eye can still vaguely pick up her presence in front of me, and my blade is definitely sitting in the center of her chest, but for some reason, I can tell she's not injured. The barely visible shimmering figure of the woman steps back a few dozen meters to fully disappear from my senses as I pull my sword away and get back into a fighting stance. I'm sure I hit her, but at the same time, my eyes and all my senses have seemed to deceive me. It's like she slipped away into a divine pocket dimension, being right where my blade struck, but dodging it in a direction that I'm not able to shift my attack into. Instead of attacking again, I hear the woman's voice echo in my head. That was an admirable strike. If I was distracted by the throne's awakening for even a tenth of a second longer, maybe you would have won this duel. Over 100 meters away, the woman materializes into existence, showing herself to me, and there isn't a gaping hole in her chest as I would have imagined. She still has both of her silver swords up in a battle stance as well, but there is no urge to strike at me rippling through her anymore. I wouldn't have believed her next words if I couldn't read emotions so perfectly. Let us call it a draw. While you were my favorite fighting opponent I've ever faced, I've lost interest in killing you. She powers down her greater form and just reveals her plain armored body riddled with yellow divine slashes from our battle, then turns her head in the direction of the massive black pillar thousands of kilometers away. Maybe the urge will return when greater stakes are on the line. I think it's only fair we save a duel like this until the world itself is the prize. She shrugs and lets out a sigh, letting the thin smile that I witnessed on her face while mid-battle return to the corners of her upturned lips. One of us killing the other now would be quite the waste. Don't you agree? Then she turns back to me, pointing her sharp eyes at my greater form without any fear that I'll take advantage of this moment again and go in for the kill. I'm shocked at this turn of events, the ruthless, emotionless warrior only battling for the thrill of the fight seemingly becoming uninterested in battling me anymore is the last thing I was expecting to happen. She coughs up blood, and the glowing yellow wounds on her body leak the crimson liquid as well as she waits for a response. This halt in battle for even just a few seconds has given my own mind and muscles enough time to rest and let the adrenaline begin fading, and waves of fatigue and extreme pain start to enter my psyche. I grit my teeth but cough up blood too, as the majority of my injuries will take a long time to heal. Attacks tethered with true core divine threads are not the same as mere mana alone. I respond while pulling out a teleport crystal from my storage to let it float nearby me just in case, and power down my own greater form to conserve energy. A draw it is. As I shrink down to human size, she looks down into the crater below us, then back up to me and locks eyes with me. You killed my dragon. But I don't really care, it was property of the central branch anyway. They will be wondering what happened here today. There's a long pause before she speaks again. It would be in your best interest to act like you're dead. Unless you want more true cores coming to kill you before the doors to challenge the throne open. My eyes widen, as the way she's describing the throne is a bit different than the cryptic guesses I've received from 3 entities in the past. I want to ask her a million questions, but the dripping blood from her wounds and the look in her eyes makes me believe she doesn't have time to educate her enemies for no reason. I pull out a pile of mythic-grade regeneration potions from my storage and use telekinesis to slowly levitate them toward her, making sure it doesn't come off as a threat. These may aid your healing process. Maybe in exchange, you could tell me more about the throne. What do you mean by the doors to challenge it will open? What exactly did we just trigger? she suspiciously looks at the half-dozen green potions in front of her and doesn't take a hand off her swords until she coughs up blood again and is forced to do something about her wounds. The woman drinks one while I watch and hold the other 5 up next to her with my heart racing in my chest. The bleeding from her open wounds slows down a little, and some color in her face returns.
But the woman is still extremely injured, so am I even while using this
healing skill during the entire battle, and now, my own wounds have only recently stopped gushing blood. She gladly accepts the 5 other potions into an item box and responds.
You are not a council member of the order. Unfortunately, I cannot divulge our secrets.
The only piece of advice I would share with you is, if another true core approaches your land, try a different greeting. I don't think many other members will take your instinct to kill on sight as lightly as I have. She smirks, and turns toward the northwest. A direction that would send her flying through Sector 3 and up into the 8 great nations if she flew straight, so I'm a bit confused when she speaks up again and her body begins to disappear from reality into the divine pocket dimension I can't sense. Consider us an alliance.
I won't attack your people, and I have faith you will not attack mine.
I'm well aware you were the one who defeated Mr. Freeman, so I will leave the 8 great regions alone as well. I'm just headed to the Apex region to pick up a package. No one will know I'm there. I raise an eyebrow and reactivate my greater form as in the back of my mind. The fear of a sneak attack is still a possibility. As she disappears completely from my senses, she says a final message through our telepathy link instead of out loud. I'm Raven. If you would like to speak again before the doors open, come visit me in the heart of my region with your stealth ability activated. Until then, it's best you play dead, as if you lost this fight. A red-haired man with a bright matching beard nervously watches a silver device on his white marble table. It pulses with yellow and white light as one of the crystals on it has shown increased activity higher than ever before over the last hour. News of one of their high-level labyrinths linked to the dragon that Raven uses as transportation, mysteriously disappearing, doesn't sit quite right with the old man either. It means the dragon has been defeated, and the pulsing light means Raven is using her true core's full power repeatedly. Eventually, the blinking and flashing of her crystal begins to settle down and fall back to its resting state. However, right as it does, 3 major surges ripple through the central world headquarters of the association, causing massive dungeon breaks all over the capital region. Vice Central Director, Mr. Redgrave, ignores the surges and patiently waits for any news from his receiver. There are plenty of higher-ups and A-class hunters that can handle surge protocol. They don't need him to directly send the order. Minutes after the 3rd surge ripples through his luxury suite, the silver device on his center table finally makes a sound. Raven here,
giving an update on the 8 great regions' leader disappearance.
It is true that Mr. Freeman was killed. I battled the source of the problem, but seem to have created a bigger one. Mr. Redgrave immediately reaches for his transmission device and yells through it, "You killed him, right?
This Flame Emperor isn't the bigger problem you're talking about.
Is it?" He anxiously looks down at the transmission device while silence fills the room for almost half a minute. There are 3 other true cores visible on the crystal panel other than Raven and Redgrave. The other 4 crystals all seem to be normal yellow cores that don't shine as bright. They look similar to Mr. Freeman's crystal before it went dark. Then Raven replies, and her bright stone flickers. No, he isn't the problem. It's the fact that the throne's final stage of awakening was triggered from our clash.
We have far less time than we thought. The doors will be opening soon. The originator's text has led us this far. Many of us have waited decades, our entire lives, for this moment.
There's silence on the line again. Inside Mr. Redgrave's suite, his eyes widen and an excited yet devious smile shapes onto his face as he presses his crystal down and replies, "Excellent, Raven.
Excellent. You have done well.
I hope we do not have to meet each other once the trials begin." He clicks his device off and begins pacing around his room. Meanwhile, Raven flies through the skies with her divine stealth skill activated, and the only other voice responding in the transmission is the same heavy-breathing man with a bright true core crystal shining on the device. Raven clicks her device to cut off the annoying repetitive noise. "I didn't forget about your offer. Get your 200 fragments ready. Your white dragon artifact will be delivered shortly." The breathing noise ceases, and the transmission channel goes silent. Chapter 617. I'm left floating high above a dark crater in the desert, hundreds of kilometers wide. As Raven completely disappears from my sight, wisps of green mist are left in my vision as my lie detector skill confirms her words are genuine. I power down my greater form again and place my swords back into storage, letting only the single teleport crystal I took out earlier float in front of me. My body is still riddled with hundreds of puncture wounds, and my mind races to make sense of all the information streaming into my brain. I use half of my remaining energy to continue the slow and painful healing process, while using the other half to extend my net of perception outward to assess the true aftermath of my battle here in the Dead Zone. Hundreds of dungeons are breaking all over the Dark Continent and the 8 great regions, and powerful hunters are securing the territories with impressive speed. In the Crimson City, the army has already set up makeshift roadblocks in front of each dungeon that is broken, only allowing hunters 100 levels above the normal threshold to farm from them. Meanwhile, my double evacuates and stabilizes the more violent breaks with plunder-imbued element stones. Far off in the Apex region, my double that was farming in the labyrinth uses all its concealment skills. Light magic, duplicated gear, and ranked up, Master of Illusion, buff to act as the regional director, ordering the A-class hunters to guide the B and C-class Apex region workers to handle the usual protocol for the breaks. Meanwhile, Rodrigo gives my double and Bree a tour of the Apex region headquarters, as soon this will be another home base for all of us. Throughout the entire 8 great regions, messages are transmitted with Rodrigo's help to all of the regional directors. My divine thread. Enhanced gaze schemes through all the regions, pinpointing various dense points of mana where the highest grade breaks are appearing. Familiar faces pop into my mind's eye, deep in the Tultan region. A few B-class breaks appear in the heavy jungle. Marcy, the newest B-class warrior in that region, leads the charge, sensing the breaks the moment the first surge rippled through, and taking out full dungeons solo in a matter of minutes. Out in the Raya and Silka regions, a new B-class wind magic wielder, Dane, is the first to notice dozens of breaks in the partnered regions. The 2 regional directors get a transmission at the same time, and the 3 of them, the strongest hunters in both regions, begin instructing hunters and taking on the most difficult breaks alone. The Vice region and Viridian region receive the signal from headquarters, but have already started sending out extra hunters to handle the surge. The fact that no order has been given to send extra troops to the Dark Continent is unusual, as these 2 regions are usually responsible for keeping it in line. Neither of the old directors comments on it. However, Nat, now contracted to the Viridian region, is sent out to secure a batch of the deadliest B-class breaks in the region. Many of the other hunters in her party are anxious and scared, as it's likely many will be severely injured and some could die today. This is the largest mass dungeon break to be recorded in decades. Fear and unease fill the streets, as many hunters from the association know what's happening. There seem to be many more on duty, rushing toward the dungeon hubs than usual. Even the weakest merchants and non-hunter citizens can feel the eerie atmosphere. There's a protocol for off-duty E and D-class hunters to ensure there aren't riots or mass hysteria in the streets. As Nat enters the strongest break in the entire region, her demeanor is calm, and her fists ignite with flames. The monsters inside the divine construct were far more deadly than anything that could possibly spawn in here today. In the Dark Continent, my last remaining double speeds through all of Sector 1, 2, 3, and 4 dead zones in unpopulated areas. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Months ago, when I was in my exploration phase while farming mana for the labyrinth, and even further back when collecting luminite and mana for the isolation pods, I placed dungeon walker points all over the continent. Many breaks need to be dealt with quickly, as there are no strong hunters in some of the far-out villages who can handle them. The higher populated cities like Solara and Valor City are easily taken care of as I expected. Chester and Lith deploy their guards and hold a temporary lockdown on the public dungeons. Best of all, around the Crimson City, there is no panic at all. Many hunters and merchants remember the last surge that occurred in this city and easily stand in line to enter the unique dungeons and buy loot from hunters who manage to get in early so they can sell to neighboring nations. Even the outer city folk, who are usually just passing by, become interested as word of what happened last time spreads. Over 200 new links of loyalty are formed from traveling merchants and hunters in the outer city, just so they can enter the Crimson Dome and get a piece of the pie. A wide grin crosses my face as I watch the results of my actions play out in real time. While it may look like a catastrophe on the surface, there are upsides to this mayhem. Notifications ring out in my ears as my doubles farm a few unique breaks and secure new skills before stabilizing the dungeons. Skill transfer to main body, complete. Final strike, mythic grade, skill transfer to main body, complete. Dark Mist, mythic grade, skill transfer to main body, complete. Enrage, mythic grade. About half an hour passes before all of the breaks throughout the 8 great regions in Dark Continent are secured. I read these 3 skills details and continue healing myself with more of my remaining power, allowing my perception to dull. Then, deactivate my stat and mana control sharing perk, to give those I've borrowed power from their full strength to battle the mutant monster back in the Canyon of Dungeons. Final Strike is similar to my Final Breath ability, allowing me to unleash a single final move with increased attack power. It doesn't show the exact amount of power it adds, nor does it show the downsides afterward. It is pretty much based on how much mana I imbue into it, but if it's anything like the Final Breath's aftereffects, I don't really want to test it out. Dark Mist creates an aura of darkness, blinding opponents that come within a certain range. Only the caster can use perception skills within it. This, too, depends on the caster's mana control. Lastly, Enrage is a buff similar to Bloodlust and Berserker. It raises my strength and speed by 250% while active, and gives an additional 150% to my base perception as well. This is definitely a passive buff I'll be keeping active during battle. As I close my status screen, I finally grasp my floating teleport crystal nearby. It's been long enough now that my wounds have all finally closed up entirely. They're still healing slowly, and even my blood-bonded armor is still regenerating. It feels like this may take many long hours, or even days, to fully recover from. My body is still trying to absorb and break down the divine energy residue from each slash. Even though my body is healing, my fatigue from the most intense battle of my life is not fading at all. As I contain my entire aura beneath my purple limiter and crush the teleport crystal in my hand to bring me beneath the Crimson City, I'm met with exactly what I was looking for. Abby, Maria, Fisher, and Lydia all stand in the bunker below the guild hall, watching over Ember in the isolation pod, while my double continues to work out in the canyon of dungeons. A bright green restoration circle tethered by red and orange divine threads covers the floor, and a rush of healing magic surges through me. Welcome back, Jay. I take it my assumption was right. Abby looks at me with a worried face, while my other three members share her sentiment. I respond, yeah, you were right. I form a hush barrier around us. It was 2 more true cores. One I managed to kill, the other got away, but they consider us an ally. For now, I feel a small amount of my fatigue disappear as Abby's mythic grade restoration magic, fueled by a red core and small traces of leftover orange threads, trickles through me. However, they do nothing to combat the yellow true core residue that still burns me from the inside out in hundreds of places. These wounds are on another level, and I'm sure the silver sword wielder is feeling the same burns thousands of kilometers away right now. I grit my teeth as another wave of fatigue hits me, and Maria speaks up. What do you mean they're an ally for now? How long is that going to last? My head turns in the direction of the abyss. Even though we're underground, all 4 of them know exactly where I'm looking, as this is where the source of the 3 surges came from not long ago. I respond and cough up blood mid-sentence. Not long. I need to rest, and you 4 need to consolidate your orange cores. Soon, we'll be venturing into the abyss. My gaze turns to the isolation pod sitting inside Abby's restoration circle, and whisper, adding on to my statement, you better wake up soon too. We're going to need all the help we can get. High atop a snowy mountain, just outside my perception range, the 3 surges finally ripple through the endless icy region to the north. An old man with a dense, bright yellow core stands up from his sitting position and places the half-consumed yellow fragment in his hands into an item box beneath his robes. He speaks up to his 2 orange-cored disciples, cycling orange energy in their cores at his sides. The time has come sooner than I believed it would. However, it looks like this threat in the Dark Continent may be more formidable than the Order. A blue video crystal plays a blurry image of an endless pit in the center of the desert. Shifting to show another visual thousands of kilometers away in much higher resolution of the black cylindrical tower, he speaks again, as his disciples haven't stopped cycling their orange fragments. Stand up, we're going on an outing. Prepare to defend yourselves. Where we're headed doesn't seem to greet its guests very lightly. Chapter 618. I quickly make some upgrades to the shielding in this underground shelter. With my remaining few million MP worth of mana crystals and a contribution of additional crystals from my 4 teammates here, there's more than enough mana to get the job done. I imbue the shielding in this bunker to far surpass A-class shielding, giving it additional mythic grade stealth, hush, and barrier creation protection, lightly imbued with trace amounts of my true core's divine threads. This is not only to keep my teammates safe inside but also to keep everyone outside safe from what I'm about to recommend. Continue your orange divine core consolidation down here. I turn to the isolation pod. I want you to keep an eye on Ember and keep his pod within your circle of restoration. I can feel him healing at a much faster rate with it activated. My eyes track up to the ceiling next, watching as the small red and orange threads of radiation that leak off their bodies become trapped by the true core imbued shielding I've created. All of them have dense chi barriers up to not let their mana control disrupt the natural order of the low-level merchants and hunters above in the city. However, this isn't necessary. I point at the new shielding. This should hold in enough power for you all to safely cultivate indoors. You may get quite the efficiency boost too. as a lot of the leftover threads can be recirculated within the bunker. As these words come out of my mouth, I cough up more blood while the wounds all over my body pulse and burn into my flesh. An annoying ringing sound in my ears starts too, though I don't bring much attention to it as I walk up the spiral stairs to leave. I'm going off to find a place to heal these wounds. It's not safe for me to do it here. I thought it would be a good idea to check in before I left. There are waves and short messages of goodbye as I activate my stealth skill and leave the bunker to walk out onto the streets and fly above the housing and businesses to make my way over to the Canyon of Dungeons. I would have stayed to talk longer, but my fatigue and pain from my injuries are still rapidly getting worse. On my way, I get the blaringly noticeable visual of the dark black abyss on the horizon, just under 1,000 kilometers away. The center of the dark continent is visible to me, and the black pillar into the sky is clear as day. However, for most average eyes, all there is to see is the enormous black abyss. It's a known phenomenon in the dark continent. Over the years, the mass of darkness filled with mysterious invisible monsters has been creeping further and further outward every time there is a surge. Today, it sits dangerously close to the settlement. I have no idea how the darkness would react if it hit my crimson dome. However, a new phenomenon is showing itself to me now that makes me believe I may not have to ever find out. Instead of the abyss staying stagnant as it usually does or creeping closer like it does during each surge, the abyss is actually receding before my eyes. It's incredibly slow, maybe a few centimeters a minute right now, but my eyes are far sharper than the average hunter. So I can see its movement from all sides throughout the entire dark continent. Flashbacks of some of Celia's memories rush through my mind, as before each planet was consumed by darkness, they all contracted back on a single point before erupting around the globe. The same phenomenon is happening now. All of the dark energy from the abyss is being pulled back into this enormous black pillar, like a tsunami pulling back the sea before it crashes onto the land. One of my top priorities right now is to enter this abyss and see what's really happening inside. 2 of my teammates, Luna and Ari, ventured into this darkness over 2 full months ago. They are still on my Rising Emperor's domain interface, but their exact location is still unknown to me, and so are their strength levels and vitals. So many mysteries lie within this darkness. But I cough up another large amount of blood and the ringing in my ears gets louder. This makes me shift my mindset back to figuring out a way to heal myself fast. My self-regeneration skill has done its job in healing up the physical wounds as best it can, and Abby's restoration circle has taken away some of my fatigue to give me a little extra time, but I'm far from healed. I could easily close my eyes right now and fall asleep. It feels like it would take weeks to naturally heal all these wounds. With the eyes of a true core, and possibly others from this organization Raven mentioned called the Order watching from afar. I don't like the idea of leaving myself and my teammates vulnerable for this long. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. I scroll through my status while I float down into the Canyon of Dungeons, and one skill pops out at me that was upgraded to Mythic grade during my fight against the Bronze Earth Dragon. I click on Hibernation, and far more details pop up. The last time I used this skill at Special Grade, there were 2 downsides. The fact that during the hibernation process my defenses will decrease by 99%, and also following hibernation my defenses would stay limited by 50% for 12 hours. Now, with the grade pushed up 2 ranks to Mythic grade, there is only a 10% decrease in defenses while hibernating, and no more post-hibernation debuffs. Once the process is complete, the user is completely healed. While this is a great perk, it isn't the one that catches my eye the most. When I choose to activate the skill, 4 possible options pop up that weren't available last time. Use Hibernation, Mythic grade, Cure, Mana Fatigue, J Soju, Soul Energy Fatigue, J Soju, Divine Energy Fatigue, J Soju, Divine Energy Poisoning, J Soju, Divine Energy Internal Combat Injuries, J Soju, Slow Mode, Cost, 465.22 million MP, Time 510.8 days, yes, no. Basic Mode, Cost, 95.09 billion MP, Time, 140.1 days, yes, no. Express Mode, Cost, 212.43 trillion MP, Time, 6.0 days, yes, no. Emergency Mode, Cost, 276.95 quadrillion MP, Time. My eyes widen, and my stomach drops as I read out all my injuries and the timeframes at the top of the list of options, while the timeframes at the bottom of the list look far more reasonable, especially the last one, which is near instant. The amount of mana necessary to activate this option is more than there is available in this entire canyon of dungeons, every dungeon in here combined. And even the labyrinth itself, with over 60 floors, still only reaches single-digit percentage amounts of what I need to activate the emergency mode option. My fantasy of just going to sleep and waiting this out may have been a bit too optimistic. As I touch down in front of a random unattended stable E-class dungeon, the reality of this situation sinks in. It took me months to farm all of that mana and consolidate it into the project I'm working on. This labyrinth beneath the Crimson Dome has monsters inside that reach levels that just peak over 3,000. Every floor added to the labyrinth needs increasingly more and more mana. The higher floors needed hundreds of trillions of farmed MP to grow higher. Growing it another 10 to 15 more floors would cost about the same amount of MP necessary to complete this emergency hibernation. This massive exponential increase in necessary mana is part of the reason my labyrinth has stalled in its growth. However, these thoughts lead me to remember there are 2 other labyrinths I've been in before that have even more powerful floors than the one I'm building up. Maybe those will be enough. I smirk while my divine energy imbued wounds burn my insides, and I grit my teeth again as more blood trickles from my mouth, and now my nose. Then, I step forward into the E-grade portal and dungeon walk to the 43rd floor of the Vice City Labyrinth. I'm left in an empty boss room and pull out the remains of the boss from my item storage that I'd been waiting to drop here. I stand with my arms crossed and my eyes closed as I concentrate on healing the best I can until white transport magic brings me up to the next boss room. The Vice City Labyrinth is designed much differently than my own back in the Crimson City. While mine will have wide open floors full of monsters on each level all the way to the top from 1 to 99, and an extra boss room at the end of each one until the final guardian floor at the top, the Vice City Labyrinth works differently. I remember scrolling through the labyrinth options when I created mine, and this layout feels like the option that gives normal free reign monster floors from 1 to 40, and special guardian floors on floors 20 and 40 to 59, until the final 60th floor where the demon and dragon should stand. This is, after all, if enough mana and luminite are given to the labyrinth to grow. My own labyrinth isn't fully matured yet, but the fact that this one was owned by Mr. Freeman and has been active in Vice City for decades makes me believe it will have far more mana than my own. I don't wait for the 44th floor to fully spawn in, I just locate the boss and send a single spear of earth magic wrapped in a minimal amount of true core threads through the monster's head. It falls to the boss room floor before the terrain for this room even fully develops. I'm left standing in silence in a small mana simulation of a thick dark forest boss room for a few minutes before the transport magic flashes and I'm teleported to the 45th floor. Again, I kill the boss monster before the floor even fully forms while standing with my arms still crossed and my eyes closed tight. Continuing to heal my body as more blood streams from the corners of my lips, my nose, and now my eyes. It takes a full 19 minutes to reach the 52nd floor. The ringing in my ears becomes almost unbearable, and my temples begin to pulse with my heartbeat as blood even trickles from my ears too. The levels of the monsters I insta-kill rise by 300 to 700 every floor, rising above level 6000. None of the monsters on any of the floors below were notable fighters at all. With only mana as their energy source in their arsenal, I quite literally beat them all with my arms crossed and eyes closed. As I make it to this final floor, at first I'm disappointed to feel the presence of a demon core so early. I was hoping this labyrinth would be fully matured up to the 60th floor, and maybe I would even gain some more levels, but the mana required to maintain such high hopes is understandably unattainable. Letting out a sigh, I open my bleeding eyes and prepare to have a short chat with the guardians of this labyrinth, but as the final floor consolidates before me, I'm struck with a sight I wasn't expecting to see. I won't have to subjugate the guardians of this floor because it looks like someone else already did. In the center of a dark, wide-open circular standard cave-like boss room, an archdemon with long red horns lays in its center motionless, like it's asleep on a slab of black stone. It is made of the same material as both Monk's Temple and the pillar in the center of the Dark Continent. The even more eerie detail here is that there is no dragon in sight. Many questions race through my mind as I take a few steps forward, but the pain from my wounds and the mental fatigue override my curiosity. To be completely safe, I form a dense crystal sphere around the demon, and imbue it with some of my true course threads. Then, I sit down in the lotus position about 50 meters away from the sleeping demon and activate my mythic grade plunderer skill while selecting the emergency mode, hibernation option. My curiosity can wait until I'm healed. I mutter in a coarse tone as the ringing in my ears vibrates like urgent alarms in my head. There's a surge of energy that makes my entire body glow bright white. Then, as it fades, a dark red aura starts to expand from my soul energy core. I allow my plunderer skill to fully activate with no concern for my surroundings, remembering back to the times Ember drained the Titan's domain and collapsed full dungeons in the past. This same ominous all-consuming red glow emanates from me now as I do the same. Instead of directly converting this mana in the air into pure usable MP for my own system interface to use, I just allow it to flow through me directly into the mythic grade hibernation's activation fee. the 0/276.95 quadrillion MP hibernation meter quickly begins to rise. And simultaneously a warm and soothing feeling washes over me as I lose consciousness. Chapter 619. During my last hibernation process, when I was cleansing my body of demonic energy poisoning, I was fully unconscious until the process was complete. This time, it's a little different. While my fully alert and conscious decision-making mind is asleep, my passive perception abilities and the absurd rise in power keep the back of my mind semi-aware of my surroundings. The dark red plunderer aura grows in size, filling the entire boss room and seeping into the very fabric of the labyrinth itself. Trillions of MP flow through my body every few seconds, drained from the entire 52-floor structure, and channeled directly into the activation of my mythic-grade hibernation skill. Every few minutes, I feel the odd sensation of an entire labyrinth floor collapsing beneath me, its essence disappearing from reality, much like those dungeons out in the desert vanishing into thin air when I was farming them months ago. There's an initial click that vibrates in my mind, like a breaking point, then a whoosh as all the stored-up mana is greedily absorbed by my passive plundering, while the quadrillions of MP flow through me. I'm not actively using this mana. Only a small percentage is being applied to my mana control. However, even that small percentage is enormous and will more than double the amount of mana control I gained during my entire battle with the true cores out in the desert's dead zone. These calculations are an afterthought, as my mind is running on autopilot while the clicks and whooshes of floors being collapsed and absorbed race through my mind one after another. I can't tell how much time is passing or how close I am to the final hibernation goal, but I know it's working, and there's no longer any reason to worry. The rhythmic sounds echo in my consciousness as my body fills with a warm light, healing from the inside out with hundreds of quadrillions of MP. Everything seems to be working perfectly until the clicking and whooshes stop. The final floor of the labyrinth is absorbed, yet the hibernation bar that continues to tick up is only at 238.40/276. 95 quadrillion MP, and the boss room itself begins to fade out of existence as my aura of plundering does not slow down. Use absorption, skill, telepathy, upgrade, mythic, yes, no, use absorption, skill, body double, upgrade, mythic, yes, no, use absorption, MCP, 6,23,954,200,642, yes, no. As the labyrinth fully collapses, the demon linked as its guardian dies as a result, leaving behind only an archdemon's core with absorption text floating above it, waiting for me to accept. I would instantly press yes on all three of these options if I were fully awake, but the only thing my mind wants to do right now is gather these last few dozen trillion MP to finish my hibernation process. The red aura continues to grow outward, now centered in the dungeon hub of Vice City, and it starts to creep throughout the city, triggering catastrophic events. All the mana-powered streetlights, crosswalks, and public transportation are instantly drained of the mana that keeps them running. My aura seeps deep into the structure of the dungeon hub itself. Countless tunnels of high B and A-grade mana shielding, which form the underground dungeon hub for tens of kilometers in every direction, simultaneously lose their buzzing sounds as mana is forcibly ripped out of them by my aura. The large Vice City Association buildings, made of high-grade shielding, with bunkers and vaults full of mana crystals, are drained instantly as well. All around the city, the air pressure drops as every last particle of ambient mana within a 100-kilometer radius is drained away, leaving everyone's MP bars, no matter their status, at zero. Merchants at low levels and high C and B-class hunters try to resist the eerie red wave of light tinting the city, but it's futile. All of the hundreds of dungeons scattered throughout the city and the surrounding forest regions are affected too, every single dungeon within my aura drops by roughly 50% of its mana reserves in minutes. New dungeons begin to break from rapid destabilization, while others, previously on the verge of collapse, have their excess mana instantly cleansed and stabilize again. No one knows what's happening. First, 3 powerful surges ripple across the entire region. Then, from the epicenter of the dungeon hub, where the Vice City labyrinth used to sit, a deadly aura drains half of the region's mana in minutes. The ominous, all-consuming red aura finally stops spreading and disappears in an instant, allowing the blue sky to shine overhead once more. At the same time, I finally wake up, gasping for air as I try to conceptualize the fractured memories rushing through my mind from when I was asleep. Emergency mode hibernation complete, 276.95/276.95. Quadrillion MP consumed, cured, mana fatigue, J Soju, soul energy fatigue, J Soju, divine energy fatigue, J Soju. Divine energy poisoning, J Soju, divine energy internal combat injuries, J Soju. These words ring in my mind as I look down at the floor to find I'm standing on the frame of deactivated mana shielding. I'm inside a small box, and I deduced that this is where the Vice City labyrinth used to be. I vaguely remember entering this room once. There was a large green spinning portal, locked away behind multiple armed guards and high security doors. Now, all that's left is a large black slab of rock that gives off no aura at all. It was where the demon lay motionless when I reached the top of this labyrinth in a severely injured, brain-fogged state. I instantly accept the 2 mythic grade skill upgrades and the extra mana control. Then open a small spatial magic portal to let the archdemon core and mysterious slab of rock into my storage. At the same time, I look down at my body in awe. It worked. I have no idea how much time has passed or the true extent of the destruction my mindless plundering stunt caused in the Vice region, but my body is completely healed. My true core is cycling energy perfectly, and not a single thread is out of place in my body. I feel as good as new. If not, better. The hundreds of quadrillions of MP that used me as a vessel to power my hibernation skill may not have all directly added to my mana control, but it feels like my ability to absorb and control immense amounts of energy has risen exponentially. I've never handled that much energy at once before, but now that my body and mind have experienced it, it feels far more natural. Even at a fraction of that scale, utilizing this power in offensive or defensive maneuvers during battle could elevate me to a whole new level. I feel incredible. Like I've slept for months, and my muscles and bones have healed and become stronger. I've only slept a few hours a month for the last few months, training to become strong enough to defeat the Lich King, then preparing for the B-class exams, and even during the exams themselves, staying on guard and leveling up inside the Divine Construct. I had small respites, but never a full reset. My mind feels completely clear. And my body is as light as a feather. I instantly take advantage of my 2 new mythic grade skills, activating stealth and walking right out of the deactivated mana-shielded labyrinth room. The streets and association workers are in chaos as I activate a telepathic link with all of my doubles simultaneously. I'm going to need a large amount of mana crystals farmed and a team from the Crimson Army to help restore the Vice region. I've left quite the mess here. No further explanation is needed. As with my new mythic grade body double perk, all memories are instantly shared between my main body and my other 3. There's no longer any time lag or mysteries between us. It's like my consciousness is split into 4 parts. And I can choose which ones to focus on or put on the back burner. My double, currently in the Apex region with Rodrigo and Bree, replies, "On it, we were just finishing up here. I'll notify the army right now. Plus, it's been almost 2 hours since you left. I'll be happy to notify our teammates of your successful healing process." I then activate the second new perk of my mythic grade body double upgrade, the ability to use teleportation magic to instantly swap places with any of my 3 linked doubles. In an instant, a flash of white light in the Apex and Vice regions simultaneously blinks, and I find myself in one of the isolated A-class only resting suites at the Apex Regions Association headquarters. Bree and Rodrigo stare at me with confused looks as my mana control vanishes from the room. I grin and look down at the stacks of papers and plans we've come up with in the last few hours, letting the memories of my double rush in so we can continue our meeting. Meanwhile, far off to the west, thousands of kilometers away, Raven flies high in the air. She's carrying an important package that was picked up from the lobby of the Apex Region's headquarters amidst all the chaos, while my double, Bree, Rodrigo, and all the higher grade hunters were off subjugating the breaks all throughout the region. The beautiful white statue of a dragon in the main hall was stolen by a woman using a divine stealth ability. It rests safely in her item box as she flies through the skies at speeds far exceeding anything someone without a true core could hope to reach. Every 10 minutes or so, she drinks one of the bright green potions gifted to her as the divine energy-imbued wounds begin burning into her body and soul. The mythic grade potions are enough to temporarily stave off the pain, but even she knows they won't be enough to heal her completely. The thought at the back of her mind is that the 200 yellow fragments from delivering this package should be enough to treat her wounds. However, after the first cough of blood spreads through the air following her final potion, doubt creeps in. She approaches a large white mansion deep inside a jungle. With no other villages or civilization for hundreds of kilometers in any direction, the mansion has hundreds of windows and a long, white central walkway cutting through a cleared-out portion of the jungle, leading to the entrance of the mysterious mansion. As Raven descends into the jungle, she deactivates her stealth ability and begins slowly walking down the white pathway. Along the path, numerous art pieces line the way: massive ogres holding axes, long-tailed serpents with venomous fangs, an army of stone golems, a humongous minotaur, and even smaller creatures like goblins, wolves, and slimes. They all share the same lifelike appearance and shimmering white color, just like the dragon statue Raven holds in her item box. Every 100 meters along the walkway, there's a statue missing. where it seems the collector is waiting for a new masterpiece to display. Raven's slow, rhythmic footsteps echo closer and closer to the 4 massive cylindrical pillars in front of the staircase leading up to the mansion's entrance. She coughs blood again, holding her mouth shut so as not to ruin the pristine displays, and the 2 massive front doors creak open.
Chapter 620. My gaze sweeps over all the maps, regional
contracts, and association hunter names scattered on the work table in front of me. Bree and Rodrigo are across the room, and the meeting that's been going on for about an hour floods back into my mind in full detail. We pick up right where we left off, while simultaneously, the double that swapped places with me activates mind links with my 2 other doubles, and a mass farming expedition begins. I just absorbed a large amount of mana from the densest part of the Vice region. Over time, the natural ambient mana will gradually seep back into the affected area. A lot of the public transport, lighting, and protective shielding of the dungeon hub won't just be fixed overnight. This is why I've tasked my doubles, and now every available member of the Crimson Army, to help me farm pure mana as quickly as possible. In a matter of minutes, I've organized a well-oiled machine, funneling vast amounts of mana crystals from all the rogue dungeons I have access to throughout the Dark Continent and the 8 great regions. Farming millions of MP every minute, though it would take years at this rate to gather enough mana to restore the entire Vice region to its former state. That isn't my goal. The first thing I restore using my craftsmanship interface and my new imbuement skill is the power to the crosswalks and train systems, returning them to their former working state. This simple fix alleviates the overall panic among the general public, and the association workers on duty can more easily manage the civilians. Next, I imbue the entire dungeon hub's shielding system with just enough mana to ensure that basic E and D grade breaches won't allow monsters to spew into the streets. I focus on the most volatile dungeons, reinforcing their shields with C and B grade mana supplies, but it takes millions of MP just to complete a small section of shielding at this level, so I limit these high priority areas. To ensure I haven't accidentally liquidated the assets of all the smaller merchants in town, I discreetly drop off a few 100,000 MP worth of mana crystals at each stall, using my stealth skill to remain unnoticed. The larger institutions, guilds, and the association itself likely stockpile their
wealth in gold and real estate.
They can handle the short-term minor losses, and they can be reimbursed later by filing claims with the association headquarters.
Since I'm in charge now, it'll be sorted out after the emergency passes.
However, some smaller merchants likely hold a significant portion of their wealth in pure mana, and a few days without it could be detrimental to their families or livelihoods. I don't mind playing it safe and giving them extra now, even if they didn't lose as much as I'm gifting. One of my doubles even heads to smaller neighboring towns and villages caught in the plundered radius and does the same. In less than half an hour, the entire affected area of the Vice region is stabilized, and a larger catastrophe has been averted. Meanwhile, in my main body, I've wrapped up my meeting with Bree and Rodrigo beneath the Apex region. I stand up from the table we've been
sitting around and nod. Good. You'll send out a transmission later tonight once the commotion from today's surges dies down.
I want a meeting here with all registered B and A class hunters in the 8 great regions.
Make sure all the regional directors attend as well.
As the new stand-in for Mr. Freeman, I'll be announcing our official trade partnership with the Flame Emperor. The 8 great regions and the Dark Continent will soon merge as one. Bree finishes calculating the numbers and the estimated profit increase we'll make by controlling the Apex region's funds and power over the other 7 regions. Stacks of papers now tally the new demand for gear and items necessary to run this entire branch of the association. While much of the crafting and manufacturing is done in-house here in the Apex region, we'll gradually replace every worker with our loyal craftsmen, citizens of the Crimson City. New access to the thousands of dungeons across the nation will lead to far more gear and potion crafting options, and, of course, the labyrinth one floor below us. Rodrigo taps away on his silver tablet, organizing a lot of the information discussed today on a private database. He types up drafts for the transmissions he'll send to many hunters and higher-ups later tonight to begin scheduling a meeting where I'll officially take over the Apex region director's identity and establish the new rules for this soon-to-be dual nation kingdom. While everything seems to be coming together perfectly, and today's events have been contained and stabilized completely, an odd sensation tickles the back of my mind. I don't mention it as I turn toward the door to leave, sure that neither of the others in the room can sense what I'm feeling. It's that same peculiar well of gravity pulsing in the back of my mind. 2 of them, actually. The signal is far to the west, and the pulsing is incredibly weak. It's so faint that, if I wasn't at full health and strength after hibernating in the Vice region, I don't think I would have noticed it at all. One is very familiar, it's Raven's. The other is one I've never felt before, and it's incredibly powerful. I'm certain it's another true core. Just minutes ago, as my doubles were restoring the city I had drained of mana and my meeting concluded, Raven watches the two white doors of a desolate mansion in the dark jungle region swing open. She takes a few dozen steps up the pristine white stairs until she finally reaches the entrance, where the 20-meter-high doors come to a halt, leaving the large mansion's entrance hall exposed. Inside, countless art pieces, seemingly crafted from the same glossy white material, line the outer edges of the room. Enormous high orcs, evolved yetis, lizardmen, and various types of golems and humanoid monsters like berserker giants and unique species stand along the walls. Some hold weapons, others wear armor, and a few are displayed on pedestals and wall mounts. Hundreds of lifelike monsters fill this mysterious mansion as Raven steps inside and walks down the ominously quiet hall. She calls out confidently, her voice echoing down the long corridor, "I've got what you asked for, the dragon from the Apex region. Now pay me what's mine." She doesn't slow her pace, and the mansion remains eerily silent despite its doors having opened just moments ago. There's not a single sound, not even the buzz of insects or the calls of animals from the dense jungle surrounding this place. It's as if all the wildlife knows to steer clear of the pristine palace guarded by marble-white statue sentinels. As Raven makes her way about 30 meters inside, the faint sound of heavy breathing breaks the silence. It's the same rhythmic noise she heard over the transmission device long before her battle in the desert. She speaks again, pulling out the item box from her waist as she approaches two massive winding staircases that ascend on both sides of the hall. "It's right here. Hand over the payment, and I'll be on my way." Before she can finish, a piercing ringing echoes in her ears, and she violently coughs up blood onto the pristine white floor of the mansion. Gritting her teeth, Raven ignores the pain, holding up the item box and waiting for a response. The heavy breathing halts a moment later, and the yellow light of another true core flares up from the back of the second floor above. Hundreds of thin white threads, imbued with silky smooth, barely visible yellow divine energy, burst from above and curve down toward Raven. She doesn't flinch, and, as a result, the microscopic threads stop right in front of her, consolidating into a single white strand that snatches the item box from her hand. Common sense would dictate that as the threads merge, they'd become thicker, but the single thread remains just as thin as before, without enhanced senses or perception stats of at least a level 5000 hunter, and a true core's enhancement. It would appear as if the item box floated out of Raven's hand on its own and disappeared into the second floor. A trickle of blood drips from Raven's nose, and the hundreds of internal wounds across her body burn with an intensity that makes her wince. At the same time, a silver containment case, held up by a nearly invisible white thread, floats down from the balcony above. It halts as Raven lifts her hands to accept it, the bright yellow divine fragments clearly visible through the transparent top. She nods and places the case into another small item box on her waist. As the single thread splits into hundreds and spirals back up into the top floor, an eccentric voice echoes through the mansion. "How about the Flame Emperor? I wanted him alive too." A rogue force that pushed the 8 great regions to collapse right before the awakening of the throne. "Now that would be quite the piece for my new collection." His tone wavers unpredictably, mispronouncing words in a way that is deeply unsettling. Raven shakes her head, coughing up more blood. It was too risky to try and capture him alive. "As you can see, he did a number on me." Another pool of crimson liquid stains the pristine white floor as she walks away, speaking again. "You got what you wanted. I'm not here to catch up. I need to heal for the upcoming battle. Our pact of immunity will soon be over, and I need to be ready." She takes a few steps, but the threads from the second floor hover, poised as if to attack. The man's voice echoes once more, and the bright yellow glow of his true core flares from above. "You're right, our alliance will be ending. But even so, you can't leave so soon. I must know what happened today. Tell me your side of the story, the one who saved us from the Flame Emperor's evil reign." He pauses for a few seconds, thinking to himself, then his tone becomes even more erratic, tinged with madness. "The invisible fighter who still bleeds crimson blood like us. Raven, the savior of the order. The valiant warrior who defended those who sacrificed their entire lives in search of the originator's offering. Yes, this is it. This is even better than having the Flame Emperor himself. Your scars tell an even more magnificent story. I've just found inspiration for my next masterpiece." The man's tone wavers even more, and the laugh of an insane artist gets louder and louder while his yellow core illuminates the mansion, lighting the walls of the top floor above the entrance hall. Dozens of human statues are displayed, hunters holding swords and shields, old and young, in all kinds of styles that look like they're from recent times and others that look like they're from decades ago. The hundreds of shimmering threads dive toward Raven, and, in response, she draws two silver blades. Her own true core shines brightly, and the hundreds of internal wounds across her body pulse with the same dense yellow light. Chapter 621, Raven's silver blades swing upward to block the incoming white threads. Her greater form activates at the same time, and a reality-bending ripple of divine energy shakes the white mansion. All of the statues, walls, floor, and ceiling shake, but somehow they all withstand the intense pressure of two true cores colliding. The thick forest outside, however, is not so resistant to the energy waves. Kilometers of forest outside the mansion are vaporized, and even further out, the shockwave uproots trees even more tens of kilometers away, lingering portions of this attack ripple far out to vibrate through the 8 great regions to the east. The bulk of the shimmering strands are stopped dead in their tracks by the silver blades tethered with divine energy. But on contact, they splash outward, multiplying into hundreds more. They're both graceful and terrifying as they shimmer and bend to flood the room and avoid Raven's upward slash. The movement of the threads is unpredictable, acting as if they'll shoot down in one direction but spinning and twisting off into multiple separate unexpected angles, while multiplying into more in some directions and consolidating back into single strands in others. Raven twists her body out of the way, lunging toward the open doors at the exit of the mansion, but more and more threads burst out from the strands she just dodged. An elaborate, constantly moving prison of threads fills the room, and she yells out loud while more blood trickles out from her nose and mouth. "You can't do this. It's against the code. If you kill me here, you will be punished by the others. We cannot fight until the throne has awakened." As she yells out those words, more volatile white threads come shooting her way from all angles. There's no way to block them all, so Raven uses her true core's hidden defense ability, and at every contact point that the shimmering threads hit, small portions of her body disappear from reality, allowing the white threads to phase right through. She scowls and changes her positioning again, taking a lunge toward the open exit doors, but a violent burning sensation pulses through her body, and the ringing in her ears intensifies. The sudden jolt of pain disrupts her movements and makes the portions of her body that are in her divine stealth-empowered pocket dimension phase in and out of reality. Even as she lunges out of the way at full force, a few dozen of the white strands still manage to sink into her flesh, planting their roots in her right shoulder and left leg. Dense streams of True Core's divine energy surge through the strands from the source at the back of the mansion, and the distorted laugh of insanity echoes through the large open room again. "Raven, my dear, you are making my masterpiece even more satisfying. You have yet to see, you are already dead." The white strands of energy start to glow with a yellow light as more divine energy is channeled into them, surging into the points that have already taken root in Raven's body. As the divine light builds up, the hundreds of internal wounds all over her body pulse and burn brighter, making the ringing in the silver sword wielder's ears grow louder and louder. Even through the pain, she doesn't hesitate to reactivate her stealth ability but comes to the horrifying realization that it won't be enough. As her entire body disappears from reality, the two collections of white strands still stay connected. Her entire being is invisible, but the two rooted anchors still show her exact location and grow deeper into her flesh, wriggling and tethering to every cell in her body they touch. White blotches of material, like moving marble, appear in the room in the shape of her left knee and right shoulder. Another painful burning surge ripples through her body as the divine energy poisoning and fatigue get far worse, especially while she uses her greater form in full power. Now, she flashes back to reality, and more puddles of blood cover the floor as the mad artist's voice echoes through her mind along with the ringing that sounds like alarm bells blaring. "Your true core's signal on our transmission tablets has been fading ever since the surges began. It will be an epic tale." Raven, the invisible savior, who gave her life to battle the Flame Emperor just days before the throne showed itself. None of the other members of the Order will think any differently of the situation. None of them will doubt my words when I say you came here and died of natural injuries on my front steps. Our mortal bodies cannot withstand this true core's power. This is why we seek the throne. After all, Raven's eyes widen as the ringing gets louder and louder, making the end of the man's speech harder to hear. She does know that what he's saying is true. Raven's battle with the Flame Emperor was the most exhilarating moment of her entire life. In all her decades of cultivating, there was never an opponent that dared to push their body to the limits like that. Everyone's fear of death always held them back. Their fear of injury or overburdening their core, not allowing them to properly ascend. Everyone in the Order patiently waited and never allowed their true potential to be tested for fear of failure once they reached the final stage. It is this careful and calculated strategy that brought them this far. But as Raven replays the last few hours of her life on repeat in her head, she questions if this is truly the way to live. The exponential growth of the fighter she battled in the desert is like nothing she's ever seen before. it gives her a spark of extra motivation to jumpstart her decaying mind out from the deafening ringing. She lets out a yell to match its rhythm and doesn't hesitate to use her divine energy-imbued blades to slice off her own arm from the infected shoulder and a large amount of her right leg. Then slips away into a pocket dimension for a few fractions of a second before the next burning pulse electrifies her system. She phases out and away from the densest portion of white threads but is still paralyzed with pain, sliding across the entire entrance hall to leave a long crimson trail of blood across the white floor. More echoes of mad laughter fill the room as a tall, lanky man walks down one of the curved staircases that leads from the top floor down to the bottom. His shiny shoes, long pants, and well-fit suit are all exactly the same shade of white as the palace around him. Hundreds of threads vibrate and glisten out of the ends of his sleeves where his hands should be. And where his head would lie, a jumbled volatile rotating ball of thousands of white threads is in its place. Words come out from the center of the ball of threads as he creeps closer to Raven's body as her core pulses violently, and the scars inside her body burn bright through her bloody armor and flesh, fighting even in your final seconds. Maybe a warrior like you should have been the one to claim the throne. As the originator's text states, they have left us the key, and one that never stops climbing may one day unlock the door. He lets out a sigh. Reality isn't kind of fairy tales, but don't worry, I will make sure this art is not forgotten. Strands of countless white threads flood all around the room and retrieve Raven's severed limbs, while the other half plunges deep into her last remaining good leg and arm, pulling her upright and bringing all of the pieces of her body together to stand tall in the entrance of the mansion. She's now overlooking an endless forest of downed trees and an untouched walkway of statues trailing off into it. The ringing in Raven's ears has grown so loud that the man's words hardly reach her. You will be the pinnacle piece in my collection, I tell you that is certain. Once I walk through the door to the other side, I promise to bring you and all of my masterpieces with me. The pain surging through every cell in her being makes it impossible to move. Her limbs are reconnected, and the man made of threads stands right behind her while her arms and legs begin to turn hard and marble white. Just like the countless statues littering this mansion, her blades are gripped tightly in a fighting stance, and there are bright yellow pulsing scars shining through the threads as they seep deeper up her legs, down her shoulders, and start to creep up her neck. The sound of heavy breathing, identical to the noises heard from the transmission tablet not long ago, is all Raven hears as the ringing takes over her mind. Just as she's about to lose consciousness entirely, a bright yellow flash of light appears from the east. Raven can't tell if this is a hallucination, as just moments ago she was replaying her favorite battle of all time in her head. Now, the presence of a true core that feels just like the Flame Emperor's is approaching rapidly. And it's even stronger than it was when they clashed. Chapter 622. As I leave the A-class suites and step into the elevator, another pulse of divine energy ripples into my consciousness. Raven's is even weaker, becoming overshadowed by a bright true core far away. If I were in my greater form and released my full perception, I could get a better view of what's happening. Instead of making my way toward the surface, I press the button to head down toward the labyrinth on the 20th floor, believing this will be a faster way to leave this base deep. Within the ground, many theories race through my mind, but none of them are concrete as the true nature of the silver sword wielder is still a mystery to me. In my double's memories while I was recovering, I caught a glimpse of the empty entrance hall of this fortress and recalled Raven's words that she would be visiting the Apex region to pick up a package. I pieced together that she took the white dragon statue for some reason, and the only other clue she mentioned in our short exchange was that she's part of an organization called the Order. Prior to today, I never knew any other true cores even existed on this planet, and now they're making themselves known left and right. The elevator hits the bottom floor, and I waste no time activating my stealth skill and flying forward to dive straight into the glowing green portal at the back of the room. Less than a second later, I've dungeon walked to the furthest dungeon to the west in all of the 8 great regions I have access to. I then exit to find myself in the outside world and soar high up into the sky, away from any civilization, before activating my greater form and letting out a pulse of pure true core perception. To the west, in the direction the pulses came from, a whole new portion of the world I've never seen before becomes clear. Past the furthest western portion of the 8 great regions, there are enormous barren lands full of large lakes, hundreds of kilometers wide, and vast stretches of forest that rise upon mountains and fall deep into valleys. Wildlife and dungeons fill these lands, and small self-sufficient civilizations can be seen around a few of the lakes. However, the further I let my sense reach out, the fewer humans I sense. My mind settles on a portion of dense forest about 500 kilometers in diameter that has no dungeons and not a single wild animal in its vicinity. A white marble palace comes into my senses, and the imagery of pristine white monster statues lining a walkway to its open front doors comes to the forefront of my mind while freshly obliterated trees surround the white mansion atop a small hill. Inside, it is hard to sense exactly what is happening, as the entire white structure glows brightly with yellow divine energy, as if it's alive. I make a split-second decision and propel myself forward toward the structure. My senses of the woman I just fought are fluctuating and pulsing. And every time they do, her baseline of energy becomes weaker. This is exactly what I remember my own mind, body, and core experiencing when the wounds ravaging my being were catching up to me. She seems to have been far tougher than I was if she lasted this long, but it seems the divine energy poison is catching up with her. Not only that, but there is another true core present, taking advantage of her weakness. If our battle in the desert had gone on any longer, we probably would have continued fighting and died together, or even more probable, she could have used that extension of her ability that makes portions of her body disappear to wear me down, forcing me to retreat or use abilities that would lead to the first possibility. Stolen content warning: this tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. Instead, she offered me advice, stuck to her words of not harming my people, and indirectly helped me unlock new levels of power in my true core after defeating her dragon and using my abilities to their full potential. If it wasn't a true fight to the death, I wouldn't have been able to push myself to such high limits. I have no idea who this woman is or what her true intentions are, but I get the gut feeling that saving her will be my only way to learn more about the Order and the awakening of the throne. Using every high-speed skill, buff, and special perk in my arsenal, I rocket across the skies toward the White Mansion. More pulses of yellow light come out of it, only growing stronger as Ravens grows weaker. I get the blurry visual of her bloody figure sliding across the entrance of the mansion with limbs missing, then a tall, lanky figure holding her captive at the front entrance of the White Mansion, while white threads continue to tether deep into her body. The closer I get, the more insight into this other true core's ability I receive. As I watch Raven's arms and legs reconnect to her body and turn to white stone, the unexpected emotion of anger that washes over me confirms I will do whatever I can to save her. A noble fighter doesn't deserve a fate like this. For some reason, I can't sense the exact position of this true core to get a read on his status. But his abilities are like thin spider webs that multiply at will. Whatever they touch is susceptible to being assimilated into an ever-growing collection of these threads that almost have a mind of their own. As they attempt to seep into her pulsing midsection, where her core burns brightly, they face resistance. As the threads creep up her neck, reality and a state of delusion mix in her mind. The bright yellow flash of divine light is the last thing she sees. This is when I pull out my two blades and come rocketing through the front entrance of the mansion without slowing down. I soar over Raven's head, missing her by millimeters while slicing through the hundreds of white threads connected to all four of her limbs. There is a hint of resistance, but the amount of divine energy surging through them isn't close to the same amount I have charged up in my blades after fully recovering and not holding back in my strike at all. Every last one of the strings snaps, and I follow through with my swing to slice the thin lanky man in half vertically, sending crescents of soul energy enhanced by my true core straight through the mansion's floor and deep underground. The man made of threads breaks into countless pieces, and the entire mansion shudders. My speed from the flight over still hasn't slowed, so I continue flying forward until I hit the base of the staircases at the back of the room, making the mansion rattle again. The white marble texture stops moving up Raven's neck and toward her core, but my senses are still on high alert, as I know this isn't over. There was no presence of a true core in that manifestation I just cut down. It was strong, imbued with about the same strength as the bronze dragon, but I feel the majority of this being's energy still coursing through the walls and floors of the mansion itself. I send out a dense wave of perception, and now I'm able to see inside where I couldn't before. Every fiber of this place is vibrating with divine threads, and they're all coming from a single point, far at the back of the second floor. A dense, hot true core sits at the back of the mansion, but it is hidden behind thousands of layers of thin white webbing, like a hardened marble sphere. I can't tell exactly who or what's inside, or how strong exactly the core is, but I know this is where all of the danger is coming from. As soon as my head turns up and toward the source, 3 more tall men jump down from the second floor with jumbles of white string for a face and arms that spew silky divine webs. Each one of them has the same amount of divine strength as the single manifestation I cut down before. I'd expect more manifestations to equate to the power being spread thinner, but this isn't the case. Still, with pure force and the overpowering nature of my attacks, I'm able to jump upward and spin my blades to cut through all 3 of the manifestations in a single rotation. As soon as they're sliced through, they too fall to the floor of the mansion like a lifeless jumble of spider's web. Divine energy doesn't even stay imbued in these parts. It seeps back into the floor and walls, traveling to the source. Following through with my upward slash, I make it to the second floor of the mansion and take in the full view of the dozens of human statues that line the long walkway toward the massive marble ball at its back. my greater form is large, but the high ceilings in this mansion make it so my full energy body doesn't even reach halfway to the ceiling. As the light from my burning hot blades illuminates the entire corridor, an even brighter glow pulses from the massive marble at the back of the mansion, and a loud eccentric laugh echoes through my mind, as if direct telepathy is being used. Then, a voice enters my head too, but it doesn't feel like it's talking to me.
It's more like mad rambling. Yes. This is it. The hero arrives.
A flaming man comes to save the invisible warrior he knows nothing about, only to burn both of their dreams to ash.
In all my years, decades of searching, I've wanted to craft the perfect piece.
Day after day, night after night, there was truly no perfect moment in time worth capturing.
Until now.
As his words stop, the two front doors of the mansion swing shut with a bang. Simultaneously, every one of the human statues turns its head toward me, and their eyes glow bright yellow beneath the hard white exterior. Chapter 623. I feel the outside world becoming far less visible to my senses. Through the two holes in the mansion floor where I slashed with my full-powered attack to free Raven from the threads, I can still send a weaker pulse of perception through it. However, the
outside world isn't my main concern right now.
It's the dozens of yellow eyes on me and the pulse of divine energy that floods out of the large marble orb at the back of the room, powering all of these statues. The density of true course power circulating through the white statues varies a lot, but the two that lunge toward me have the highest amount inside them. Their strength is equivalent to the manifestations I cut down entering this mansion, but the difference lies in their battle patterns. These statues aren't just dancing puppets rambling away and spewing white threads my way. The statue to my right is a tall and muscular man wielding a large battle axe, while the hunter to my left carries two short swords. My greater form towers over them in stature, speed, and strength, but they charge at me with no hesitation. Behind them, the remaining statues quickly shift into a triangular formation with the base holding the majority of marble hunters guarding the large sphere at the back of the corridor. All of them move in unison, and the yellow glow in their eyes seems lifeless. However, their intricately detailed armor, weapons, and facial features remind me that these were humans too. The blurry visual of Raven's body turning to stone as I flew here at my top speed replays in my mind while I swing my two swords in their greater form at the higher-powered statues aiming to attack me. They were at one point human too, but with the amount of power streaming through their systems right now, it's too risky not to go for the instant kill, as both my swords slash through the stone hunters. I met with minor resistance, but my attacks are ultimately successful, cleaving both warriors in half in a single strike. My decision not to hesitate and go straight for the kill was the correct one, as behind me, seemingly summoned out of thin air, thousands of shimmering threads multiply from a single one, and three clones of the tall, lanky man appear, sending waves of white tendrils my way. I have enough time to jump out of the way, following through with my attack and dodging the white threads that seek to tether to my greater form. At the same time, two more hunters from the defense line step forward, and the sphere pulses, allowing two more full-powered hunters to lunge at me. It's 5 versus 1, while they're not exceptionally strong. The growing web of white threads behind me and the huge army of hunters in front of me isn't the best position to be in. My greater form gives me very noticeable strength benefits, but inside this narrow hall, I feel a bit limited in the maneuverability of my weapons. I can't jump or take long flying motions to build up momentum for my swings. To make things even worse, the manifestations of the lanky, faceless man behind me are very aware of this fact, using it as an advantage to cut me off and force me into a corner. Still, I'm in control of the battle, slashing through a swordsman and a tank in front of me, and step off the white wall to my left to narrowly avoid the incoming web of countless white strands. However, when I attempt to position myself to fly further down the hall, over the army of still guards, three more manifestations of the faceless man materialize and grow out from a single stray strand. A web of countless white threads now falls toward me on all sides, and there are only small exit points far too narrow for my greater form to slip through. I don't know if my higher level of true course strength can combat these threads and strongly consider using the reflective unique barrier ability to create a potential opening, but all of these options are risky and the outcome isn't certain. A more viable option seems to be deactivating my greater form, but I want to keep all the strength and speed buffs that come with it. So, instead of fully deactivating it, I decide to focus on the energy that surrounds my body with much closer attention to detail. It is a pure mana manifestation, linked to my life force at its core, a larger-than-life version of myself. Whatever happens to my greater form is reflected onto me. This gives a far greater surface area to be attacked, but in turn gives me far more strength. Its form isn't exactly concrete, I've altered it 2 times before. The first was when I began flooding it with soul energy, turning the dark black shadowy reflection of myself into a dark red fiery warrior. This significantly strengthened my greater form by allowing it to be fully saturated with a perfect mix of chi and mana at all times, fully able to reflect my ultimate attacks in a larger sense. Stolen story, please report. The second alteration was more recent, when I intuitively began imbuing my greater form with divine threads, all the way back in the construct. It gave another layer of enhancement and has rooted my greater form far deeper into reality, as if this massive version of myself is truly an energy being. Now, I get another intuitive feeling as my instincts scream at me to keep my greater form activated while also relaxing the necessity to downsize to dodge these webs falling in on me. The true coarse silky energy that permeates through me compresses my soul energy as my gaze turns toward a closing gap in the webbing. My bright yellow glowing body shrinks in size as I airstep forward. But the amount of pure energy coming off me stays constant, glowing brighter and brighter the more it's compacted. I feel my overall strength slightly decrease, as I don't have the leverage or ability to generate as much torque in each of my swings and strides, but with all of this compact power, only creating a greater form about 1.5x the size of my actual body, I feel my speed and agility rise to heights far surpassing what they were even when I came crashing into this mansion seconds ago. I grin while a streak of yellow light zooms out from the closing webbing, leaving a trailing zigzag of light all throughout the long corridor. I slice through all 6 of the manifestations before they can even turn to see that I've escaped their trap. The infinite sphere of threads falls lifelessly to the mansion's floor, seeping back into the structure, and the maniacal laughter starts up again. It wouldn't be as fun if you let me win that easily. The voice comes back, echoing out from the marble pearl as 4 more stone hunters wake from their stances, and 2 more bundles of string manifestations appear behind me. It has been decades since another true core came about. I thought all of the fragments in this world were collected after the Great War, but you've certainly made things lively again. I thank you for that. I don't listen to his words, and only zip through the corridor, easily slicing through the 2 string puppets. But when my swords clash with the knives, axes, and shields of the hunters before me, I face far more resistance than I did in my larger form. I shatter 3 of them to pieces despite the harder time cutting through, but it takes me 2 slashes to break through the shield of one of the tanks. The laughs echo through the corridor as I come to the realization there is a cost to increasing my speed and agility. That's a minor loss in my overall pure strength. However, I can tell this isn't the full picture. Not only has my strength fallen by a small amount, but that tank's divine energy density was greater than its partners, as more and more guards wake up every time I kill them. And countless thread bodies are created. Things become clearer and I start to piece together a few patterns. The first is, I was right about that tank being stronger than the others. The closer to the sphere I get, the more powerful the hunters become. It takes me 3 to 4 hits to injure and finally kill each of them, shattering them into fragments of white marble. Just taking off an arm or a leg isn't enough. When I manage to break off small parts, hundreds of tiny white threads seep out from the wounded area and reach for the broken stone, piecing itself back together and hardening like nothing happened. Their chests or heads need to be destroyed in order for them to stop fighting. The other thing I notice is the manifestations of pure threads that attack me never change in strength. No matter how close or far away they get to me, they are always identical, and all it takes is one heavy slash to get rid of them. The last pattern I notice is the maximum number of moving statues and thread manifestations combined I ever face is 6. The closer I get to the sphere at the back of the room, however, the fewer are summoned at once. Only 2 to 3 statues are sent toward me at a time, and they're significantly stronger than when a full 6 are sent my way. I get into quite the rhythm, slashing through the constant stream of statues and strategically placed webs of threads to try and lead me away. Despite this, I make a few meters of progress every second, spinning and slashing my way through the air with my eye on the prize, the pulsing sphere at the back of the room. As I slash through more and more of the stone statues of hunters mindlessly trying to kill me, like they're monsters in a dungeon, I feel Raven's life force growing dimmer and dimmer. She is frozen, with over 80% of her body turned to the same lifeless stone that I'm slicing away at here, but her core and mind are still intact, barely. The answers to everything I want to know lie within her mind. The only one stopping me from finding out is this mad, rambling man that finds pleasure in turning great warriors into stone and playing with their bodies like puppets. My own core burns brighter, and I start to control the output of my greater form with a far more intricate degree as I'm on a strict clock. I want to be as efficient as I can and destroy the source before it's too late. I begin manipulating the amount of energy I compact, growing in size temporarily by 25 to 50% during a slash of my blades to increase their power output, and compact my greater form even tighter, almost pressing up against my real body's skin when I need to make a split-second escape from the vast arrays of webbing. Eventually, as the seconds go by, and I smash through dozens of statues, I gain proficiency in my new technique, and the ability to even manipulate only certain parts of my greater form becomes more natural. My legs can be compacted for greater speed, while mid-strike, I allow my swords to expand and extend to gain the maximum amount of power. Even as the divine energy of the statues becomes over double that of what they were at the front of the line, I'm able to slash through them in a single hit once I've completely mastered this new ability. The mad rambles and endless laughter don't stop as I smash through the last statue guarding the orb at the back of the room. In fact, they get louder and more incoherent. Yes, this is it. Another worthy candidate for the throne I can keep for eternity. One who grows with ease and climbs to greater heights, obsessed with the fight even when there is no need to be. Another savior, blind to the fact that it is this instinct that kills them in the end. A moth helplessly flying toward the flame. Behind the white orb, lurking in the darkness, there is a final statue that I couldn't perceive before. This is because it was merely just stone. Now, as the sphere pulses bright yellow, the brightest it ever has, the entire back of the corridor shows itself, and a glossy white dragon I recognize from the Apex Regions Association headquarters stares down at me. Its body glows with true core energy, and its eyes pulse yellow with its light. 5 faceless thread manifestations come to life behind me in a semicircle formation, casting their nets. At the same time, the white dragon stretches its wings and lets out a roar as it comes to life. The entire mansion shakes from its intensity, and an aura of intimidation makes the air pressure and room temperature rise drastically. A thick stream of white threads bursts from its mouth, and a dome made of millions of white tendrils forms above me, collapsing downward. It stomps its front legs forward, protecting the orb with its entire body. Visible streams of energy pulse from the source it guards, and the density of the true core's power flooding into the dragon continues to grow, far surpassing any of the prior statues. Chapter 624. In an instant, all paths of escape disappear. The dragon's body grows brighter yellow as pulses of energy come off the orb, and the web of threads all around me gets smaller. Many options run through my mind. I could use a teleport crystal to get out of here right now without another thought, but I'd lose the chance to save Raven. Plus, I'd have shown myself and my abilities to another true core, completely neglecting the warrior's words I'm trying to protect. If I leave now, I might be safe in the short term, but it'd put me in an even worse situation, considering there are probably far more members of this organization than just Raven and the thread user. I take my chances and lunge forward with an idea in mind, letting my sword in my left hand fall back into my storage while I twist my body and enlarge the energy form of my free arm, channeling soul energy, divine threads, and even activating my reflective barrier true core trait into the movement. Exactly what I expect to happen plays out. On collision with the shrinking dome, portions of the threads that hit the center of my reflective barrier are sent erupting back, but all of the countless multiplying threads around its edges start to seep into my energy form, tethering into my cells, mimicking the same marble-like material I saw forming on Raven. I don't flinch and continue my momentum forward, pushing through the raining wall of white webs with an enlarged left side, then slice off the entire exposed area the instant I make it through. I don't even take the brain power to quick heal my lost limb. I just set my sights on the source, zipping through the open air and swinging my blade at the marble orb. My fiery blade clashes against the hard layer of countless threads, and an ear-shattering twang makes reality ripple where this true core's highest defenses and my most powerful attack meet. I pour every bit of power I can into the attack, enhancing its raw strength and size many times with my greater form. But the pure white barrier enhanced by the true core's silky yellow energy doesn't budge. Even with my perception on full blast, I can't see through the walls. I grit my teeth as, out of the corner of my eye, the bright yellow dragon's front set of claws comes sweeping down at me. And I have to twist my body upward to block it with my only good arm. Surprisingly, its strength is the same as the orb's, as they're sharing a stream of divine power. Another ripple shakes the floor, walls, and ceiling, then the creature lets out another ear-piercing roar. I'm forced to use the momentum to let myself get pushed back and avoid its other set of claws. As soon as I touch the ground, and the dragon repositions itself in front of the orb, the man's voice ripples through my mind again as the white webbing in the air shifts its direction, coming from the 5 clones and the dragon above me. No hesitation to mutilate yourself to win the battle. Just like your invisible friend. In a battle of pure strength, I am sure you could best me, but you stepped into my house. No one has ever left without giving me what I desire. The orb pulses again, and the dome of webbing starts to fall down toward me again, but in this instance, as the maniacal laughter of the man fades away from my consciousness, I notice something. At such close range to the marble sphere, I can get a far more accurate reading on it. There are still layers upon layers of threads hiding a true core deep within it, but during the time it transmitted a message, and while the orb pulsed yellow to feed more power into the dragon above it, the layers loosened, and I could temporarily see a fuzzy image inside. The image of a tall, thin man with a sunken face and bright white, wide-open eyes stares ahead with a look of insanity. He sits on the hard white ground with his bony knees touching his chin, and his hands up in the air, spewing threads of divine energy to continuously replenish the orb, his clones, and the dragon standing over him. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. It's an off-putting image, making me remember the real body of the Apex Region's director. Time has not been kind to this man either, but he has at least managed to compress his true core, and its burning hot power is about 50% greater than my own, despite this gap. My speed, reflexes, and array of skills give me an edge that far surpasses his need to rely on weak clones of himself and the corpses of monsters and hunters. My combat experience and fighting instincts are on a greater level than his. Just from the movement patterns of the clones and statues being controlled, I can tell they are all led by logic and mimicking studied movements. He is not a natural fighter, but is relying on his gap and pure power alone. However, once the transmission to speak to me stops, my ability to see within the orb ceases too. It gives me the impression that the defenses during that time are weaker. The man inside only talks when I'm further away, or unable to get a hit and harden his shell. As the second attempt to encapsulate me in the falling dome of webs commences, I sense Raven's life force becoming weaker and weaker. It flickers rapidly, and I can only imagine the amount of pain and violent wringing that is going on in her mind. The still statue of her that stares at the closed doors of the mansion is covered in crimson blood, as it continues to leak from her mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. The bright true core in her chest blinks and desperately holds on to light, as an endless loop of the desert battle she fought hours ago plays in her decaying mind. While I could toy with this mad, rambling man, lose a few more limbs and regrow them as he casts his nets down on me to learn more of his weaknesses. I fear I have no more time to waste. I stop zipping around the room and stand with my sword grasped in a single hand, staring directly at the closing gap of open air between myself, the dragon's two front legs, and the white orb beneath it. I take a deep breath, grin, then yell out, "Let's finish this," then shove my fully charged blade into the floor, letting out a violent wave of mana enhanced by my true core's energy. It carries a very specific set of instructions using telepathy, and it takes my full power to make a crack in the top floor of this mansion and get my message to pulse out from the fracture I created while making my entrance, as this wave of telepathy ripples throughout the endless forest land toward the 8 great nations and past them into the Dark Continent. I set up my plan for once this transmission hits. 3 skills and a single ranked up buff are activated: Dark Mist, Echo, Stealth, and Master of Illusion. They're all enhanced by my true core with every drop of energy I can produce. The entire mansion blinks into darkness for a fraction of a second as my new ability, Dark Mist, creates a moment in time where my enemy is unable to use any source of perception within a contained area. I feel the conflicting divine energy, stronger than my own, pushing into this skill, and it overpowers me. But that fraction of a second is all I need. I limit all of my divine energy and mana control to stay contained inside my purple barrier. Then activate Stealth to disappear during this moment where my enemy's perception is limited. Echo and Master of Illusion fill in the gaps for when the Man of Thread's perception returns to normal. Needing an explanation for the odd burst, this gap is filled in by a fake manifestation of myself attempting to break through the barrier, sacrificing a leg, and sneaking around the left side of the dragon to go in for the kill again, despite knowing that I can't break through the white shell. No matter how hard I strike. Meanwhile, in my real body, 2 things are happening. The first is my left arm growing back at a rapid rate to grasp the Flame Emperor's sword with both hands and speed toward the closing blind spot. The second is the sensation of my telepathy channel with one of my doubles linking up, receiving my memories instantly, killing itself on the spot, and allowing me to summon it here in place of the mirage imagery created with my skill and buff. The dragon guarding the orb takes a step forward, predicting my double's movements as it bursts through the silky barrier, and another dome instantly forms to guarantee there is nowhere left for it to run. My grin only grows more as I squeeze through the small opening and fly right past the dragon's front legs with a fully charged sword headed toward the orb in full stealth mode, as my body double fails to fully slice off the infected portion of its limb. And another wave of white threads falls down on it. Laughter echoes through the air. A valiant effort, but I've won. You even had more tricks up your sleeve in your final moments, but the ultimate victory is mine. I haven't had to use my full power in many, many years. Truly an exhilarating piece of art, a powerful warrior for my collection. I will immortalize you as a reward. The double is quickly flooded with white threads, turning to marble far faster than Raven, as the man clearly doesn't want to take any more chances. The strength of my Master of Illusion buff and its exact match of mana control to my own makes the act just believable enough for me to follow through with my next portion of the plan. The echoing laughs ripple through the room, and the dragon roars with excitement, and I can see the madman inside his protective orb as bright as day. I don't waste a second to thrust my blade, crackling with true core enhanced flames, through the outer shell of the protective sphere. The tough white surface splits and fractures just like the floor moments ago, allowing me to thrust my blade's tip through, just barely. It's more than enough. I release every bit of true core enhanced flaming hot soul energy into the isolated hollowed out sphere. The white orb glows bright yellow, but the hardness of the shell keeps it from breaking despite the immense amount of energy being forced inside. The cackling laughs of a madman turn to screams. Chapter 625, the body double at the side of the hall dies, and the shock from my attack makes the white threads and divine energy streaming out from the dragon and clones go wild. The screams from within the dome make the mansion itself shake and rattle. My purple barrier transmits all of the off-putting emotions and thoughts rippling through the man being burned alive directly into my mind. There is an intense underlying emotion of bliss and genuine pleasure coming from the dying man inside the orb being heated up to temperatures nearing the surface of the sun. It's as if his greatest artistic fantasy is playing out as I burn him to ash. First he wants more than anything to turn me to stone. And now he enjoys his own death as I'm certain to take the victory. I can't quite wrap my mind around his twisted view of reality, but don't let the madman's actions deter my attack and continue to put my all into it. With a yell from me as I completely drain my soul energy stores, matching the height of the man's screams, I hear and see notifications roll into my mind's eye. Then, feel the extremely pure divine energy being pulled out of this man's true core and flowing directly into mine. Level up, X328, use absorption, skill, mana manipulation, upgrade, superior, yes, NO, use absorption, MCP, 191,874,234,929,550, yes, NO. I instantly press yes on both options, reaching level 7340. But I'm quite surprised at what I see. For small instances as I torch the inside of the marble orb, I could see his status, and his level is far lower than the strength output I felt while facing him suggests. Even from the director of the Apex region, at just over level 9000, he granted me 10 trillion MCP, and the bronze dragon at a similar level gave me 50 trillion. The man that ran this mansion's level clocked in at 9620, yet the variance of mana control is so great it feels like he was even stronger than Raven, who was a much higher level. There is a pattern here that isn't quite adding up. It feels like there is someone or something limiting people from surpassing this level 10,000 threshold. It isn't just pure power, or else Raven wouldn't have made it past. Many questions continue to race through my mind as every drop of power. The pure silky compressed divine energy, and the instinctual power to activate a new true core ability, is completely absorbed. The glowing yellow dragon and the lively clones are all drained of their bright true core's light. Loud roars that once shook the mansion cease, and the set of claws coming my way slowly stop and completely solidify into pure white marble before they can reach me. The dragon falls back into a lifeless statue, striking a far different pose, but it looks exactly like the image of the pure white dragon I saw in the lobby of the Apex headquarters when I first walked in. The floating thread puppets all fall to the ground and unravel, fracturing into tiny pieces of nothing but stone. As I fully pull my blade from the small pierced hole in the orb and put it away into my item storage, the mansion falls dark and silent. The only light that remains other than mine is the pulsing and flickering dying remainder of Raven's core on the far side of the mansion. I turn around and jump forward, lunging off the balcony down toward her while considering activating many abilities, but with the signal of her life force growing weaker and weaker, there's only one option I'm positive will work. I activate my plunderer skill and allow a dark red aura to permeate from my body while pushing a wave of telepathy into the woman's mind. As I touch down on the bottom floor and make my way over, the full sight of her bloodstained figure becomes clear, and I press both my palms against the only remaining exposed portions of her body left. One hand is placed on her forehead above her closed eyes, and the other on her chest where her core violently spins. There's no response at all to my telepathy, but at this close proximity, I can hear the extreme ringing in her mind. My plunderer's aura expands, filling the entire white mansion, and begins to seep out from the small cracks in the floor. Simultaneously, I let my mind and voice seep into hers and repeat the same words, that the only way she's going to survive right now is if she trusts the voice that is trying to reach her and swear her loyalty to the Flame Emperor. Even with my extreme rise in power in the last few seconds, the extreme ringing and painful emotions that seep out from Raven's mind as I try to push a message and take all of my concentration, the walls and ceiling of the mansion quiver and creak, as it's drained of all residual mana left behind. Outside the mansion, a red fog creeps out to disperse through the forest, greedily draining all of the mana from the land just as I did before to the Vice region, with the experience under my belt. From before, absorbing mana from the atmosphere outside isn't hard. The real puzzle I'm trying to solve is the one inside Raven's mind. It's like an endless maze of walls and barriers, doing everything in its power to push out any external noise. A natural defense from the blaring ringing of divine energy poisoning. My own brain begins to burn as I try to force my way through her mental walls and overpower the ringing. It is an impressive design. Every fraction of a second that passes, the deeper I plunge into this intricate defense, and it astonishes me further. I have to use the entirety of my mental strength, buffs on full blast, with my greater form activated before I see a single pathway in. A wave of satisfaction washes over me as I feel my message break through to the small amount of consciousness locked away, and the moment my message makes it through, the blood-stained hazel eyes of the warrior flutter open once to look at me. And a pulse of perception follows to verify exactly what's happened inside the mansion while she was out. In the next moment, her eyes close, and I lose the connection to her conscious mind, but a link of loyalty is formed, and her status is added to my Rising Emperor's domain interface. My attention shifts to sharing my mythic-grade hibernation skill with her and forcing it to activate through my control panel as her mind is on autopilot. Through my palms, millions of MP are drained from the outside world and siphoned into the activation of this skill. However, millions are far from enough. The necessary amount to cure all of her ailments is over double what mine cost. Use hibernation, mythic grade. Cure, mana fatigue, Raven Blackwell, soul energy fatigue, Raven Blackwell, divine energy fatigue, Raven Blackwell, divine energy poisoning, Raven Blackwell, divine energy internal combat injuries, Raven Blackwell, petrification, Raven Blackwell, slow mode, cost, 1.26 billion MP, time, 549.9 days, yes, no, basic mode, cost, 209.33 billion MP, time, 156.1 days, yes, no, express mode, cost, 400.05 trillion MP, time, 7.0 days, yes, no, emergency mode, cost, 556.04 quadrillion MP. Time, as more and more mana is channeled into the skill, Raven's life force gets weaker and weaker, and I'm more certain that instantly healing her isn't an option. I myself have used hibernation 2 times in the past. Each time, once the skill is activated, the user is placed into a state of suspended animation, where no harm can be done. Even if I press the lowest option, she'll be safe. However, the questions I have need to be answered a lot faster than 550 days from now. I grit my teeth and do some quick calculations in my head about how long it will take to absorb enough mana from the atmosphere out here, and the only possible option I can choose is slow mode. As the seconds tick away, it's clear this is the only option. I reluctantly choose it, and a flash of white light fills the mansion as hibernation is activated. Through the mind link I share with her, the ringing instantly stops. Her brain and body function do too. The pulsing and flickering core in her chest calms down to a steady low burn. All of the mana I siphon into her circulates through her body as the skill slowly gets to work. It's quite interesting to see the skill at work from the outside. It now makes far more sense why I lost my full cognitive ability while I was healing. A new text box shows up in my interface. Use hibernation, mythic grade, slow mode, time remaining, 549.9 days, add mana to accelerate. Bright white light freezes Raven in time as she slowly begins to heal, and simultaneously, my red aura that plunders the abandoned forest outside grows in size upward and outward. Sucking away the mana from everything in sight, the immense pressure and intensity of this whole situation is finally lifted as I choose the option to accelerate, and the mana from outside slowly speeds up the process. Raven is safe, and I've won the battle. The lack of mana in the marble palace we stand in weakens its structure, and the high-powered waves of divine energy from before make the cracks in the mansion slowly grow larger. The ceiling crumbles and collapses, creating small holes, allowing the light of day to stream in from the sun above. Chapter 626. The ceiling continues to crumble, and my red aura extends further into the endless forest around us. Past the decimated area of woodlands that were disintegrated by the divine energy waves, and deep into the thick trees in all directions. It drains the air, ground, trees, rocks, and every living thing that comes in contact with this crimson mist. The abandoned forest stretches thousands of kilometers in diameter, extending even further to the west. Its landmass is even larger than the 8 great regions, though the pure mana here is slightly less abundant. In my previous use of my plunderer skill,
There was an extremely high concentration of mana in the hundreds of dungeons, high grade shielding, city technology, vaults full of mana crystals, and tens of thousands of hunters with full MP bars to pull from. That was just 100 kilometers, and I was able to gain roughly 40 quadrillion MP in mere minutes. However, that region won't be recovering anytime soon. While it doesn't affect the average citizen, and neither does it any hunter below the B-class rating, there are no dungeons left in the Vice region that hold monsters above level 500, and the labyrinth has been decimated as well. The only other region with mana that dense is the Apex region. It has a labyrinth with enough mana to instantly heal Raven right now, along with thousands of dungeons and hundreds of thousands of citizens to drain from, but I have other plans for that energy. I'm going to fully rely on the mana from this abandoned region I'm in and not touch any more of my new nation's valuable energy reserves. My eyes shut as I put my full conscious effort into expanding my tendrils of pure red plunderer energy out as far into the depths of this region as I can. I summon a new body double to fly over my area of red mist, and it details and logs all of the small villages within the region to reimburse them after the red mist fades, in over 2,000 kilometers on all sides, reaching over 4,000 kilometers in total diameter. I only sense 19,544 total natives to this land in 172 dungeons. Most of the small villages near the lakes seem to be situated near small E-class dungeons, so I don't fully drain their only source of mana crystals and loot. I don't know the culture of the civilizations out here, but if I want to assimilate them into my growing kingdom in the near future, it's best I make a good first impression. The only dungeons I drain completely and fully collapse, plundering 100% of their mana, are the ones far from human reach in deep canyons, abandoned forests, and underground caves. My aura permeates as far as it can reach, nearing the border of the 8 great regions and far off into the west, deeper into the forest until my senses hit the border of a new region. I see mountains meet the forest region, coming down from the north and creating a natural land barrier near the edges of my senses. I stop trying to expand my aura when I meet this landmark, as I don't know who occupies this territory, and I need to inspect it myself in a stealthier manner. The red glow sinks into the ground and floats high into the sky, and slowly but surely, nearly 90% of the region's ambient mana is channeled through me into Raven's hibernation skill inside my control panel. Over 1 hour passes, I watch the mode name change, and the time remaining tick down as trillions of MP are siphoned into the skill. The 550 days remaining quickly fall below triple digits, and after a few dozen D-grade and a handful of C-grade dungeons, the time remaining falls below 5 days, surpassing the time needed for the express mode option. Far off in the outer edges of my aura, there are a few more pockets of C-grade dungeons, and even 2 high-strength B-grade dungeons, according to my calculations. In this entire region, there is less than 50 quadrillion MP total to pull from, not enough to trigger the near-instant emergency heal, but it should be enough to bring my wait time down to something I can handle. It takes a bit longer than the others to fully drain these, but once it's done, I finally let my aura begin to retract and stare down at the control panel before me. Use hibernation, mythic grade, accelerated mode, time remaining, 0.4 days, add mana to accelerate, just under 10 hours? That's more manageable. I whisper to myself while grinning, and pull my hands away from Raven's body, wiping sweat off my forehead. The white glow around Raven's body becomes much brighter. I watch the particles of white marble evaporate, and her flesh regrows at a microscopic level in real time. My aura finally fully retracts back into my body, and my double that was hovering above this new forest region flies back to the Dark Continent to get supplies to reimburse the villages that were just drained of all their resources. A long sigh escapes my mouth as my footsteps echo throughout the empty mansion. That was not easy, but I wasn't expecting it to be. After all, I can't help but laugh to myself in the middle of an abandoned region as I can finally relax and think straight, appreciating the new boost in power I received from killing another true core. Dozens of statues still fill this entrance hall. Some of them are broken to pieces from the fallen portions of the ceiling, and others have managed to survive with luck. I scan the entire eerie building and float back up to the top floor to see the marble orb now split in 2 below the petrified dragon angrily frozen in time with its set of claws reaching to defend its master. As I touch down on what's left of the cracked flooring on the upper level, and peer into the blackened, charred inside of the orb, I see the body of the frail, lanky old man inside, and an odd intuitive feeling rushes through me. At the same time, a blue notification pops up over the pile of ash. Use superior mana manipulation, superior perk, eternal minion, enter desired level. 0 to 9620, yes, and oh. My hand raises to press yes and enter the maximum level out of curiosity. I remember when my mana manipulation skill reached the advanced grade a long time ago, when I first ventured out into the Dark Continent. It granted a perk called Temporary Minion,
but the only monsters it worked on were certain types of golems when they dropped their cores as loot because it was a physical item I could take out of the dungeon. All other monsters I tried to turn into my minions would only stay visible and fight for me for a few minutes at most, because they would disappear and be absorbed back into the dungeons. While I think about this, the instinctual activation of my new True Core's ability activates at the same time as my newly upgraded skill, mana, and a silky yellow and white stream of divine energy leaves my fingertips and revives the pile of ash on the floor of the mansion, bringing the pile of bones to life, into the form he was in before he was killed, with shiny white shoes, long pants, and a well-fitted suit. The short-haired, sunken-eyed madman stands before me as nothing but a statue of stone. My divine energy flows into him and settles right in the center of his chest, forming a pseudo-true core before my eyes. There is no interface for commands or modes like my dark magic summoning technique. All I have is an intuitive feeling to rely on. I move all 10 of my fingers as if I'm playing with a puppet, and as my mind thinks about the lanky man's movements, it plays out in reality before my eyes. If I wasn't the one moving him to my will, I wouldn't even know that he was being controlled. The fluid movement of mana intertwined with pure divine energy is so smooth. I've never been able to move pure divine energy with such accuracy before. I make the man step out from the cracked orb and dance around the destroyed floor, even floating into the air, mana stepping with ease. But I finally set him back on the ground when a few ideas hit me. Once I think about letting him go, every drop of mana and divine energy leaves his body and floods back into mine. All that's left is a lifeless white statue frozen for eternity. It gets me thinking about an explanation for this true core ability. Clearly, the man was not much of a hands-on fighter when he was alive. Before he awakened his true core, my guess is he used fallen monsters and possibly allies to do his bidding, as one's true core ability mimics what they've done before in life, so it goes hand in hand with his only skill, mana manipulation, allowing him to make soldiers at will and imbue them with all of the power at his fingertips. Or display them as art in his case. However, as I walk further down the hall, toward the various doors at the back wall behind the orb and the dragon, I explore this new ability further, activating it with my superior mana manipulation skill. I allow pure mana and divine threads to seep out from my fingertips and form balls of pure energy above my palms. It takes a lot of mental power, and the floors and remaining walls and ceiling around me shake as I shape these orbs of energy into sharp daggers, then into arrows, and eventually a sword. It takes 3 full minutes to do so, and my full body and mind fill with fatigue as I try to manipulate it away from what the true core's ability is meant to be used for. I smile as I find there is another use for this ability. It has given me far greater control over divine energy itself. I need to practice, but this is another very intriguing addition to my repertoire. While deactivating this test, the back wall of the mansion rumbles, and a series of large boxes, crates, containment items, and item boxes all reveal themselves in all of the private rooms at the end of the hall. I continue walking forward to explore this eerie mansion, finding more statues in some of the rooms of less clothed men and women hunters, numerous paintings, and all kinds of magical items locked away. In the madman's private studies, there is a large food supply, HP and MP potions to last centuries, and various seemingly random collections of gear ranging from 10% stat boosts up to over 300%, but nothing priceless or usable. The majority of the gear is just unique in other ways, like coloring or shape. The longer I look through these storage boxes, the more twisted this man's tastes in art and hobbies become, that is, until I find 3 item boxes in the lower drawer of a desk that has been buried by the rubble of a fallen ceiling from the escapades earlier. I'm not expecting anything significant, after rummaging through junk for over half an hour, but when I plunge my hand into the first box and my hand senses thousands of red divine fragments, my eyes widen and my heart rate spikes. No way. There has to be at least 10,000 in here. I instantly plunge my hand into the second, and there's about 2,000 orange fragments this time. I drop both of these into my storage, and shove my hand into the third and final item box to find over 800 pristine yellow divine fragments. I pull one out just to look at it, and the reflection of the beautiful glowing stone shimmers in my eyes. The final item box drops into my item storage, and I use my new True Core's ability to cover the one stone that was in my hand in a thick layer of mana and pure silky divine energy. In seconds, the stone dissolves, and all of its energy is streamlined directly into my core. It doesn't feel like much, as draining an entire True Core is far more efficient. If I absorbed every single fragment in that box, I would feel slightly stronger, maybe a 10 or 20% gain, but my teammates back in the Dark Continent would benefit from these fragments far more than me. For the next hour as I continue to rummage through all of the containment cases and item boxes in this entire mansion, I'm not upset at the fact that there aren't any other interesting items to take with me.
I've managed to snag more than enough from this unexpected encounter.
Smiling, I walk past the old petrified man next to the white dragon, and hop down to the bottom floor. Then, I take a seat on the cold hard marble next to Raven. A large portion of the white stone on her body has completely vanished, and her bare skin and blood-bonded armor have repaired themselves in place. Her core is growing brighter as well. My body double has come back and visited all of the nearby villages and left to continue working with Bree and Rodrigo to schedule a perfect time with the other regional directors and higher grade hunters, relaying that I won't be back until my business is done here. The sun slowly moves in the sky overhead, falling toward the horizon as I take a short rest and wait for the hibernation clock to tick down before my questions will be answered. Far away, at the heart of Sector 1, in Valor City, an old man with a long white beard and two disciples beside him touch down in front of Monk's Black Pyramid. A bright yellow core cycles in his chest, and the two men decades younger than him to his sides both hold orange cores. No mana is present in their bodies, only chi, and dense barriers of the white energy contains their immense divine auras to make sure no weaker humans are hurt by the pressure. Chapter 627. As the sun sets overhead, I allow my consciousness to shift between all of my body doubles, like I'm in 3 nations at once, continuing my work while sitting here with Raven as she heals. One double continues to work with Bree and Rodrigo, acting as Mr. Freeman as transmissions are sent out to all of the 8 regional directors. Most still need time and resources to handle the events of today's surges, but it's settled that new teleport crystals will be handed out to each of the regional headquarters today. This will allow all high-level elite C-class hunters, B-class, and of course, the remaining A-class here in the Apex region to be ready to attend. The meeting is set for tomorrow morning, bright and early, as I have many announcements to make. Meanwhile, in the 2 labyrinths I have control over, in the Apex region in Dark Continent, a new project is taking place. 2 of my doubles are hard at work siphoning pure mana out of the Apex region's labyrinth and funneling it into the one in the Crimson City. On the top floor of the Apex region's labyrinth, my doubles find the same exact phenomenon as the Vice City one I hibernated in. There's a demon, fast asleep on a black block of stone. There's no dragon in sight, with no way of communicating with the Guardians. Despite multiple attempts at telepathy, I decide there's no use thinking about it now, and I'll just continue my process. Instead of using the old method of farming element stones, waiting for monster respawns, and imbuing them with my plunderer skill to absorb the dungeon's pure mana, they're now using a combination of my crystal creation skill and the pure power of my plunderer skill to naturally absorb mana into its physical form and transport it directly from labyrinth to labyrinth. It's a tedious process, which takes a lot of mental and physical strain, but it's far faster than the old method. Instead of managing to absorb tens of billions of MP every hour into containment stones, I'm able to expand my red aura throughout the entire floor and safely collapse each one, converting it into a pure crystal form in the same time, netting me hundreds of trillions of MP per minute, speeding up the process by a massive leap. I estimate there's over 500 quadrillion MP in the Apex region's labyrinth. While I could destabilize the entire labyrinth in a matter of minutes if I went all out, that would waste a lot of mana, so to be safe I'm taking it slow. At this rate, it should take about 12 to 24 hours to complete the process. But all I have is time. The Apex region's labyrinth will be drained down to 60 floors, making the strongest monster inside roughly level 3000, while all of the siphon mana will be placed in the Crimson City's labyrinth, bringing it up past floor 90. I'm not sure exactly what floor it'll reach, but it will surpass level 6000 monsters for sure, giving the Crimson Army and my teammates more floors to train in and level up. While all this is occurring throughout the 8 great regions and the Dark Continent, the obliterated forest region that has been sucked dry of mana turns a shade of orange as the sun sets and curves over the horizon. The white glow around Raven's body continues to shine brightly, and the portions of pure white marble that imprison her arms, legs, and major portions of her torso flake away into the air as her muscle tissue and bones grow back in their place. The weak dull light of her divine core slowly grows brighter and hotter too, sending out a raw, uncontrolled aura of pure true core light in all directions, easily covering 50 kilometers. I'm glad I stayed here and didn't try to bring her back to the Crimson City, even with my own true core and mental strength. Withstanding this pressure is not easy. I'm sure any normal hunter caught up in this aura wouldn't survive a single second. The white mansion continues to crumble away, and by the time the sun sets completely all that's left is the foundation of the building. A few intact sculptures, the white dragon and the deceased true core user on the barely held up remains of the top floor, and the cracked and crumbling walkway of white stone that stretches out into the darkness. The only light left once the hibernation's white glow fades is both of our bright yellow true cores lighting up the night. Once I watch the seconds tick down to 0, I stand up and take a few steps back, preparing to retrieve my weapons and activate my greater form if needed. However, once the white light disappears, I find that isn't the case at all. There's a light ding in my head that tells me Raven's hibernation process is complete, and this echoes through both her and my consciousness. As I've been closely monitoring her for so long, I hear her system notification too. Her fingers move first, then she flips her palms to look at the fronts and backs. Next, she takes a step forward, and her head turns slowly in my direction. Our true cores light up the area around us, and both of our perceptions are good enough that even in pitch black, it might as well be daytime. However, with no sun in the sky, it still gives the atmosphere quite a dark setting. Her hazel eyes meet mine, and she speaks out loud, "You saved my life." Why? She stares at me without any malice, not even keeping her guard up, accepting that if I wanted her dead, I would have finished the job already. I pause to think, then reply back into the silence of the night with a shrug. Why not? We stare at each other for a few seconds longer, then her gaze leaves mine to look at the state of the mansion around us. Her echoing footsteps make their way across the rubble-cluttered entrance hall until she's right below the dragon and the man turned to stone. So, your true core ability, you can steal power from whoever you kill. Be it pure divine energy, skills, or even a true core ability itself. I'm surprised at her words, as she's laid out this fact so bluntly, and with such little data to back her claim. The link of loyalty created before the healing process is still extremely strong. Unwavering, almost like blind trust as she's putting her life in my hands. It's odd, I don't bother confirming her suspicions as she already knows it's true, and ask a question of my own. Who are you people? The Order. I want to know why you told me it would be better to act like I lost our battle, and who exactly you wanted to keep it a secret from. The corner of Raven's lip curves up an unnoticeable amount, and she doesn't turn her gaze away from the petrified white dragon above her, reflecting back her yellow aura's glow. Well, it seems after aligning myself with the threat known as the Flame Emperor, and failing to protect a fellow member of the council, I don't think there's any point in keeping secrets. She lets out a sigh, and turns back around to walk toward me again. Plus, we've triggered the throne's awakening. The alliance will crumble soon whether I tell you or not. She stops in front of me, and my expression shows I want nothing else but a response. I can feel lots of mixed emotions churning around in Raven's head as she tries to organize her thoughts. I've had many hours to think this over, while she has basically just woken up from a coma after our battle and learned of the death of another member of her organization. If I were to only read her body language and facial expressions, I'd have no idea of the mental strain she's juggling right now. So, I patiently wait and give her a moment to formulate a response. The Order is an organization formed long before the dungeons appeared in this world. I, for one, only had the privilege of joining about 5 decades ago, once the throne was discovered, and the Great War was fought. Internally, my interest is piqued. The reason being, she doesn't look a day over 30, but she's speaking of witnessing an event that happened half a century ago. However, I don't make any physical reaction to her words, and she continues, there were 10 members, but in the last few days, you've managed to dwindle our numbers down to 8. She looks back toward the petrified man, then back to me. None of the outer members are truly loyal to the others. We have all just signed a pact in order to conserve our energy over the years. If a fight between two true cores broke out in this world, well, it would result in both of their early deaths without question. We both know she's pointed out a false idea here, as both of us are still standing. But her next words make me second-guess this. Divine energy is not meant to be wielded in such high density in this world. Even if you believe you've gamed the system, there is a cost for everything. Mr. Freeman is a prime example of this fact. Healing magic only gets you so far. Time always catches up to us. We stand in silence for a few seconds again, as I take in her words, but still have so many more questions that need to be answered. Now that she's opened this box of previously unknown knowledge, I need to hear it all. What do you mean by outer members? Does this mean there's some kind of ranking to this council? And, the Great War. 50 years ago, you said the throne's appearance is what triggered this war. Why, the corners of Raven's lips visibly turn up, and it looks like she's on the verge of letting out a laugh. You are truly an interesting one. With an ability like yours, maybe the path of growth is endless. Your reckless nature has granted you great opportunities, yet it could have easily been the root of your downfall as well. I'm impressed you've made it this far. sticking your nose in places it doesn't belong without getting yourself killed. The tense mood breaks a bit. As this feels like Raven's attempt at giving me a compliment and adding in humor as well, so I smile back, but I still cross my arms and reply in a serious tone, I know. I'm out of the loop. That's a large reason I decided to help you in the first place, if you're still curious as to why I saved your life. I need answers to questions no one in my kingdom knows. It appears to all be trapped away behind the public eye. What happened here 50 years ago? What is the real reason everyone is so obsessed with that damn throne? Her smile stays on her face, and she lets out a chuckle while turning back toward the dragon and petrified man above us. Other than the big three, that man was the closest source to an answer you can get to finding out what really happened back in the Great War. Despite his quirks, he's quite the history enthusiast. A real originator freak. That's the reason he left the central branch and isolated himself out here 40 years ago, to study some unreadable runes. She clicks her tongue and shakes her head, then stares up at the empty black sky above us. I doubt he ever figured it out. He'd have rubbed it in all of our faces if he did. My best guess over the years to rationalize it has been that whatever civilization perished on this world millennia ago just left artifacts behind to play a cruel joke on us all. She pauses, then turns her head back toward me. Then again, joke or not, the throne was still discovered. The only legible originator text we have left states this throne is the key to understanding the divine. Once the doors open, it's said a single being will walk through and claim this world as their own. If they can climb high enough, their core shall never go out. Raven shrugs and walks back over to me in a nonchalant manner, clearly rehearsing something she's heard before countless times over the years and not thinking much of it, but her words mean a lot more to me hearing them for the first time. I don't even have enough mental space to respond quickly. I just think to myself. Memories of Monk talking about these originators in the past flood through my mind. There's the link between Chi being an energy source that predates mana on this world and the black material that makes up his temple. And the tower in the center of the Dark Continent, Ember's past mentions of the Great War, and the fact that he somehow died around the same time and was reborn 50 years later with no additional knowledge of this world. It must be connected as well. After all, his divine core is special. He called it an immortal core, one that never goes out. More and more thoughts race through my mind, making connections, and over half a minute passes before I realize Raven is standing right in front of me still waiting for a response. She's pulling a small silver device from her item box with glowing yellow gems on the face of it. Chapter 628, Raven replies as I'm still lost for words. As much as I'd love to speculate if our ancestors left us a gift, or if the demons have fed us enough misinformation over the years to make ourselves crazy, it's best we talk about the more immediate problem at hand. She holds up the silver device with 8 glowing yellow gems and 2 stones that are clear and dull on the face of it. Still, I don't give a response as my mind is still racing elsewhere. Celia's old memories of demons taking over worlds, and Ember's words of the throne on almost every world he's lived on being captured by demons come to mind after Raven's statement. However, with so many sources giving similar yet flawed explanations for the same phenomena, I don't know what to think anymore. Demons may have their eye on the throne, but clearly, humans have built up a force of strong hunters to fight for it too. The fact that this organization, the Order, has supposedly been around even before this world was connected to the system makes me even more curious what she is in relation to the divine, and who these originators are that no one has any clues or solid facts about other than old poorly translated texts. I finally nod, looking at the odd device in her hands and reply, immediate problem at hand? What are you talking about? What is that device? She holds it up and points to one of the 2 crystals that are no longer glowing. These are the 2 members of the Order you killed. Remember how quickly I came to check things out after the disappearance of Mr. Freeman? She points to the second dull crystal. I'm surprised they haven't come to eliminate the threat already. It's best I send out a response now before one of the big 3 from Central comes to see what happened here for themselves. My eyes widen slightly as she moves her finger toward one of the bright glowing yellow gems. Our link of loyalty is still as strong as it was the moment her eyes opened, but the fact that she has direct calling access to what seems to be 7 other divine core holders is still a bit unnerving. I speak up as her finger hovers above one of the crystals. Who are the big 3? And is everyone in the Order a true core? Are there others stronger than you? She grins again. You really did just kill Mr. Freeman without asking him a single question, didn't you? 1 minute his core was steady, and seconds later it went out. She laughs, then points her gaze toward the device. So I do too and look at it with more detail. See these 4? The crystals glowing a bit dimmer than the others? These are other members of the outer members of the Order. They have yellow cores awakened and are far more powerful than anyone in their respective nations, but they haven't fully compressed their cores. Everyone has their natural limits, not all people are capable of subjecting their bodies to this much pressure over time. Her eyes move to the other 4 crystals, including the one her finger is hovering over. These are the only true cores left in the order. Myself, and the big 3, she pauses, and the fact that she talks of them like this, and isn't a part of their close-knit group, tells me all I need to know. Clearly, these 3 are the strongest in the world. The ones that run the order behind the curtain, and from her earlier remarks, it's obvious they control the association at central headquarters as well. If the man that owned the Marble Mansion, and Raven herself, aren't strong enough to be among their ranks, I wonder how strong they really are. Even now, I sense a tinge of fear coming from Raven's subconscious as she looks at the device. And as she's about to continue speaking, one of the 4 true core crystals blinks and glows brighter than the rest. A man's voice ripples out, checking in again on the top of the hour. Redgrave here from Central. Raven, if there isn't a reply in the next few transmissions, I'm going to have to take care of this issue myself. Raven's eyes widen, and I raise an eyebrow. Her pulse speeds up, but I'm still in the dark on who exactly this is. The man's voice ripples out again in the same monotone pitch with undertones of residual anger and impatience. I repeat, this is the top of the hour check-in. Redgrave from Central. Raven, if you hear this, we need a status update. Ilara is the closest, so we'll be sending her out. Raven clicks her yellow gem and responds before the man can finish his words. Mr. Redgrave, reporting in. I've been quite busy healing, but the business you wanted taken care of is finished. I just ran into a few roadblocks along the way. Immediately, the uninterested sounding voice of the man animates, and the angry undertones come out full force. Raven places a finger over her lips, making sure I don't make any noise as his angry yells come over the transmission device. What happened to Sebastian? Did you two get into a fight delivering a package? Injuring any members of the council is strictly against our pact, and it looks like you did a lot more than injure him. Raven clicks her gem, but takes a few seconds to think to herself before replying. It was self-defense. I either turn into one of his twisted pieces of art, or I break the pact. She pauses for a few more seconds, and adds another line. I'm sure I don't have to report this to you, but there are most likely single-digit days remaining before the doors open, and we see what trials the originators have offered. Our pact is as good as ended. There's silence for a few more seconds, but the man's voice that replies back is more cool and calculated. It is still vital that we honor it until the end. It would be a waste to kill one another before even laying eyes on what some of us have waited centuries to see. Beckman studied your gem's fluctuations ever since your battle with that pest in the Dark Continent began. We know you were weakened when you showed up at Sebastian's mansion, and it appears both of you were in quite the fight when you arrived. There's silence in the air for a few moments, then a long sigh comes next. I don't know how you healed, but I'm glad you made it out, Raven. You've always been one of my favorites. Raven's face doesn't change, but a mixture of emotions comes out of her. Half is pure disgust and resentment, but another half is filled with respect and awe. He continues to speak. It's a shame the old man won't get to see the trophy our ancestors left us. He truly was a believer, but that's life. Not everyone gets what they deserve. He laughs, and his mood changes again in an instant. It makes me wonder if every true core in this order is as psychotic as the man in this mansion. Well, that is all. I look forward to seeing you again. Most of the central forces will be moving in to start making temporary bases near the throne in a few days. I'm sure the 8 great regions are a mess, and the Dark Continent will be up for grabs as well. But there's no point in negotiating rights over it now. Whoever takes the throne will own this entire world anyway. His laughs fade away, and his crystal clicks off. Raven leaves a final message. Indeed. I will see you all soon. She too takes her finger off the gem and puts the transmission tablet into her item box while shaking her head. I want to ask a million more questions, but concern is the only emotion I feel as Raven whispers under her breath, that will buy us some time, but I doubt they bought a single word I said. Beckman is too meticulous to write off today's events as a simple quarrel. She thinks to herself for a few more seconds, and I finally interject, that was one of them, right? One of the big 3? They're coming to the Dark Continent? And what do you mean they didn't buy it? He seemed to believe every word you just said. Raven shakes her head again and looks at me. Yes, he's one of the big 3, a fire user just like you actually. But him taking anything I say at face value? No. He's just wasting time. All of this is a big joke to Redgrave. He knows we're not a threat. He couldn't care less if I went on a rampage right now and killed every one of the outer members of the council and lied straight to his face about it. He's just putting on a show for his equals, Ilara and Beckman. If he really cared, he would have come and leveled these two nations the instant you killed Mr. Freeman. I look around the abandoned mansion, thinking about the fight I just had here, and the battle I had with Raven in the desert that morning, the fact that there are really 3 people more powerful than them. Not even bothering to take care of a potential rogue force on the loose when so much is on the line, both frightens and excites me. Another line she said makes me quite curious too, the fact that if all of the outer members of the Order were killed right now, no one would bat an eye. I look back up at Raven and reply, well, I think we should lay out everything on the table now. Where our loyalties truly stand, and how we can help each other in this impending war. You're a member of the Order, but an outcast that will be crushed once the big 3 really come out to play. I say we work together. I have an idea of how we could get much more powerful in the next few days. Chapter 629, Raven replies as we stand a few meters apart in the crumbling mansion below the night sky. Where does my loyalty stand? That's a good question. She takes a step forward, and it echoes through the silence. If you were to ask me that question a few days ago, my answer would have been with the association without a doubt. I've been a contracted hunter since the day I awakened. Skills like mine aren't common. People in power always needed to hire someone to listen in on others while using stealth, and an ability to disappear in dungeons allowed me to level up far faster than my peers, even in dungeons far above my strength. She crosses her arms and looks at the sky. You heard Redgrave. I've always been one of their favorites. It's because I always did what I was told and was rewarded for doing so. I even got to use the central labyrinth a few times about a decade back. Other than the big 3, I'm the only triple ranked up hunter in the world. She grins and looks back at me. Technically, we're called S-class hunters, but that rating in the association system was thrown away long ago to make the public believe level 1000 was the pinnacle of power. Her frown disappears, and her gaze tightens, looking deep into my eyes. I feel her aura get stronger as she speaks again. I thought I knew the pinnacle of power too. A true core, even among all the members of the Order. This was the strongest anyone in the world had ever achieved. But after our battle, her eyes change. Instead of a pure calculated, practical gaze, a tinge of crazy aspiration twinkles in them. I feel it ripple out through her aura too as she continues. I've never seen anyone fight the way you do, growing stronger with every swing of the blade you make. My memories of fighting like that back in the training facilities of the Central Academy are long gone. It's like you haven't lost your childlike view of the world. She pauses, and the sparkle in her eyes grows brighter. No. It isn't a fantasy to you. You truly believe your potential is limitless. No, it isn't that either. You don't even think about such labels that put you in a box. You see what's in front of you, and merely find a way to take it. The feeling of pure inspiration pours out of her true core's aura as a moment of understanding washes over the hunter who has been stuck in her ways for decades, playing it safe, and biding her time while the leaders of the Order keep power and safety just out of her grasp. While assurance through a pact that no one will attack each other for decades to come has given her some security over the years, there has always been the looming anxiety that once that time comes, she will never be strong enough to stack up against the true threats. I nod and interject. Sure. If that's how you want to see it. I want to grow with and protect those who helped me, and I don't want anyone telling me what I can or cannot do. I don't care for personal profit other than gaining more strength. Power over people and the money it brings me is a side effect of my ventures, and a tool that must be used. Basically, I wanted to have the Dark Continent and 8 great regions all to myself so I could train in peace and give the citizens of my growing nation a safe life. But of course, there are always more greedy hands in every pot. I look up at the dark night sky, not looking for anything in particular, but the vastness of it helps me organize my thoughts and consolidate a point. I want to take down the Order, every last one of them. These big 3 used their power and resources to hold you on a leash, even if it felt like you were free. If you say they'll be coming to the Dark Continent to claim the throne, that means my people will soon be under threat of their rule. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. I look back down from the sky and stare at Raven with the same intensity she's giving me. Then, I put out my right hand. You're either with me or against me. I have a plan, but I want your confirmation of full trust first. What do you say? Raven's heartbeat becomes faster, and her aura of inspiration and excitement becomes even stronger as she lifts her right hand too.
There's more to life than just waiting to die.
You showed me that in our battle, creating a spark of inspiration in my heart, protecting that dull flame when you brought me back from the brink of death, and now you're giving me a chance to fan the fire. Deep down, I've always wanted to see the leaders of the Order burn, but there has never been an opportunity to try until now. Our hands clasped together, and our true core's auras intertwine as her thoughts and emotions become crystal clear. Good.
This is my new plan.
We'll start with the remaining outer four. Over the next few hours, I outline my plan, and we continue to share information back and forth. I learn of the inner workings of the association and the Order in far more detail. But there isn't much that I couldn't have guessed. Each strong nation around the world that has large military forces of above 4 A-class hunters is run by members of the Order. They report back to central headquarters every few years and pay resource taxes, as well as have their hunters' talent scouted to be taken into central. Over the years, many artifacts of both originator and divine nature have been found around the globe. So many strong nations have soul energy users as their leaders, but very few are capable of using divine power. Even in some of the weaker nations, without Order members running them, there are a few red and orange cores that pop up every
once in a while.
But they are usually eliminated by any nearby Order member before they can become a greater threat, as most of the divine energy has been regulated with a tight grip. Each of the powerhouse nations is only allowed to share divine energy with those approved by Central, but there are hundreds of red cores around the globe, and dozens of orange. However, Raven states that now there are surely single-digit yellows, and only 5 true cores that she knows of. That includes both of us. After learning this, she tells me of the 4 powerhouse nations run by members of the Order all around the globe, and offers to bring me to them. There is a very large island nation off the coast.
2 of the outer members reside on it.
She points west, even further away past the mountain range that stops my view at the edge of the forest. It's past the dead zone of the mountains. Believe it or not, there's a pretty large ocean on the other side of that mountain range.
Across it, the mainland takes you to Central if we fly far enough.
The other big 3 have combined their nations to surround the Central headquarters on all sides. One of the other outer members is on the mainland even further west of Central, while the final member has been dark for a number of decades. I don't know how to find him. She pauses, and a small ripple of concern leaks out of her. Visiting that mainland wouldn't be wise. You'll be spotted if we get too close.
Even visiting the island nation could be a huge risk. One of the big 3 will sense you. I raise an eyebrow. What? And they won't sense you?
Your ability can evade their perception. Raven nods. It can. But the moment I slip out from my stealth domain, it'd be over for me. They'd notice a true core in an instant. You can't hide your mid-sentence. I decide to retract my aura, hiding it all behind my purple divine barrier. Not a single thread leaks out. It is, after all, an artifact created by a being many cores above a yellow. With the help of a mythic-grade concealment skill and my Master of Illusion buff, it appears as though I'm nothing but a normal man, without a drop of even mana running through my veins. Raven looks me up and down again and continues her sentence. Maybe, you can, still, we should do some tests, and going to Central right now would be a death sentence. She lets out a pulse of full-strength perception, but the look of confusion still stays on her face. I grin. We don't have to push it too far. There's no point in going directly to Central. All I want to do is visit the 4 outer members. The 2 on this island you speak of is a good start. I don't want to kill them today, nor take over their economy. Doing that now without having any knowledge of their local infrastructure would be a waste. Plus, as much as you believe the big 3 wouldn't bat an eye, I'm not taking any chances. We continue our talk beneath the stars. Then, once all the logistics are figured out, we both do long-range perception testing on both of our techniques, all throughout the forest region. Both of us use our full perception to try and sense the other from close up and far away, and at varying flight speeds. There is a point when my greater form is activated, and I try to soar at a velocity fast enough that some of my mana control and divine threads leak out, but we nail down a top speed I can soar at beside her and stay concealed. The sound and changes in air pressure I create, even while using my own stealth skill, need to be taken into account, while it would be easy to make a lap around the globe in an hour or 2. That won't be possible if I want to stay inconspicuous. Eventually, we set off further to the west to begin scouting out new lands. Just yesterday, I believed the 8 great regions would be the long-haul project I'd be focused on for months to come. However, a day later, a new true core ally has joined my ranks, and my eyes are set on a much larger prize. Chapter 630, the 8 great regions and dark continent fade away from my perception. but the real-time memories of my doubles are still being relayed to me, and I can swap places with one anytime I'd like. The progress on harvesting the Apex region's mana has moved along quite nicely. By the time I have my meeting with the regional directors and powerful hunters in the morning, it should be complete and ready for use. Even though I know Raven is near me in the sky, it's still quite fascinating that I don't sense a thing. She vaguely described how her ability worked, revealing that when she activates her divine-grade stealth skill and tethers it with her true core's innate ability, she finds herself in a flow state between existing and not. Physical contact and extremely close proximity are the only things that negate her power, while she can stab an enemy through the heart while fully in stealth mode. It won't do any damage until she comes back to this physical plane, while this is more than enough to kill anyone at her strength level or lower without them even knowing they've been stabbed. The big three have a power gap so large, they can feel her presence when she's within a very close proximity of their auras. A few meters would set off the mental alarms. If I didn't have my purple barrier to trigger my perception when her silver blades were close to cutting me, I would never have been able to perceive her presence. However, now that she is connected to me through a link of loyalty, I am capable of zeroing in on her general location with the geopoints my rising emperor's domain interface grants. Along with that, even while she's in her stealth mode, the instant long-range telepathy perk I have through the interface grants me an open speaking channel even if my perception can't pick her up in the physical world around me. As the near-endless forest of thick trees below us starts to turn into a more mountainous and rocky landscape, I realize something isn't quite right and raise a question. These aren't real mountains. Did someone make them? My perception is dampened, as to not send out any abnormal waves of divine energy into the atmosphere, but even now as we fly over them, I can sense that something is off using just my mana senses. It feels like these massive pyramids of stone stretch for hundreds of kilometers in front of us and thousands of kilometers north and south to form a border between the sea and the land that leads to the 8 great regions and beyond to the east. I know earth summoning well, as it's a skill I use often, but this massive scale of use seems unbelievable. Many labyrinths worth of mana must have been used to create such a mountain range. At the outer edges of my radar to the north, I sense these same mountains made completely of ice, and it feels like they're mostly made of mana as well. To the south, the mountain range curves east and leads down to Raven's volcanic territory, but those mountains and landmarks are far smaller and more natural. This phenomenon has me stumped until Raven replies, "You're right. These mountains aren't real. However, they've been around for as long as I can remember. Apparently, they were created in the Great War. Ilara's kingdom used to be to the north, and Beckman ruled where we're flying over now. It's the residual aftermath of a battle fought long ago. Believe it or not, the divide used to be far larger. Most of the mana has already dissolved back into the atmosphere." I don't respond for a moment, thinking over her words, imagining the large-scale fight that must have taken place to create such a massive change in the landscape of the world. Raven continues talking through our link as my mind wanders. To the southeast, it's rumored Redgrave won a battle where my territory and the Dark Continent stand today. Old maps show that the sandy wasteland you've built your city in wasn't always that way. It used to be far more full of life. And the volcanoes in my region that never go out used to be nothing but mountains 50 years ago. My mind wanders more, as pieces of the world puzzle click together. Back in school, they never taught us much of anything outside of the 8 great regions, and common folk never had the means to travel elsewhere. There was always talk of other nations in the world, and other stronger hunters rumored in the news, but I'm seeing it all for real now. Unauthorized duplication. This tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. I respond to Raven. So you mentioned before that the throne appearing is what started this war, but what stopped it? She responds, I was too young back then to know what the truth really was. It must have been more than the throne. Powerful nations grew out of nothing after 30 years of profitable dungeon diving. The whole world was on edge, with superpowers rising and falling left and right. A war like that was bound to happen, and the high-ranking members of the Order must have had a falling out when the throne showed itself, and it was a catalyst for it all. Who knows, maybe there were more than just 3 world leaders back then. History is rewritten by the victors. My curiosity isn't yet satiated, as I still have a feeling demons and dragons played a massive role in this war, and still have a finger on the pulse of this world now. The fact that Celia's memories show world after world being destroyed and taken over by demons before her eyes is still burned into my consciousness. She was a purple-cored entity witnessing these catastrophes, which makes me believe that no matter how strong the powers of a world may be, demons must have dominating mana-rich planets down to a science. There is something I'm still not understanding in all of this. Despite this nagging feeling, Raven has given me some valuable information here about the big three. Makes sense.
So Ilara is an ice user, and Beckman uses earth magic. What about the island nation we're visiting now?
Who are the order members that stay there, and what are their abilities? Raven takes a moment to respond, but finally does, and at the same time on the horizon through the dead of night, the mountains finally end and a vast sea begins.
Ilara and Beckman are multi-skill users.
So is Redgrave.
I don't know the full extent of their power, they never reveal it. For all I know, they aren't element users at all.
This world is their playground, and every time I see them, it's like they're living out a long, elaborate act. You have to remember, they've been in power before I was even alive. They are ruthless killers and meticulous planners. We think in days, weeks, months, maybe even years.
They think in centuries, and have thought of every possibility many times over.
Her response hits my consciousness, and the seriousness in her tone makes me fly in silence for a full minute before we reach the sea and continue to fly deep into the ocean under the night sky. She responds to the next half of my question after letting me conceptualize her words. As for the island nation, its two rulers are husband and wife.
They're both water wielders, yellow cores near the strength of Mr. Freeman. The nation they rule is known as the Kingdom of Palmyra.
If we visit in these stealth forms just to survey the main city, there will not be a problem.
I don't recommend we visit any of the finger cities, there aren't usually any citizens present on those. They're all association run. I raise an eyebrow and respond as the mountains disappear behind us. The finger cities?
What do you mean? Raven chuckles through our link. You'll see, another hour passes as we soar through the air over the endless ocean. Finally, a shining bright light appears in my vision through the darkness. It appears to be a few kilometers above sea level, and about 70,000 individual systems register on my enemy detection radar as well. A good amount of dungeons and a single labyrinth reach my senses too. I mentally map out the large city. It is near the size of Solara, but far more densely packed with strong hunters. There are a few dozen B-class hunters that touch my perception, and even a handful of A-class hunters too. One of which, I can feel gravity bending around him, and a red tint in my mind makes me believe this is a red core holder on the island. My perception seeps deeper into the city the closer we get. And the more of my power I can use without bursting through my stealth disguise. I sense 5 smaller islands in a curved pattern around the back of the island. However, they are also floating above sea level. At this distance, it's hard to fully make sense of what I'm feeling in my mind's eye. It's as if one large island, about 60 kilometers wide, and 5 smaller islands ranging from 2 to 3 kilometers wide, are all floating above the sea. There's an empty void below them that appears to be holding them up. Above the water, it isn't until we arrive, and I get a view of the island up close with the city lights illuminating the night, that I see it for what it is, a massive black hand, that looks like it was taken off a statue of a giant as large as the world. Sticks up and out of the sea, on its palm, a fully functioning city rests, with modern skyscrapers, roadways, shopping centers, apartments, housing, dungeon gates, and trade markets. There's a thick layer of earth that rests above the pitch-black hand, allowing for parks, lawns of bright green grass, and small forests to flourish. Atop the 5 fingers of the island, smaller cities stand, and these house many of the stronger hunters. On the largest of what Raven referred to as the finger cities, the thumb, I can finally sense the presence of 2 dense yellow wells of gravity within a guarded mansion. It is an estate with nature, walkways, resorts, and many high-grade mana-shielded facilities. One of the most protected facilities on this island has a dense labyrinth portal within it. On the other 4 fingers, there are association-branded buildings with training centers, high-grade dungeons, and housing for many D, C, and B-class association hunters. My gaze scans the entire city many times over as we get closer and closer, then eventually float down to touch down on the outer edge of the city together under the darkness of a well-maintained public park. As my feet touch the ground, the realization of why the black stone of the hand is completely invisible hits me. The entire base of this island is an originator artifact. It's completely made of the same black material as the pillar reaching up to the sky in the middle of the dark continent. Chapter 631. I walk down a small curving path within a well-maintained park on the edge of the city. It's dimly lit, leading to a portion of housing that looks like hundreds of people live in, near one of the local markets. Like most cities, the outer edges are less crowded than the center, where massive apartment complexes, towering association-run businesses, and the main dungeon hub sit. I keep my stealth skill fully activated, and Raven does too. walking next to me and communicating telepathically as we move into the more populated areas of town. Tell me more about this island. I'll be the one taking control of it soon, after all, as we walk further into the large city. It's a little eerie how clean and orderly everything is. The housing communities are identical, and even the level of hunters asleep inside are nearly the exact same, all sectioned off to certain districts. There is about one guard awake, slowly surveying every block for every 100 residents, and the average level of these residents increases more and more as we get to the center of the city. They all range from level 100 up to roughly 450. Most of the B&A rank hunters are on the Finger Islands. Raven's response to my question makes everything on this island make so much more sense but disgusts me all the same. It's as close to slavery as you can get. Over 70,000 residents all trapped on an island kilometers above sea with the closest bit of land nearly 1,000 kilometers away. They may get to live somewhat normal lives, but the Kingdom of Palmyra is one of the highest-grossing raw dungeon loot exporters in the world. I've visited a few times over the decades. They often use raw luminite and pure mana farmed from Central to trigger the creation of unique dungeons. In exchange for free housing and stable pay, long hours of dungeon farming are a mandatory weekly quota for residents. I raise an eyebrow at Raven's mention of luminite, as I've never heard anyone speak of it other than Bree in my past. It appears the fluke of an experiment I tried out in the forest bordering Vice City to accidentally create dungeons has been replicated by the association before. There's no reason to pry further, so I raise a different question as we approach the center of the city with the taller skyscrapers, well-lit streets, yet still no one outside other than the occasional guard. So what? Like an extended contract with the association? They're allowed back to the mainland with enough money to live off for the rest of their lives once their duties are paid? Or, while the vibes this place gives off aren't savory, I want to give it the benefit of the doubt before doing a full investigation. Allies with morals that align with my own never hurt, but Raven's reply confirms the fact floating around in my subconscious, more like work or die. Sure, there's many contracts in place. But the terms are always extended for the most minor infractions. A single missed farming quota, failure to secure breaks in a timely manner. The king and queen rule this place to profit, nothing more. Residents are hunted down by the high-ranking guards if they ever try to escape before their terms are up, and those that by a miracle manage to fulfill their contracts often have accidents on the way back home. Raven pauses, and I shake my head while replying, I bet it's quite the lucrative system, but it could be done with a little bit more humanity in mind. I roll my eyes and turn my gaze to the thumb of the island far off in the distance that houses two dense yellow wells of energy and a single red one standing guard on the estate. The ruthless leaders are always the ones that manage to stay in power. At least I won't have to forcefully take over a kingdom run by saints. I smirk while looking back down the empty street we walk on toward a very concentrated area of dungeons. There's a guard out front, and a silver sign above the facility's entrance that reads, Palmyra Dungeon Gate Entrance E004. I sense quite a few of the entrance gates around the city. When letting my senses seep deep into the facilities with the densest mana shielding, I find the presence of many well-guarded dungeons in very symmetrical lines. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. Some are on ground level, while others are stacked inside mana-shielded towers. This entire island is a dungeon farming facility run by tyrants. Raven and I both wait nearby the entrance of the gate for about half an hour until a guard from inside the facility comes out and swaps places with the guard outside the door, allowing us to slip inside unnoticed. During the time we waited, my senses seeped deep down and around the island, trying to figure out what this massive hand we stand on is. I'm positive it's an originator artifact, or at least somewhat connected to the throne. However, the deeper my senses reach down into the depths of the ocean below, the more of a dead end I face. With my visual senses, it's easy for me to see the entire black statue-like hand. And even with my mana senses, I can tell where the artifact is just by perceiving the dead space where a lack of mana lands. However, once I try to perceive down into the planet's crust below the ocean, everything melts together, and I can't tell what is lodged beneath the dirt and rocks below more than a few dozen kilometers. Especially while trying to conceal my power, it's impossible. The only thing of value I find before we make our way into the dungeon hub here is a small reading of raw chi deep in the ocean floor. It's growing and forming around the base of the wrist of the Black Hand statue. In proportions magnitudes above any amount farmed below Valor City. As we walk inside the facility, we keep close behind the guard swapping shift places and make it past many layers of security with ease. Automatic doors working with video surveillance and keycards open up. And we easily make it through 3 layers of security before one of the rows of E-class dungeons comes into my line of sight behind a thick mana-imbued glass wall, the guard that unknowingly caused a major security breach greets a fellow guard on the way by this floor, and his friend opens up the clear glass door to give us direct access to the rows of dozens of dungeons, as they complain about their night shifts almost being over. Raven and I slip into one of the nearest dungeons, to my surprise, when we materialize on the other side, landing on the rocky floor of a mountainous forest dungeon, I feel the presence of dozens of hunters inside. While no one is out in the streets, it seems all of these dungeons are completely filled to the brim with hunters farming them to maximize the spawn rates of every single monster. No one in here is above level 150, so they wouldn't be able to know what they're sensing even if both of us showed our full presence. I message Raven through our link while walking toward her general direction and putting out a hand, lifting my stealth skill so I'm visible again. Hold on, we're getting out of here. I've gained everything I need to move this portion of the plan forward. A hand materializes out of thin air and grabs mine, and Raven fully appears in my vision once my purple barrier comes in contact with her. I activate my Dungeon Walker skill and bring us to the first floor of the Apex Region's labyrinth. Within my body double's instantly transmitted memories, I see that the sun here has already begun to rise, and the meeting with all of the regional directors and hunters is about to begin. Alright, this is going to take me about an hour. You can watch if you'd like, you may find it entertaining. If not, we can meet back up afterward to move on to the next phase. I grin while using my concealment skill and Master of Illusion buff to completely change my appearance from its natural state into the illusion of the sun god that Mr. Freeman used to show everyone that approached him. Raven's eyes widen, and she grins while replying out loud, I think I'll stick around. There's nothing to do back in my territory anyway. Daily training of the hunters beneath me and maintenance of the facilities will be taken care of until I return. Plus, I don't think announcing our partnership publicly will benefit either of us just yet. Agreed. I nod as she disappears from my senses, and I walk forward out of the labyrinth into the 20th floor, making my way over to the elevator. On my walk over, I send telepathic transmissions to Bree and Rodrigo to notify them that I've arrived and the meeting can begin soon. As I board the elevator, I send out 3 more transmissions to my doubles. One of them is with Bree and Rodrigo now, greeting me at the door as I arrive on the 19th floor. With nothing but a simple nod, we swap places. I walk into the 19th floor to prepare for our meeting, and my double heads back to the labyrinth to dungeon walk back to the Kingdom of Palmyra on a very specific mission. I want to observe the daily life of all guards, hunters, and higher-ups throughout the main island. While my double can't sense chi or divine energy, that isn't necessary for evading people's senses and taking meticulous notes. The other 2 transmissions lead to my doubles that have recently finished the swapping of mana from the labyrinths. The Apex Region's labyrinth has been brought down to 60 floors, capping out at level 3000 as requested, and the labyrinth in the Crimson City has been brought up to floor 96, capping out at roughly level 6600 monsters. The cost for creating new floors at this level is so high that even absorbing the entire 60 floors of the labyrinth wouldn't even add a single floor to this one at 96. I task one of the doubles to head back to the Crimson City and retrieve some of the Luminite in storage. I want many new dungeons formed in the dead zones of the Dark Continent and also to begin filling up the new forest region to the northwest with more dungeons as well. These new dungeons will make for great seeds of cities. Preparing for new expansion and civilizations to be built in these desolate portions of the world, I task the second double with venturing out into the artificial mountains even further west. I want to condense as much of that raw mana as I can, bringing it into its physical form, and try to bring my labyrinth up to level 100. If I do this favor, maybe the demon that runs it will have some insight on the recent world events that have me questioning how this impending war will carry out. Chapter 632. I go over the notes with Bree and Rodrigo one more time, updating them on the new progress of the doubles I just sent out to expand the kingdom further west of the 8 great regions and south of the Dark Continent. Once transmissions of large amounts of hunters arriving in the empty entrance hall begin to reach Rodrigo's tablet, orders are sent out for E and D class workers in the Apex base. They are to greet the parties from each region that arrive and escort them to the elevator, 5 to 10 at a time. Regional directors, B, and A-class hunters are all escorted down to the 18th floor of the facility, the A-class training rooms. It's the only room large enough and secure enough to hold this kind of meeting. As the sun slowly rises, everyone that was invited arrives, and I decide to make my way toward the elevator with Bree and Rodrigo behind me, with Raven watching from an invisible point of view. I take a deep breath in and out, and wait for the elevator to open with a ding on the 18th floor. the chatter and small talk in the room go completely silent as I walk out onto the dense mana-shielded floor to see over 200 hunters waiting for me to speak. All three of our footsteps echo through the silent room as we walk forward. The crowds of powerful hunters are split into 8 separate groupings. Each region sticks together, and the sizes vary a lot. The Apex, Viridian, and Vice region groupings are far larger than the others, who have less than 10 in each of them. Smallest of all, the Tultan region's only 2 people who showed up are Marcy and their leader I met once before when delivering goods. There are a few other very familiar faces among the groups as I survey the crowd and walk closer until stopping about 10 meters in front of everyone. The old and new A-class hunters stand in front of the Apex region's crowd, while the regional directors stand in front of the other groupings. I see Dane beside the woman that runs the Silka region, and even spot Nat next to the Viridian region's leader. Then, I release a wave of intimidation in addition to my heavy hand skill. With very fine-tuned precision, I make sure to alter the gravity at which my heavy hand pushes down on people depending on the amount of mana control they're letting out of their bodies. The instant I do, everyone in the room is hit with a wave of energy that frightens them to the core. And I'm the center of their full attention roughly 2 seconds later once I release this wave and allow everyone to breathe. I welcome you all to the Apex region. As some of you know, I've been battling a very intense energy poisoning illness for many years. It has made me irritable, unreasonable, and paranoid. For this reason, I have kept the 8 great regions constrained to only benefit myself. There are mixed reactions that ripple through the crowds of people, as this is not the opener they expected. Some hide their physical reactions very well, but I can sense each and every one of their emotions as clear as day while I continue. I brought you all here today to tell you I've found a cure. And moving forward, I will have far more energy to build our nation into an even more powerful kingdom. We will be doing a major restructuring of funds, contracts, leadership positions, and most importantly, the closely guarded rank of A-class is going to be lifted. All of you in this room today have the opportunity to rank up a second time if you wish after our meeting is over. The general skepticism and unease from my first statement completely fades when the final words leave my mouth. I can tell there are many hunters that have been held back at level 990 to 999 among the Apex region hunters who have many questions but are afraid to speak up and ask because of the surge of energy I let out when I entered the room. So, I continue and explain further. You will no longer be held back from growing stronger due to policy constraints and fear of rogue hunters overpowering regions. I believe we should all grow together, so I will be making the Apex region's labyrinth below us on the 20th floor available to all B-class and above hunters. I smile beneath my disguise, as this forces out whispers among some of the hunters, and confirmation that I'm not scolding them makes for more whispers and conversations to pile up. I allow it to go on for about 20 seconds before I speak again and they all hush instantly. I'm sure you all recognize Rodrigo, an A-class hunter that has been very helpful in all of your regional hunter exams. He takes a step forward, and almost everyone in the crowd nods as he looks up from his silver tablet and smiles. Then, Bree walks forward too on my other side, and I continue before any additional questions can be shared. This is Ms. Brianna. All questions about signing up for time slots in the labyrinth can be issued through them once our meeting is done. These two are the new voices of reason among the 8 great regions, the overseers. I pause for a moment so everyone can get a good look at them, then add on to my point. In addition to breaking the level 1000 restriction, we're going to change the funding structure among the 8 great regions. There is no longer a set amount granted depending on your region's hunter power and results in the B-class exams. We'll be allocating resources far more aggressively to build up the infrastructure in every region equally. This entire nation needs to become a well-oiled machine. We are a collective of businesses, and I want us all to grow. I pause again but wait even longer because I want conversation to spark among the people on this point. There is growing hope and curiosity flowing out of all the smaller regions' directors, and many of the B-class hunters that surround them as guards and surely work within the financial departments of these regions. I've seen the annual reports briefly when looking over Bree's calculations, and the Apex region pretty much neglects every region's requests for any funding that isn't the Viridian or Vice. While it is logical in the short-term growth of the Vice region's profit and growth of business relationships between the regions that are doing well, it doesn't spark any new economy or drive for innovation in the less powerful regions. The Silka, Raya, Phantom, Tultan, and Bedrock regions hardly get any support, and in return, they don't grow much and stay stagnant. Most of the industry in these regions rely on locals to support each other, or the non-magic world backbone of industry like agriculture, farming, and mining raw materials to keep them afloat. Love this story? Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. It is a cycle that will continue repeating itself unless something is changed. I can easily bring in trillions of MP to make larger dungeon hubs in all of their cities, and with access to the Apex region's treasury and Dark Continent resources, I don't mind reinvesting a large amount of my profits for the benefit of millions of citizens' trust and approval later down the line for making their lives better. This is a fact that is understood among the powerful, and I can see the glint in the eyes of hunters that grinded from nothing to something in backwater regions. Looking at me with hope, however, the angry glares of the Vice and Viridian directors tell a different story. They aren't voicing their opinions yet, but my goal is to rile them up a bit more, so I continue.
I want you to all feel safe asking for anything you want.
If it will grow your region and make it a safer and more prosperous place for all involved, then there is no request too expensive or labor-intensive to ask. We can negotiate terms, and money and labor will be provided for the good of our nation. I nod and inwardly smile more as the separation of emotions in the crowd grows to be more extreme. Those that have exploited hunters using the corrupt system for years can't believe the sight of their house of cards crumbling in front of them, while those that made it here through blood, sweat, and tears are finally getting a chance to rise further. With that being said, if there are individuals with unsavory contracts anyone has been forced or unknowingly signed into, they may all be voided or restructured with no questions asked. The numbers just have to work out for both of us. Please, contact any workers here at headquarters and they will direct you straight to the overseers at any time and things will be sorted quickly. We will be needing more long and short-term contracts for guard duty and dungeon exploration, as we're expanding the 8 great regions to the west and southeast soon. Many of the weaker B-class hunters in the crowds that don't have a direct say in their region's business dealings perk up at this fact, and I continue, that's right.
I've acquired new land to the west. A vast forest region full of dungeons. There will be trade routes built. Dungeons that need exploring, and association bases that will need to be manned once settlements are grown out to the Western Expansion Project. This will be available to all hunters, E-grade and above, so when you venture back to your home regions just know that high-paying nationwide contracts will be available to anyone that needs work. The breaking point is near, as everyone here knows that southeast of the 8 great regions is the Dark Continent. Yes, as many of you have pieced together, we are expanding into the Dark Continent. The walls that separate our nation from those that have been exiled will be broken down. Trade routes will be built, and we will be adding 4 new regions to our empire. This is the final task that I wanted to bring up today, the fact that I have made a partnership with the ruler of the Dark Continent. The Flame Emperor will be a major trade partner moving forward. I've brokered quite the beneficial deal between us, and without the powers there, none of the extra funding and availability of resources would be possible. My cure, our expansion, and all of the growth moving forward is thanks to them. The room spikes with emotions in 2 completely opposite directions. Bree and Rodrigo keep straight faces as an eruption of conversation breaks out. 2 of the loudest voices come from the front of the crowd, the old man that runs the Viridian region and Brutus from the Vice region. The old man from the Viridian region raises his fist, which still carries the ring that used to glow golden from the sun god's light, but no longer does. I knew it. You've abandoned us. Our borrowed power was taken away and now you've completely forgotten the terms of our agreement. You're not fit to be our ruler, Brutus' voice echoes out next. You have certainly changed. This is not the ideal nation we have been running together for years. Bleeding expenses to help failing regions is not a profitable move. Their words are drowned out by the positive conversations of the hunters from other regions, full of hope. We can finally renegotiate our contracts. This is a miracle. 11 years I've been stuck at level 999, can you believe it? Mr. Freeman is finally letting us grow. We can finally apply for funding to rebuild Silka's Lakeside Dungeon Hub. After the surges this past year it's in pretty rough shape. I don't know what happened between him and the Flame Emperor after the exams, but I don't care. This is great. Finally, this nation is going to see some growth in places that aren't just the director's pockets. The Flame Emperor is helping us? Maybe the Dark Continent isn't as bad as the news makes it out to be. More and more chains of conversation enter my consciousness, and the general sentiment is positive. The only ones still on edge about the proposed plans are the A-class hunters from the Apex region. To them, they've already paid their dues and climbed the ranks. Now I'm just giving out what they worked so hard to do for free. This is in line with how I believed the reaction would play out, but they're smart enough not to cause a scene. Rodrigo has already found a solution for this, as I plan to make them an elite royal guard with higher prestige than the newer recruits to keep their egos soaring high. However, the 2 angry old men that run the Viridian and Vice regions yelling. Negatively through the crowd I have far different plans for, that's enough. I speak while letting out a wave of targeted intimidation just strong enough to make everyone shiver. I turn my golden glowing gaze toward the Viridian Region's director. Then use telekinesis to lift him off the ground and forward to stand in front of me. His face drains to white as I speak up. You're right. I have abandoned you. I turn to everyone else and speak again. I would like to publicly apologize for all the wrongs the Apex region has done over the years. Moving forward, I hope that we can see ourselves as one nation, not one that is divided through hatred, power, and profits. I turn back to the old man and nod. It's odd how only 2 regions have anything bad to say about my new expansion plan. The 2 regions that exploited and profited off the others for personal gain alone for decades. My gaze moves away from his and over to the vice region's director. Brutus, I give him an extra strong wave of intimidation that brings him to his knees, then look back at the Viridian region's director. How about this? A new Viridian regional director election sounds like a great idea. I say you have an anonymous association-wide vote when you return back to the Viridian region today. I'm sure there are many candidates that would love to fill that position. I turn to the crowd of hunters behind him and point. Natalie Sterling. A very strong and honorable fighter and healer from the B-class exams this year. I want you to run the election and make sure everything is fair and just. I can have associates sent over to help if you wish. There's silence in the room as the director's face pales even more. Then Nat musters out a strong-willed reply with a grin on her face. Yes, sir, good. I reply while using telekinesis to push the old director back to where he started, but now when I set him down he slumps on his knees in a defeated state. My gaze turns back to Brutus, and after that treatment, he doesn't say a word, but resentment and anger swirl around in his aura. I lift a finger in motion for him to walk my way. Follow me, he gulps, then doesn't move for a few seconds, but eventually starts to come toward me. At the same moment, I turn around and begin walking toward the exit elevator. I use my Rising Emperor's domain interface to grant Rodrigo and Bree 5% of my mana control and base stats each. Just to make sure they're the strongest ones in the room, then speak up. That is all from me. We will have one of these meetings every 2 weeks from now on. Any further questions, scheduling, or contract negotiations, talk with the new 8 Great Regions overseers. I have a contract of my own to negotiate. I slowly walk back to the elevator as the scared Vice Region's director follows. In the back of my mind, I can still sense Raven's geotag following me as well. In silence, the elevator door dings open and the 3 of us walk inside. About half a dozen E-grade workers step out to help with the paperwork incoming that Rodrigo requested during my speech. A flood of questions fills the room for Bree and Rodrigo to answer. And the door closes shut behind us. I put one hand on the director's shoulder and feel Raven's hand materialize out of nothing to touch my side. Then, I pull a teleport crystal out from my storage and crush it to bring us to the Crimson City. This meeting with the Vice Region's director will be much more productive with a few more familiar faces in the room. Chapter 633, as white light envelopes all 3 of us, I create a barrier of pure mana shielding around the Vice Region's director. If not, the pressure of dense orange divine energy filling the underground bunker in the Crimson City would have shredded him to bits in a matter of milliseconds. An additional upside to this barrier is that with this man's lack of strong mana control, it will be impossible for him to see or sense through it, essentially bringing him into my fortress blind until I decide he should be able to see. When we finally materialize, the sight before me is fascinating. To my right, I instantly sense 2 fully formed orange cores inside Maria and Abby. On the other side, Lydia and Fisher hold 2 red cores, almost fully saturated and on the verge of transitioning to orange. The room is densely packed with swirling divine threads. From my experience in the past, when I was trying to compress my own divine energy, once they're ejected from the cultivator's body, the threads usually stay stagnant or dissolve into the air. But something different is happening. As the orange shimmering threads are consumed by my 4 teammates, small amounts of energy stay contained in their bodies, and a large portion is ejected. However, at the back of the room, the faint consciousness of Ember lingers inside the isolation pod that continues to dilate time inside of it by over 10 times the normal speed. As divine energy seeps in at a slow rate, it is expelled at a far faster rate, though in slightly lesser quantity. It's like Ember is subconsciously processing the divine energy and taking a small tax, but in doing so, allowing the momentum to keep pushing it around the room, creating a whirlpool effect rushing through all 4 of them and adding additional threads to their bodies. The enhanced shielding I created is doing its job perfectly, allowing for the divine energy cycled out from each of them to stay in the room and forcefully continue to cycle through them.
compounding the effects of each fragment consumed. Alone, this would be quite detrimental to the advancement process. The body can only handle processing so much divine energy at a time. However, with Abby's constant use of her mythic grade, restore, skill, and area of total restoration, buff, everything can be expedited. Now, with all of these unique healing traits enhanced by the power of a fully awakened orange core, everyone in the room is being constantly healed physically, mentally, and held together with extremely strong divine restoration threads. What took Ember and me nearly a week to accomplish while fighting orange-cored insects in the construct has taken my teammates under 2 days. I assume it would have taken even less time if they'd started inside this bunker, but when the process began, I was more worried about getting strong enough to take on the Apex Region's director than anything else. Now, I've taken over the entire nation and have quite the special gift to surprise my teammates with. The first to sense our presence as we enter is Maria, as she's not actively trying to awaken her core, nor is she focused on healing the others like Abby. Her blue eyes pierce through the plumes of orange divine threads and meet with mine as I power down my illusion magic. But keep a tight oval-shaped bubble of dense mana around the director. A telepathy link between us opens as a wave of perception ripples through the group. Welcome back, Jay. Wait, that's the Vice Regions. No way, I smirk as Abby's eyes open, and she does the same scan of the room before speaking through our link as well. It's him. What are you planning to do now? Lydia's eyes open next as she senses a change in the constant flow of divine threads. Her gaze darts around the room to make sense of everything. She doesn't say a word and makes her own assumptions, but Fisher yells out loud, breaking the silence once he realizes who I've brought back. It's that damn regional director, that Scree. I send a four-way wave of telepathy to all of them during his outburst, explaining the situation briefly and giving them a reason as to why I didn't kill him the moment I had a chance. Even Fisher stops his heated statement and can't hold back a grin, nodding as he agrees with my plan. I mean, Mr. Freeman, long time no see. How can we assist you today? All four of them stand from their seated positions and take a small break from cultivating. Abby and Maria deserve a break from cultivating for almost 2 days straight, and from the looks of it, Fisher and Lydia could use a moment to rest, as their cores are about 2/3 of the way completed. At this rate, it will still take almost half a day to finish up. It is still incredibly fast, but their natural innate talent is making itself known again, just like how it took a little longer for both of them to awaken their soul energy. A muffled voice from Brutus comes out from beneath the dense mana shielding. Who's there? Where have you brought me, Director? My smile grows wider as everyone in the room uses a high-grade concealment artifact to change their appearances. I shift mine slightly too, making myself look like a less animated version of Mr. Freeman without the glowing golden eyes to keep the facade alive for Brutus, and we all walk toward the spiral staircase exit. My 4 teammates walk in front of me, and I release a small amount of my true core's aura, contained by my superior grade mana manipulation, to push and contain the direction of all the excess divine threads around us back down into the room. Every thread that comes in contact with me is instantly absorbed into my core, though it is such a minimal amount, at a divine frequency 1 tier below my core, that I don't even feel the energy change. This is more to protect the citizens that live above us, not to let a catastrophic wave of divine threads flood out of the bunker as the exit hatch is opened. Raven's geopoint slips out into the guild hall in the back of my consciousness as she curiously comes along for the ride. As we walk out and it's closed again, I'm not worried about keeping Ember guarded while he rests now. No one is making it through that dense cloud of divine threads below us, and there is a faint flicker of his active mind coming out from the isolation pod. My intuition tells me if he really needed to wake up right now, he could. The sun is a bit higher over the horizon here, but it is still early in the morning as the 5 of us walk through the guild hall and I carry the Vice Region's director using telekinesis. He speaks again as the sounds of the crowded guild hall hit his senses. Where are we? I didn't mean to offend you. What I said before was not my true feelings. You know we've been great partners for a long time. Well, whatever you say, I'll be behind it 100%, you know this. I don't reply but slowly let his mana barrier dissolve, allowing his feet to touch the ground as we walk out one of the doors of the guild hall onto the main road. Once he can finally see, he doesn't say a word as he takes in the environment of a prospering city, now with over 2,200 citizens and thousands more outside of the Crimson Dome. People line the streets, buying and selling gear that isn't traded in the guild hall. Restaurants and cafes are finishing up the morning crowd and transitioning to lunch, while residents make their way to and from the canyon of dungeons on the far edge of town. Brutus turns his head all around, trying to figure out what's happening, even looking at the 4 unknown strangers surrounding him. And his boss. He speaks again. What, where? I speak in the same tone as Mr. Freeman. This is the Crimson City. the home of the Flame Emperor. Since, as you said, you are my most long-lasting, trustworthy business partner over the years, I thought it would only be right to give you the first tour of our new partnered nation. I feel a rush of relief emanate from the old man as he responds, and watch his posture straightening up. Oh yes. Of course, so that's it. A smile resurfaces on the old director's face as we continue through the crowded city streets, despite the chi barriers in place around my teammates, and their best attempts at fully concealing their mana control and loose divine threads. Some of their immense aura leaks out. I'm able to overlap this aura with my own, absorbing enough of it to prevent it from being fatal to others in the streets. Still, there is a constant aura of intensity and power rippling out from us. Many here in the city know that the inner circle and the Flame Emperor never reveal their true identities, so those walking the same street as us make way, separating from the crowd as they correctly assume who is coming through. Brutus notices this reaction as we make our way to an outer edge of the city. Who are our escorts today? And if I'm here, does this mean we're going to be meeting with the Flame Emperor? I nod as we come to the edge of the Crimson Dome, creating a small opening in the pure soul energy for Brutus to walk through. Yes, indeed, today you will be meeting the Flame Emperor. Right now, you have the pleasure of meeting the inner circle of trusted allies, the 4 strongest fighters on the Dark Continent. They are the force that easily defended and mortally injured our A-class hunters when we wrongfully attacked them after the exams. Brutus' face turns white again as he realizes the strength of the guards around him, but he doesn't show fear in his voice. So you've come to an agreement after that scuffle. Very good, he nods as we all make it outside the dome, and I close the city's defense. Yes, and we'll be having another meeting right away. I don't want any prying ears to be listening in, so it's best we make our way to a more private place. We all float into the air, and I bring the director with us, leaving the bustling city behind and now getting an aerial view of the dozens of trade routes that branch away from the Crimson City in all directions to the neighboring towns and sectors. Brutus speaks up again as it fades from view, and we start to float far into the desert. Quite the interesting infrastructure here. I recognize a lot of these supplies from the Vice region, and Solara, and even Valor City. Do you have any idea where this Flame Emperor came from? I've sent plenty of teams out to the Dark Continent over the years to secure personal assets, but never heard of such a force out here until he started making himself known these past few months. I smile as we get further and further from the city, then send a wave of telepathy through all of my teammates in the sky. We all simultaneously deactivate our concealment skills and artifacts as I reply, yes, I do know quite a bit about his origins. It's a funny story, actually. I'm sure all of us would be happy to fill you in on what you're missing. Chapter 634, the 5 of us shift our appearances as we float in a circle around the Vice Region's director. It's a clear morning on the Dark Continent, with barely a cloud in the sky. With my advanced perception, I have a crystal clear view of the entire Crimson City to my left and the slowly retracting abyss leading to an enormous black tower to my right. The director is held up by my telekinesis, but his face contorts in confusion as we've all come to a stop. The complete change in appearance from the man he knew as Mr. Freeman, and the distortion of the 4 guards sent here to greet him, only adds to his questions about the situation. What's all this about? Did I say something wrong? Is the Flame Emperor's origin a taboo subject? Am I not supposed to know? I shrug, looking the man in the eyes, then slowly spin him around in a circle so that he can get a good look at each of us while I continue to speak. No, of course you haven't said anything wrong. Out of any of the regional directors, I think you actually know more than even Mr. Freeman himself. I can feel his heart rate speeding up as he takes in the new appearances of everyone, feeling the increase in pressure, realizing something is wrong here but not understanding what it is just yet. All he manages to reply once a full rotation brings him back to me is one line, "You're not Mr. Freeman." His face has returned to its pale state, as he's now positive something is terribly wrong. But I reply in a slow and calming tone, completely ignoring his last question, the Flame Emperor's origins? That is quite a long story. One that starts far back in the Vice region, actually. If you look back far enough, I sigh, then grin and continue. However, I think it's best we start at a point that we can connect on. Earlier this year, there were some terrible surges that came out from the abyss and struck the Dark Continent pretty hard, especially in Sector 4. In fact, there was a labyrinth on the verge of collapse in Solara. Are you aware of this event? Brutus' mind wanders back in time, but as his face grows more pale and his heartbeat pounds out from his chest, all he can muster are a few more words. Yes, I do remember this. He gulps loudly as I use telekinesis to turn him slowly around in a circle again to get a good look at each of us for a second time. I don't know if you recall, there was a team of 4 new elites and a duo of seasoned elites tasked to handle this mission for you, yet betrayed on a whim for nothing more than a little business transaction with the current Sector 4 leader. His face pales more, and sweat starts to trickle down his forehead as his eyes meet with each of ours, and he finally begins to recognize who is in front of him, after multiple rank ups, thousands of levels, trillions of mana control gained, and even multiple tiers of divine cores earned. All of us look far older, stronger, and more mature than we did the last time we met face to face. I add to the point, looking off into the abyss, then back toward the director as he finishes his spin to look at me again, so I can set my point in stone. It's a shame only 5 of us could make it to our reunion. I'm sure Ari will meet you in some shape or form one day. I let out a chuckle as I turn, unable to hold back my delight in seeing the psyche of this man crack once he hears me say one of my teammates' names. He coughs, trying to murmur something out, but no words escape his lips. The man shivers and shakes, while more sweat trickles down his temples. And I enjoy every second of this moment. It's me, Jay, the Flame Emperor. With one hand, I create a small ball of black flames, and with the other, open a spatial magic portal to let the burnt remains of Mr. Freeman float out beside me. If it wasn't for you, I never would have had the extra push to become stronger. Exiled to the Dark Continent, forced to fake my own death, with the only path available to me being to rise through the ranks of the black markets rather than follow the simple rules of the 8 great regions. His pupils dilate, and he looks at my flames, then the charred bones and half-melted, barely recognizable gear that the Apex Regions director used to wear. And finally back into my eyes. Stolen story, please report. This is all thanks to you. I took over each sector one by one and gained control of the trade industry on this continent. It was my only way to make connections with the powers back on the mainland, and eventually find my way into the Apex region and kill your boss when he least expected it. I've got to say, without you, the downfall of the 8 great regions wouldn't have been possible. I don't fully mean the words I say, but there is an underlying truth to it. If I was never cut off from the association when I was, there's no telling where I would have ended up. Back then, I was still naive to the world and the simple hierarchies of power and control that shape our everyday lives. It really was a blessing in disguise that I was thrown away from the structure that almost chained me to the 8 great regions, but it still feels awfully good to get revenge on the one who wronged me. I extinguished the flames in my right hand and let Mr. Freeman's remains fall back into my storage, then rotate Brutus again in his shocked state. Fisher is to my left, and he's the first to speak up next, with a similarly arrogant look on his face. Not so tough now, are ya, Mr. Director? I moved on to better things, but if Jay brings me an old enemy to vent my pent-up stress after a long day of work, who am I to refuse the chance to rub it in your face? Over 4 years of loyal work. And all you did was throw me away like a worthless tool. He shakes his head in disgust. Jay does have a point. If I wasn't thrown out to die, I probably wouldn't even be a B-class hunter yet. Crazy how life works, isn't it? The director looks as if his soul has left his body as he stutters out a few words. And no. You were all dead, there's no way. Lydia sends a kick flying into the director's stomach before he can finish his words. He spits up an immense amount of blood and falls into a coughing fit, even though the kick used hardly 1/100th of her full power. Just making physical contact with the man leaves divine threads in his blood-bonded armor and flesh that ripple through his body and instantly begin eating away at him. The white-haired ice mage curses at the old man with an angry tone I've never heard from her before. Abby creates a restoration circle beneath the old man to keep him from dying in the next few seconds, and this only gives Lydia more punches and kicks to let out her frustration. For almost a full minute, the man is repeatedly beaten within an inch of his life and healed back to normal. It's quite grotesque, but out of all of us, Lydia suffered the worst from the director's actions. She was captured and tortured for days, yet never gave up any information about us and believed wholeheartedly we would come to rescue her. She never even brought it up, or blamed anyone afterward. It's only right I keep the director floating, and we all watch with straight faces as blood splatters through the air, as all the life in the director's eyes fades away, and he's nothing but a husk of his former self from just minutes ago. Lydia finally lets out a sigh, and Fisher summons water magic for her to wash the blood from her fists and boots. That is all. I'm satisfied. It was nice meeting you again, Brutus. This will be our last encounter. I continue turning him in midair, straightening his bowed head and slumped shoulders to look Abby in the eyes next. She shrugs too and shakes her head. You know. At first I was mad at you, really mad. In my eyes, the association was honorable. Helping new hunters become strong and protecting citizens of the world from the monsters that escaped from dungeons. The day you let us die in the Dark Continent is the day I realized you're nothing more than a cog in a bigger system. This is all business to you, and every other higher up in the association is the same.
Humans are just your tools to get tasks done. We're numbers and nothing more, so that's how I'll treat you now.
It's a shame your territory is being taken over, but it's just business, right? She smirks, then nods to me to continue the rotation. Maria's sharp blue eyes pierce through the director. Deep down within her gaze, the carefree, bubbly, oblivious Maria is still present. But it's clear that countless battles and the betrayal that put her own life and those she cared about on the line has played a major role in shaping her new reality. It was one of the catalysts that allowed her to begin reaching into this endless pit of power she's been granted, and become ruthless. I wanted to show up to the Vice Regent's headquarters and freeze that entire building to ice.
Many times I considered it, but Jay always has a plan, so I waited it out. I knew this time would come.
A man who sacrifices his subordinates with no rhyme or reason, not even warning us that our mission was dangerous, selling us out for a partnership with Sector 4 just to make a little extra profit. She shakes her head, and her eyes glow blue while orange divine threads circulate around her body. Ready for use, she looks toward me, and I nod. I have no further questions for this man. All I wanted to do was show him how far we've come, and how big of a mistake he really made. I think Abby said it best, this is merely business. You decided to kill and replace us on a whim, so I guess we're just doing the same. I smile, and we all activate our elemental magic to summon identical manifestations of handheld spears imbued with our soul energy. Mine is dark red, Fisher's is cyan, Lydia's is white, Abby's is green, and Maria's is royal blue. Simultaneously, we throw our spears forward,
aimed at the man's heart.
Some fly toward his chest, while others fly toward his back, but they're all aimed to kill. The sky is lit up with colors as the 5 spears move toward their target. Simultaneously, Abby activates her area of restoration and restore skill, and imbues her divine threads deep inside the skill and buff. Maria also activates her Ice Age buff and uses her royal blue soul energy to create a wave of ice, all imbued with divine threads as well. The 2 waves of magic freeze the entire moment in time. The director is hit in the heart by 5 spears, yelling out in pain as he realizes the world-ending error he's made. Yet, he's frozen solid milliseconds before he's killed. The man's mind and body are being constantly restored, while in constant pain on the edge of darkness, not allowing him to feel the bliss of death. His yell ceases as he's trapped inside the eternal prison of ice glowing with orange, blue, and green light. All of us stare ahead at the scene and have a moment of silence, appreciating how far we've come. Chapter 635, the sun continues to rise, and I proudly let my aura gently seep through my growing lands. Business as usual goes on all throughout the Dark Continent, and a surprising weight of relief is lifted off my shoulders. The Crimson City is growing faster than ever before, forming many new links of loyalty every few minutes during this morning rush hour. And the new connection to the 8 great regions will only make this growth skyrocket further. The abyss is retracting at a slow and steady rate, while simultaneously, my doubles are creating new dungeons to make new areas of Deadland viable for new settlements to be built, making expansion more natural and appetizing for citizens. My last remaining double is scouting out the island of Palmyra, watching a new shift of hunters coming out of their identical housing in a structured military fashion. While the hunters on duty hand in their night's worth of loot, the patterns and procedures are all being noted down, and after another cycle, my double will begin to look at the Finger Islands. I share this moment of accomplishment with my teammates only for a matter of minutes before I break the silence. Well, good riddance. I'll need to extract some information from him in the future, but this is a fitting fate for him now. My attention turns to the direction of the prison far out in the desert that was created to store and interrogate members of the association after the attack on the Crimson Dome, so I speak up again. I know just where to keep him until then. I pull the block of ice imbued with soul energy and divine threads closer to me, then reach into my storage to pull out an item box and toss it to Maria on my right. That's for your next core progression. The yellow core. There should be enough inside there for all of you to make it to the next stage. Compressing them into true cores will be a far different issue. I turn the conversation back to business and explain exactly what's happened since I left them in an emergency state, and the shockwaves, surges, and abyss are explained as best I can. I let them in on the details of Mr. Freeman being a member of a society that rules this world, and that others like him, even stronger, are coming to battle for whatever is making itself known inside the abyss. Many questions are asked back, but I still don't have much information at all to share. I'm in the dark almost as much as all of them. I fill them in on the expansion plans I've worked out with Rodrigo and Bree, then bring up the fact that I've made an alliance with the nation to our south. However, I leave out the small detail about Raven being close by right now. We just had quite the moment, tying up the loose end by defeating the director that screwed us all over. I feel it's best to introduce her on better terms, once the tinge of betrayal isn't fresh in our minds, and once everyone here is a bit stronger as well, while my teammates are, in fact, the strongest hunters in all of the Dark Continent and 8 great regions, mere red and orange cores aren't going to be able to stack up against the overwhelming might of a true core. It's hard to even conceptualize to them right now that if I let down my protective barriers, they wouldn't be able to survive my aura alone. I think to myself about possible tactics to expedite the process of awakening a true core, like the time I used green divine fruits to speed up the process by thousands of times. It usually takes decades, or even over a century to grow to the state I managed in a few weeks. Replicating the process with different tools won't be easy, while the circulation of divine threads inside the bunker does expedite the process by 3-4x. It is nowhere near enough efficiency to bring them near my level of power within the mere days we have left until the other members of the Order said they would arrive on the Dark Continent. My head spins thinking of ideas, while Abby and Maria come up with a creative way to continue training while they wait for Lydia and Fisher to awaken their orange cores. I nod once I'm done thinking and their planning comes to a close. Good. Get ready for another war. I don't know when or how strong you'll have to become, but that never held us back before. Train hard and plan for the worst. I share my body double skill with Fisher and Lydia while giving my absorption skill to Abby and Maria. Fisher and Lydia will have to use constant restoration potions made from Abby's skill, and the healing process will be a bit slower than if she was in the room with them. However, the small lag in progress will be beneficial. During this time, they'll be able to farm levels in the labyrinth with their doubles, and Abby and Maria don't have to halt their progression either. They will be farming both levels and mana control on the highest floors until they're all ready to begin the yellow core awakening process. Flashes of white light leave me floating above the desert alone with the director trapped in a block of ice before me. I turn and bring him back to the prison far from the city. Once I touch down in front of the facility and greet the Crimson Army guards I left on duty before, I give them new instructions. We will be releasing the current prisoners and adding a single one that you will continue to watch. There's been a change in ownership of the nation they came from. Before, the only reason I was keeping them all here was because they followed orders from Mr. Freeman to attack the Crimson City. While I resent them for it, and they should be thinking for themselves, some of them were incapable of that fact. Under the elusive mind control of that man's ranked up buff, line them up all outside the prison once I leave. They will receive new temporary contracts tasked to 15 to 45 days of labor to help us expand our borders. They will be paid out a standard rate once their contracts are complete and seen as free men if they wish to go separate ways. That is, as long as they don't act up during this probation time. I'll have a man sent here soon to pick them up. One of my doubles creating dungeons in the Sector 2 dead zone is seeing all of this play out in real time and knows that I'm talking to it specifically, so it comes flying this way while the guards separate and let me walk inside the prison while carrying a massive compacted ball of floating ice containing a single prisoner. As I walk through the rows of cells, I use telekinesis and mana manipulation to take off their restraints and open the cell doors that hold them. I let the small pieces of black originator stone fall into my item storage, then use a heavy hand to increase the gravity in the room while I speak up. You're all going to be free soon. I have a single job to be done, then you may all go back to the Apex region in peace. Many of the prisoners wince under the pressure, but as I lift it, many become interested in my words as they've been starved of stimulation for a few days. I know this attack you all took part in was not the result of a direct choice from all of you. Some didn't have the correct information, and others were under the influence of subtle mind control. I'd like to give you all a second chance, and I'm only doing so because luckily no one was killed during your stunt. The Dark Continent and 8 great regions have made a trade alliance, so you will work together with citizens here and show that we can get along. The process will take a few weeks, maybe a month, and in the end of it, you can all go back to your comfy suites in the Apex region headquarters for all I care. Understood. I increase the gravity one more time, then let the pressure go as I make it to the end of the hall with the Vice Region's director floating before me. You either agree, or you stay in here with him. At this, everyone in the prison leaves their cells and walks out to be pushed into a long line at the entrance of the prison, waiting for my double to arrive and get them started on the half-dark continent. Half-8 great regions team of workers that will take down the wall that separates our nations. I plan to have many news outlets get a hold of this site to get the word of the merging of nations out in a more natural way than just the association workers leaking it to their friends and family. The doors to the prison shut, and all that's left is the director frozen solid, staring straight ahead in constant pain, shock, and dread. I let out a sigh while using my soul energy, mana manipulation, and small amounts of divine threads to seep into the floors and walls of this prison to reinforce its strength, then let the director down with a thud. Enjoy your stay, it's going to be quite a while. I stare forward at him for a few more seconds, then turn around and crush all of the lights on the way out with telekinesis to make the prison go dark, and the only glow comes from the back wall where the frozen man rests in eternal solitude. While I open the door to leave, 3 new wells of gravity tickle my senses far away. One seems strong enough to be a yellow core, while the others are a similar strength to Abby and Maria. It's coming from Valor City, but this is close enough for me to use my enemy detection. Once I take a step out the prison's front door and send a pulse to get a scan, for some reason, these 3 beings don't have any normal stats or levels and don't appear on my system interface at all. The only energy sources within them I sense are divine energy and chi. Chapter 636, the signal I'm receiving from the direction of Valor City is weak, but I'm positive there are 3 divine cord beings there, just concealed by something. Something is blocking me from seeing exactly where they are. And most importantly, blocking me from seeing them as being connected to the system itself. My curiosity is piqued, and I walk straight out the door and hover upward as it closes, leaving the man and woman from the Crimson Army to keep the former prisoners in line while my double makes its way over to handle these hunters. I get a local telepathy transmission from Raven as we float higher into the sky. You have more divine cord friends than I thought. They're strong, and by the looks of it, very loyal because of a long history of growing together. I turn my head toward Sector 1 and reply, if you're talking about the 4 you just saw, yes, we built this empire together. I thank you for staying concealed while we shared a moment. There are a few others you have yet to meet. However, the 3 you sense to the north. I've never sensed them before. My gaze tightens, and I pull a teleport crystal from my storage that leads to the Galeheart Tower. As we fly high out of sight from the hunters below, my double arrives, and I crush the white crystal while Raven's hand materializes to touch my shoulder and come for the ride. The blinding white flash of light fades, and I find myself back in the mana-shielded lobby I've been to many times before, with familiar lobby men greeting me the moment I arrive. Welcome back, sir. It has been a while. Lith has been waiting for your return to bring you good news. I raise an eyebrow at the greeting as Raven disappears faster than the B-class rated guards are capable of seeing. Then reply, is that so? Lith is here now? What is this good news? Simultaneously, I let out a deeper scan of the city now that I'm here to see what's really going on, and the readings I get back are quite confusing. As I watch dozens of status screens and vitals within my Rising Emperor's domain interface light up within the tower I'm standing in, the lobbyman continues, I'll send him down right away. It's about those arena fighters you brought in after the battle with the Dark One. A visitor came by today and healed them all back to perfect health. My curiosity grows as my enemy detection link shows me visuals of all of the members he speaks of, up and active, either training in private facilities within the tower, reading in the libraries, or eating in the dining halls. They're all full of energy and life, when not too long ago, they were barely opening their eyes for an hour a day. The methods Monk was using were working slow and steady, and with the increase in available chi he was able to farm while I was away at the B-class exams, I assumed the healing process to get a little bit faster. But a full recovery this quickly was not within my expectations. My senses permeate further throughout the city. As the lobbyman contacts Lith, and the sensor on the elevator lights up to show it's in use, I instantly pinpoint the source of the 3 divine cores. They're underground, inside the Blackstone Pyramid. I can't sense fully inside, as the many layers of dense chi and hard black stone that reject taking in any energy make up the entire fortress, but I'm positive there is divine energy coming from it. It doesn't feel hostile, and my best guess is that this miraculous recovery of all of the arena fighters is definitely connected to this source of energy and the guest the lobbyman mentioned. However, before I can think too much on the fact, the elevator opens and Lith walks out with a smile across his face. Jay. Welcome back. What a coincidence you've shown up the day everyone was healed. I tighten my gaze even more as he approaches and reply, I don't think this is a coincidence at all. Who healed the injured fighters? And how? We tried everything. Even Abby's magic didn't bring them back. Lith motions for me to come closer and join him in the elevator while he responds, it was a friend of Monk. He brought him along for the daily healing procedures. I never would have let anyone in without your permission, but the old man Monk called his master was healed by the visitor too, and I nod and become even more curious as I enter the elevator. This explains a few more things to me. The fact that I only sense chi and no mana in these beings, and the link to Monk and his master now makes sense as to why Lith would comply and let this mysterious visitor into the facilities. Good. You did nothing wrong. If they're a friend of Monk's, then they're a friend of mine. I want to meet with them right away. I enter the elevator, and Lith presses the button to bring us to the ground floor. I talk again as it dings open. Oh, and nice to see you again.
I hope business is booming here in Sector 1? Bree handles the accounting reports.
I remember the numbers were rising, but I don't know exactly by how much. Lith pridefully leads me out into the desolate streets of the center of Valor City, leading myself and Raven in stealth mode toward the platinum walls. Yes, revenue in Valor City is up by over double this month versus last. The new trade routes built connecting us to Sector 4 and Sector 2, including all the smaller villages in between, have brought an absurd amount of foot traffic. He smiles to himself as I send out another pulse of perception. Now that we're outside, even the lower trade cities, where more common products are sold, are benefiting greatly, as many traders and even tourists are coming over from Solara. At this rate, we'll need to expand the city soon. I smile back as we are led into the Platinum District by Litha's royal guards. Of course, say the word and I'll have as many builders here to begin whatever projects are necessary. We've just merged with the 8 great regions, after all. This traffic is just the start. I think a few dungeon hubs available to the public would make this place stand out even more. It'd stimulate the economy even further. Litha's eyes widen, surprised at my claim that the nations have merged, but he adapts to the new idea quickly and responds with other building and trading possibilities. He is originally from the 8 great regions after all and merely moved out here for fewer regulations and more opportunity to grow. Over the decades of trading experience, he's most likely adapted to all kinds of mayhem, so this is no different. By the time Monk's Black Pyramid comes into view, we've strategized and decided on a nationwide public auction business that he'd like to make known and travel from region to region, selling rare loot to the elites and businessmen of every new nation I create and expand to. He helps me, I help him. I own this entire dual nation, so every bronze spent, no matter where it is, will be taxed. Every business expansion, large or small, works out in my favor. Whatever Lith wants to do is fine by me. I have far bigger things to worry about right now. We stop in front of the rectangular opening of the black stone pyramid that I know so well. However, now, with the small amount of knowledge I have about this odd black stone material that makes it up, the entire structure is far more eerie to me. The fact that an entire booming city and economy was built around it, but the ones that live inside continue in their ways and don't conform with the ongoing world around them, makes me wonder if it's a deliberate reflection of the fact that she was always here, even before the mana and dungeons transformed this world. While my mind wanders, footsteps walk down the dark black hall. Yet, thanks to my Rising Emperor's domain interface, it's no surprise who shows their face once they walk out. It's Monk, wearing his signature orange robe, and showing me a thin smile matched with a calm white aura. He bows before me, and Monk speaks up once his eyes meet mine again. You've come back, and just in time. I take it this means you've sensed his return. I don't exactly know what to say back for a moment but nod and reply, sure, I don't know what I've sensed. And if they're a friend of yours, consider them a friend of mine. I just know whoever is in your temple right now is extremely powerful, and I'd like to meet them and learn how exactly they healed all of our allies. Monk turns around and starts to walk into the dark black entrance hall. Of course, a meeting is already planned. He's been waiting for you, after all. I follow close behind. However, Monk's next words make my eyes widen, and so many more questions spin through my mind. There was a message he wanted to tell you before you walked in. It's that Raven is welcome to join the meeting as well. Chapter 637. I don't directly reply to Monk's statement, as I know the strength of the people that are here, and am quite positive there is no way they can sense Raven. Great, I'd like to meet them right away. Then, I say goodbye to Lith, sending him a mental wave of telepathy, linking him with another one of my doubles and breathe thousands of kilometers away in a 3-way channel to continue discussing the business idea we came up with on my way over. He turns away with a smile while I follow Monk into his temple without commenting on the fact that whoever is here knows of Raven, and was expecting my arrival as well. As we walk into the black stone hallway, I feel the familiar sensation of my system and access to mana-based skills waver in and out of use. However, unlike the many times in the past when, once I got far enough inside, my system would go completely dark, the divine energy tethering to my being sets up a natural barrier between myself and the stone I walk on. I can feel it is not purely a sensory manifestation either, as Monk's attributes are all grayed out in my senses because he's touching the stone. Raven, who walks behind me completely in stealth mode, is also still connected to the system. It is a mystery to me if this is because of my purple barrier, my true core strength to overpower the stone, some mutation in my abilities, or something completely different. The only thing that is at the forefront of my mind escapes my lips while Monk presses his hand against the closed entrance door at the end of the hall. Who exactly is it that I'm meeting? As the door opens after it blinks bright white with chi, and Monk leads us down the stairs into the main entrance hall of the temple. He responds, "Our founder has returned."
The saint.
The one closest to the truth of the originators, he who taught us the ancient chi manipulation techniques. I raise an eyebrow at his words and reply back as we walk through the mildly crowded dining hall. "Yes, I heard your leader was healed by the visitor as well. But who is he?" Monk smiles as we turn a corner and begin walking down a familiar hall lined with doorways of training rooms, where he awakened my chi and where I trained many long hours with him. Abby and Maria during the time Valor City was still under the control of the Dark One. Yes, he was healed. But my master is not the founder, he is only the local master of this temple.
It is quite an honor to see him in the flesh.
Today was my first time seeing him. Many thought he was just another myth to keep us hopeful for the future, just like the originators themselves, but I always had faith, and he is real. Now my curiosity grows even stronger. Whoever these divine core individuals are, they are connected to this temple, and their appearance here and now is surely correlated with the appearance of the Black Tower in the abyss retracting. However,
the last key piece of information isn't quite making sense.
It's the mention of Raven's name. We walk further down the hall, and my perception of the 3 gravity wells gets closer, yet it's still incredibly dampened by all of the dead space of the black walls, ceilings, and floors around me. Monk finally stops in front of a door, sends a pulse of chi into it to let it click open, then steps back and motions for me to walk through. I walk inside, and the training room looks exactly like any other. The large portion of open sparring space is empty, and the air is dense with chi. However, to my left, in the area full of weapons, crates of materials, and a table to sit at in the resting area, I see an old man sitting behind it and 2 younger warriors at opposite ends sitting by his sides. Their bodies are completely covered in extremely dense white barriers of chi, and from deep within, I sense the faint glow of divine light seeping out from both of them, but not enough to emit a powerful aura on their surroundings. The old man's gaze locks with mine as I enter the room and the door behind me shuts. We don't say any words to each other for a few seconds, and I send out more and more pulses of perception at him to try and figure out what I'm looking at. The longer I stare, the less it makes sense. If my eyes weren't looking at the 3 men before me, I wouldn't have believed they were here. My system interface doesn't even pick up levels or any grayed out readings at all. It's like they're unawakened, without a drop of mana in their bodies, yet, the deeper I look into their beings, the odder it gets.
They don't even seem to have bodies at all.
Every fiber of their flesh and blood comes back to my mental readings as pure chi, tethered with divine energy floating out from their cores. It's similar to the technique that I've watched Monk and his master perform before. However, this is no greater form or system ability animating in front of me. It seems to be their actual bodies, or more like, lack of bodies. I stop my slow walk toward them once I'm just a few meters in front of the table and nod with my arms crossed. "I hear you.
We're already expecting me?"
So, there's no need for a subtle introduction. Who are you and why are you here? The old man doesn't move his gaze from mine. However, the 2 orange-cored men look me up and down curiously with an air of innocence around them. He replies, and his tone is extremely soft, higher-pitched, and calming. Not exactly what I expected to hear. "My people refer to me as the Saint, but that is merely a title, as your people call you the Flame Emperor." He pauses, and finally takes his gaze away from mine and looks around the room. "Is she here?"
"Raven.
I watched your battle very closely. It was quite a magnificent exchange." My eyes widen, but the old man continues to speak. "Even if she hasn't made it here today,
I'm glad she was able to fight again.
I haven't seen her be so free-spirited in battle since the day she joined the Order." He smiles and looks up at the ceiling as if he's remembering something. "I left the public eye many years ago, but it seemed like the light of hope was already beaten out of her. I'm glad someone relit that flame, allowing her to take a new path, and just as the throne showed itself again." Great timing indeed. I open my mouth to speak and raise a finger, but no words come out. He's just confirmed so many of my suspicions in less than a minute that there are hardly any more questions to ask. After a pause, I'm finally about to speak, but to my surprise, Raven materializes out of thin air beside me and beats me to it. "It's you. The Order member that went dark just a couple of years after I joined. How did you know I was here?" The moment she appears, an immense wave of yellow threads fills the room, and begins tearing through the thick chi defenses of the 3 men before us. Raven isn't even in attack mode, or releasing an exceptional amount of her aura, but I can tell if she's in such close proximity for many seconds longer they will be in fatal danger. I reflexively grab her wrist and mimic the purple barrier sharing technique I used on the Lich King when I wanted to mask his identity. The intensity in the room immediately stops heightening once every spare thread is pushed back into her body by the purple barrier.
Yet there is already a large amount still contaminating the air. It's making the orange cores lightheaded, and a look of worry mixed with interest comes across the yellow-cored old man's face as I perform my next task, activating the innate properties of my true core's absorption technique, and the new ability I managed to steal from the man of threads in the dark forest. Tendrils of pure divine energy wrapped in dense mana come out from my body and fill the room to soak up all of the excess. Threads in a matter of seconds, the room falls silent once the crisis is averted, and the old man smiles as he replies, "Incredible, even now, touching the Type A originator stone, you're able to use mana with such ease." His wandering eyes come back to Raven, then he speaks again, "And Raven, it was merely an assumption that you would arrive. You have nothing to fear, I could not sense your presence." She takes a deep breath, and I feel her heartbeat slow back down as she gets out of an attack stance and stands up straight. "Well, then, good. I guess there wouldn't be a threat from you anyway. Our pact still stands. However, why have you returned? To take your chance at the throne too? Or have the big three sent you here to spy on us?" Or, he cuts her off with a chuckle, "I'm not even connected to the system, it would be impossible for me to walk through the doors. My dreams of claiming the throne were lost long ago. And my disdain for the big three has not wavered. I'm not your enemy or competition, just a helping hand to offer information to an ally in the next great war that is soon to begin." I take a step forward, now with all of the pieces of this puzzle starting to come together in my head. "What information is so important that you've shown yourself now, after many decades of hiding? And what is it that you want in return?" Chapter 638. What is it that I have to offer? The old man thinks to himself for a moment, then speaks again. "I could offer many things. Our ancient techniques, allowing one to let go of their physical body and even separate from the system itself, however. You have awakened your true core and have begun to walk down a far different path. Learning our way would only be a hindrance to your progression." He smiles. "What I can offer you is new information. I've studied this world and awaited this day for over 3 centuries. My natural end is near, and I feel it is my duty to pass on knowledge to a candidate for the throne I believe will serve this world's future the best." He chuckles to himself while looking back up at the ceiling. "And what is it that I want? Nothing is free in this world anymore, isn't that right?" He sighs, and the 2 younger men by his sides, who look not much older than myself, still stare at me with eyes of awe. "All I want is to make sure this world stays in the hands of the humans. That we do not become merely a number, forgotten in the cosmic scale of the system's great game. Could I at least have your word that you will never forget your humanity?" I raise an eyebrow, and after a pause, reply, "That's an easy enough request. I'll accept. What do you mean by the system's great game? And before, you said you couldn't challenge the throne even if you wanted to because you're not connected to the system. How is this so?" The old man's eyes tighten their gaze, and the corner of his lips turn upward, right down to business. "That does seem to be your style." I nod and await his next words. "It is true, I am not connected to the system as some of my disciples, and a majority of this world, are. This is because I started my progression down this path long before this world linked to the source. I tempered my body and mind using a power source that is actively being forgotten by this universe." I open my mouth to ask more, but the old man continues his speech before I do. "It is the remnant of an old system that has long been forgotten and eroded away into nothing but a pure and strange energy source left behind. Who made it? Who controlled it? Why is it everywhere, in our soil, air, and imbued in undetectable artifacts scattered among this world? There is no definitive answer to these questions." He stares me in the eyes. "Just as in a million years, a new race born on a planet far away may begin their exploration of the stars and find thick mana shielding that has decayed for millennia here. There is no correct translation for the ancient texts, just as many scientists and craftsmen today debate the correct or most efficient use of mana to create potions and gear." He lets out a sigh and looks back up at the ceiling. "So know this, what I tell you are my personal predictions and observations. Reality has a way of shifting its gaze when great forces interact with it." His words resonate deeply with other conversations I've had with Ember, Celia, and many others, but I've never heard anyone contextualize it quite like this. The old man is saying that she wasn't always in this form, and there's no way for us to know the true secrets of what it was, as they're lost in time. An ancient technology, belonging to a long extinct race that most likely spread its power throughout many stars and worlds. It is awe-inspiring, but at the same time makes me shiver as an understanding washes over me, and I reply, "So mana, the system itself, it is the manifestation of a new powerful entity spreading its power from this so-called source.
This is why you're calling it a game. I think back to my limited conversations with demons at the top of labyrinths, and their obsession with bringing pure mana from this world back to theirs. And the formation of dungeons, systematically growing and giving gifts of loot to hunters that allow them to grow stronger while draining them of mana when they use their skills within. So many more things are starting to make sense, but at the same time, this opens up more and more holes of knowledge and possibilities that make my head spin. The old man replies. That is quite a good theory, that mana is a tool for a larger entity to control every planet it touches. However, it is not the only source of power that is prevalent and spreading. If anything, demonic energy is the prominent energy in the local system. Just like mana, it too can be mixed with chi to create a powerful soul energy. I was not aware of this fact until 30 years after the system connected to this world, and a demon arrived to plant the throne. Celia spoke of a similar thing happening on many other worlds, as demons would find a target, plant a seed, and slowly consume the world's energy until it was ready to awaken and be claimed. However, Raven's eyes widened at this statement, as apparently this is very new knowledge to her. She interjects, a demon planted the throne? And you saw it? Do the other council members know of this fact? The Saint looks at Raven beside me and thinks for a moment before speaking again. I don't know if they're aware of this fact, but considering their control over the labyrinths in Central, I can only assume they know far more about the demons than we do. If anything, they may know it is futile for them to face the demons in their current forms and have brokered a deal long ago to sacrifice this world in exchange for survival. It is one of the major reasons I wish to help the Flame Emperor now. I've watched many kingdoms rise and fall. His has been the fastest and most promising, and it is where I wish to make my final bet on humanity. I'm the one to interject next. Are you saying there are demons on this world who wield divine energy as well? Stronger than true cores? He nods and turns to me. On this world? I'm not so sure. But waiting for their time to arrive once the throne awakens? I'm certain of it. The throne itself is a Type C originator artifact. It holds divine power, so it would make sense if they too wield this power, I reply, remembering at the start of our conversation when he mentioned something similar to this as well. What is a Type C originator artifact? And earlier you mentioned that it was impressive for me to be using mana while in contact with this temple? What does this all mean? Both of the orange-cored men sitting on the opposite ends of the table lean in as they're incredibly interested once I bring this question up. The Saint smiles at their curiosity and replies, a great question. We've been studying this phenomenon very closely the last few years. I'll give my disciples a chance to speak. Please, tell our guests our recent findings. As the old man stops talking, the two men to his sides both perk up, and the one to his right speaks in a clear and confident tone. Type A originator stone is what we are standing in right now, the most prominent type of ancient material found on this world. It stores chi, can be used to craft interesting structures and perform simple tasks like the moving doors in this fortress, and most interesting of all, it completely negates pure mana and shuts off the system itself when physical contact is made. The Saint nods and turns to his other disciple, and he speaks in a younger-sounding voice. Excited to add to the conversation, Type B originator artifacts are far more rare. We only found small traces of it while inside a demonic rift one time. It works almost the opposite as Type A, storing pure chi in the same capacity, but negating the use of demonic energy entirely. The old man nods and finishes the explanations. Type C is what we call any originator artifacts that react with divine energy in any way. Every time we've come in contact with them, we have never had a single study match results. It is rather unpredictable. No two Type C artifacts are the same. Some absorb divine threads, others act as a barrier, some are unaffected, while others grow or shrink, some serve a purpose and become complex machines. Or even become living entities once exposed. The strength of the divine energy certainly plays a role in the reaction as well. Red, orange, yellow, there is always a different result. The only true definition I can give for this is strange. As he describes this artifact type, my mind wanders back to the black seeds I found within Celia's construct, and the fact that they only reacted to my divine energy. The definition of strange is very fitting. I don't reply just yet, and let the old man finish. The throne itself is one of these Type C artifacts. Over the years, I've tried to study it many times, but something always makes me forget what I've learned or why I've even forgotten it. The closer to the throne I travel each time, the more bewildered I become once I leave. The only notes I've ever managed to take down were from the day I watched the demon place it on this world. It was that despite the throne's black appearance, deep within it, the energy it stored was made of a shimmering silver light. The room goes silent as everyone is momentarily stumped by this conclusion, but my thoughts race. Divine silver light. I've only encountered a similar description twice before, once within the silver shimmering core of the Lich King, and also within Ember's core, though has had a blend of golden and silver threads. Divine beasts are involved in this whole awakening as well. I finally speak after a long pause. In that case, I think we should enter the abyss and conduct a few more tests. I'd like to examine this throne myself before it awakens and more dangerous powers arrive. The old man nods, then rises from his seat. As I hoped and expected, this will be a great opportunity. I'd also like to share my unique predictions of the trials you will face when the doors open. You will need every advantage you can get. Chapter 639. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, deep in the heart of the association's central headquarters, a muscular man with bright red hair and a matching beard walks in circles in a large golden room. His footsteps are light, almost like skips, and the air around him is full of silky yellow-white divine energy. The room is hundreds of meters wide and dozens of meters high, yet it is extremely plain inside. There is a single entrance and exit point, and on the other side of the room, there is a golden throne with a staircase leading up to it. At its base, many tables and chairs lie empty, as though many speeches for a very important crowd have been spoken here in the past. But now, the man walks in circles with a devious smile on his face at the opposite side of the room. He mutters to himself as he thinks of grand plans, occasionally showing his mental breakthroughs in the form of massive displays of bright yellow flames emanating from his palms, tethered to their core with dense divine energy. Yet, once they hit the room's golden walls, the flames dissipate in an instant. Even when the divine fireballs are thrown in seemingly random directions, headed toward the throne and stairs at the back of the room, they too are absorbed by the golden material, and the flames never disrupt the solid state of the room. Deep below this golden coating, dense black stone lines the entire room and even makes up all of the artifacts within this tyrant's palace. Not even the strongest flames of a true core have any effect on the unique S-grade shielding. The man stops his pacing and pulls out an obsidian black cube with 3 bright yellow crystals on its face. He presses one of them, which burns the brightest. Shall I send out the scouts and prepare for a base to be built in the Dark Continent? The time is near. He smiles while pulling his finger from the crystal but holds the device in his palm as he continues to walk around the empty golden hall, leaving nothing but the light crackle of bright yellow flames that cover his body and the sound of his footsteps to fill the silence of the great room. A few minutes go by, and the red-haired man gets back into a rhythmic display of walking in circles and thinking before another click sounds on the transmission device. In a room coated in a dazzling silver lacquer, of a similar size to the last, there is another throne at its back with an identical staircase leading up to it. However, everything below the first few steps is submerged in a supercooled liquid that flows like water but has the white coloring and temperature of ice. Divine threads surge through the material, and they only manage to stay inside and not radiate out to the outside world because of the same dense black stone that lines this room. Atop the throne, swirling the pool of divine energy beneath her, a woman sits with white hair buzz cut extremely short, and a muscular build that still holds the mystique of feminine curves. She wears nothing but a skin-tight glossy black material that covers portions of her body. It wriggles and moves to randomly expose areas of her striated muscles, feeding off the true core's excess divine power. It appears to be alive, made of originator stone, draining her divine core's essence as it wraps around her chest, legs, and shoulder to cover her vitals like armor. The woman's white eyes stare at the black device on the arm of her throne that blares out the sound of the red-haired man's question. She lets out a sigh and raises a finger in the air, and the immense pool of white liquid ice swirls faster and faster at the base of the room until it all flows back into her finger, disappearing as if it was never there. Her eyes pulse bright white a few times, then she answers the call. Redgrave. This world will be ours. There is no reason for us to rush the process now, especially as the abyss has not yet revealed the number of doors that will open. The white-eyed woman stands from her throne and looks at the shut door at the back of her room. Then, stretches her arms and puts on a smile as she realizes Redgrave isn't serious about his words and plays along. Then again, after Mr. Freeman's death, the 8 great regions must be in chaos by now. Maybe if we showed up now and cleared out those settlers with our presence alone, it would be doing them a favor. The black tendrils of originator artifact that slither around her muscular body pulse with a yellow light, matching the excitement that builds up in her core, but a well-spoken, calm, and collected voice echoes through the transmission device, making her wandering thoughts cease. Both of you must have patience. There is a 9.93% chance that arriving 5 days early to the throne will result in an unnecessary fight breaking out among us. I advise we wait approximately 126 hours before arriving to limit our chances of fighting below 0.1%, in a plain room, less than a quarter the size of the silver or gold, with nothing but a simple table and chair at its back facing the door. A man with pale skin, a jet black suit, and thin-framed glasses sits. The room itself is lined with the same unbreakable black shielding. Yet the man inside doesn't test its limits. He has refused to coat it with an aesthetic wall covering like the other two, as it is not necessary for its efficiency. He stares down at a complicated system interface while pressing the small yellow crystal on the transmission device again. In addition to this fact, there are approximately 61.89 million citizens that reside in the 8 great regions in Dark Continent combined. If we arrive too early, our workers for the New World will be injured or even killed. We must conceal our presence until the doors reveal themselves. He takes his finger off the device and goes back to staring at a fast-moving blue text interface in the dark black room. Redgrave's flames fill his room again as he makes his voice sound impatient, but he smiles ear to ear, caring little about waiting a few more days. Come on, Beckman, what's a few million lives matter if we've already brokered half the New World away in your deal with the demons? Ilara speaks up next, almost instantly after Redgrave's remark, as she begins walking down the steps of her throne to stretch her legs. It's been decades since you made that deal anyway, Beckman. I'm in the mood for a good fight. What if we just battle them for control? All 3 of us have become far stronger since that meeting. What's the worst that could happen if we broke the contract? She grins too. Riling the meticulous man up for a bit of fun, he replies after tapping away at his system interface in his dark lair for about a full minute before replying, "It is our best course of action to honor the deal." Even now, if all 3 of us in our current forms were to face the demon we met years ago, there would only be a 21.75% chance of our victory, and that would incur a minimum of 1 casualty between the 3 of us. It is not the optimal path to take moving forward. If we, Redgrave yells back through the transmission device, cutting him off from rambling endless numbers, yeah, this again, I know. It was a joke. A joke, Beckman. Ilara's chuckle sounds out through the transmission device before she adds to the conversation further. Thank you for your analysis, Beckman. I too was just having a bit of fun. There is no reason to stray from our deal. I won't leave the shelter until you believe the time is right. Though, one thing still makes me think. What do you make of the incident between Raven and Sebastian? Are we missing anything? Did she really kill the threat that ended Mr. Freeman? There's a long pause through the whole channel, but the man finally looks up from his dashboard and replies, there is a 95.68% chance that Raven has allowed them to live and aligned herself with the threat she was tasked to eliminate. Her death after the initial clash was certain. Cause of death would be divine energy poisoning. Without a doubt. Considering the resources available, she could not have survived without help. There is a 0.04% chance the threat she let survive would be strong enough to injure any of us if that is the display of their total power. The man taps away at his interface, and numbers continue to pile up before his unchanging gaze. After another moment of silence, the man speaks again. Redgrave, sending out a few scouts would be a great use of resources. Have a survey of the 8 great regions, the Dark Continent, and Raven's base conducted. If this Flame Emperor is a bigger threat than we initially anticipated, it would be best to nip things in the bud, even if the chances are minuscule. Anything that changes the odds of our ideal outcome must be eliminated. Chapter 640. As multiple A-class scouts are tasked with stealth missions across the world to survey the lands of 3 nations they believe to be in turmoil, the meeting in Monk's Temple beneath Valor City continues, while a quick history lesson on the old man's origins and his thoughts on the global economy shifting from education, natural resources, and real estate to dungeon diving and energy gathering is interesting. I'm more focused on the urgent future. These trials you speak of, tell me more. Why is everyone so certain these doors will open? I've done countless scans on the abyss, yet I can never sense anything within. Was there something I missed before it all awakened? I turn to Raven, then back to the old man, and the big 3 as well. I want to know everything about them. They'll be our biggest adversaries moving forward, correct? The old man smiles and glances toward the room's exit. To answer your questions about the trials in the abyss, I think it's best to explain further once we leave this temple. I can't use my mana equipment to show you the necessary data in here. As for the big 3, he turns to Raven, and she responds to my second question. I know I haven't told you much, but that's because it's all I know. I've only met each of them a handful of times in my decades with the Order. I can give you physical descriptions and list the powers I'm aware of. But they stay in their fortresses, in Central, to contain their power from the outside world. Even as a true core, the few minutes I've spent in their presence made it feel like my mind and body were about to split in two. They're on another level. I mull over her words as we conclude the meeting and leave the underground fortress together. Raven provides vague descriptions of the big three. She is most detailed about Redgraves, as during her early days with the association, once she gained enough trust to become an A-class hunter, he was the one who gave her private training in the Great Central Labyrinth, helping her surpass level 10,000. Other than Raven herself, the only 3 hunters on the planet above that rank are the big three. Ilara is another member she has encountered only a few times, but her aura alone made it impossible for Raven to remain nearby for more than a few seconds at a time. Any region Ilara touches turns to ice. The Saint interjects, recalling that back when he was active in the Order, before Raven joined, Ilara possessed a Type C originator artifact used during battle. He mentions it was potent for both offense and defense, but he's only seen crystal footage of this feat, which is now archived after the First Great War. Neither the Saint nor Raven have much to share on Beckman. They describe him similarly: tall, pale, handsome, and unlike the others, he doesn't emit a powerful aura. Despite this, both felt in mortal danger every second they spent in his presence, though it was purely instinctual. There were no physical signs to justify the feeling. Their insights give me mental images of the enemies at the top, but no clear strategy to face them, other than getting stronger for the inevitable clash. My doubles are hard at work across many nations, ensuring my plan to rise in strength happens as soon as possible. I see real-time memories of pure mana being farmed from the artificial mountains in the west and brought into the Crimson City Labyrinth. In the few hours since it started, quadrillions of MP have been transported, as there are no other humans nearby for my doubles to hold back on. Already elevating the labyrinth by a full floor, a mental map of the island of Palmyra also forms in my mind as the day progresses. Even the Finger Islands are being surveyed, along with the locations of storage houses. By the time night falls, I'm confident a silent assassination of their dual tyrant leaders will be an easy feat, without anyone realizing what has been done. I grin as we walk out of the temple as a group of 3. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. The 2 Orange Cord disciples remain in one of the training rooms while the 3 of us depart. The Saint is far better than them at creating a thick layer of pure white chi around his body, preventing any aura from leaking out as we pass by weaker humans. Raven, on the other hand, needs to maintain physical contact with me to hold the purple barrier in place as we leave. I share my concealment skill with her as we step out into the Platinum District. I send a telepathic message to Lith, assuring him not to worry about the silent alarms that are triggered as we float upward and out of Valor City, heading toward the abyss. The Saint reaches into an item box, now reactivated in mana-rich air, and pulls out a recording crystal that was previously dormant. To answer your question about how and why we're certain the doors will open, this is why. The crystal shows an old recording of a large black slab of stone in a dark room. Surrounding it are dozens of humans with bright red, orange, and yellow cores in their chests. The video rotates around the slab, revealing illegible writing carved into it in an unknown language. The rotating stops at a diagram depicting a large tower with archways opening at its base. More diagrams of oddly shaped creatures standing before the doors are etched into the stone. The recording zooms in on a depiction of one of the doors opening, with a creature stepping inside. The image freezes for a few seconds, then cuts to a new scene of ancient writing, impossible to read. The Saint allows the video to continue, showing different stone slabs and artifacts, with far fewer people in these recordings. As there are only texts, no images, he ends the video prematurely and puts the crystal away. Speaking again, there was once a large collection of artifacts open to anyone within an alliance with Order members. Their trusted guards could visit, and researchers and recorders were welcome to study and contribute to the common knowledge of the originator's texts. He gazes off into the mountainous landscape of Sector 1 as we fly toward the abyss. This too was taken away from the public eye, reserved for the Big Three to study once the demons planted the throne, discovered by the Central Scouting Unit not long after. All I have left to study are my personal artifacts, occasional outings to the demonic realm when rift keys are found, and the limited recordings from earlier explorations. I respond, so this is how you know of the doors, but what of the trials? The Saint nods as the endless darkness of the abyss comes into view, even as I suppress all my senses and aura to avoid disrupting life in the nearby villages. One of the oldest translated texts, above these visual depictions, states that for the throne of a world to be claimed, its strongest champions must pass through the doors together. A trial of the body, a trial of the mind, and a trial of the soul must be passed before one can challenge the other champions. He pauses, thinking, then continues, there's another well-studied text, it was discovered in another region of the world. It roughly translates to, the one who walks through the final door will be the champion that never stops climbing. The steps to the other side do not end. Only one who does not wish to pass through shall never die. Or something like that. The old man pulls out his recording crystal again, scrolling through the tapes before showing a piece of stone with incoherent carvings. He flips it toward me, and the three of us look down at it as he continues. My theory is that these texts speak of different events, but they're all connected. Over the years, I've come to believe that the demons have replicated originator technology, imbuing it with their power source, and spread their reign from world to world by creating events for their archdemons to compete and upgrade their cores in a final trial for a world. I raise an eyebrow at the saint's words. Everything he says makes sense, but it all connects from different angles. The first new piece of information I've gathered today is that the pillar I see in the distance will be opening to accept challengers. This aligns with what Amber, the Lich King, Celia, and even Raven have told me so far. However, the second line in the saint's description sounds odd. The talk of immortality in these ancient texts doesn't quite fit with the facts I've heard from the true immortals or those closer to the source. Celia described reaching immortality as a universe-bending event, one she spent her 800 years trying to master. Simply claiming a world doesn't seem like such an event if her own creation of the divine construct wasn't enough to satisfy this metric. Ember's old descriptions of this feat to an immortal core also seemed far off. His only mention of the throne awakening was that it was a challenge for archdemons to become lords, so I fixate on this fact, thinking the saint's knowledge will be the most accurate here. I believe it's a challenge for the archdemons as well. I've spoken to a few, and they're all keen on climbing the ranks, bringing mana back to their realm, and I've heard the throne is their opportunity to rank up and become demon lords. The old man's eyes gleam with understanding, and I follow up with a question: how strong was the demon who came to plant the throne? You said even the big three in Central likely made a deal with them, as they weren't fit to face them in their current forms. What did you mean by that? Were they stronger than us? Was it a green core? The saint's eyes widen even further as we reach the edge of the abyss in Sector 1, far from any villages or trade routes. I allow more of my perception and aura to leak out. As soon as he begins to answer, more land falls under my perception, and I sense multiple gravity wells far in the distance closing in on my territory. They don't seem strong, but they're certainly divine core holders, and I've never encountered these individuals before. Chapter 641. The saint replies while my divine perception continues to seep out and locate 16 individual gravity wells of red and orange core hunters approaching. A demon with a green core? No. The one I witnessed plant the throne was a true core yellow, yet his aura was overwhelming even thousands of kilometers away. It was like witnessing a being that was not meant to be on this mortal plane. You do have quite the interesting theory, though. A green core is definitely something I've considered in my studies before. I too at one time believed there was a clear-cut way to rise above the true yellow, but over the years I've come to have my doubts. My gaze shifts back to him with a confused look, as I assumed with all of his knowledge of the originators, demons, and the system itself, my question about this green core would be nothing but a common-sense assumption. He continues, and makes me think about the rarity of the purple ring on my finger further. Just because I do not believe a green core exists, doesn't mean there is no other way to ascend. He pulls out another recording crystal and shows me more tablets of writing I cannot comprehend. These particular recordings look far crisper and more recent. However, the tablets of stone themselves look much older and more ancient than the first set of recordings he showed. This is a piece from my personal collection, a tablet I found myself long before the system arrived on this world. It roughly translates: those who are common, but wish to one day walk amongst the gods must let go of the body and walk between your world and the fabric of reality. He shuts off the recording, and my mind is split between a few things. The first thing is that it seems this man and his cult-like following of studying this ancient text have found their own way of preserving the mind, energy cores, and soul while substituting chi in place of the physical body, tethering it all together with divine energy, as his interpretation of the text. However, I have eyewitness proof that chi is not necessary to achieve this feat. I've seen the green serpent, cyan, and dark blue knights, and even Celia herself within her construct in pure energy forms, though the interpretation of walking between this world and the fabric of reality does make me wonder if this has some reason as to why there are no physical beings above this rank in this world. The divine construct was in fact a separate space in a pocket dimension of its own. Lastly, the age of the stone compared to the others makes me speculate the legitimacy of the writing even further. It was made here when mana was not rich on this world. Yes, the saint and other order members have had access to chi and divine energy before the system arrived, but I still wonder if the originators themselves used divine energy in its current form to reach this feat, or if they had solely chi and the saint's interpretation is correct and all of the newfound knowledge of divine threads today is misconstrued.
With many clashing thoughts racing through my mind, I choose not to jump to conclusions.
The last time I checked on my teammates beneath the Crimson City, Ember's consciousness was stirring. Once he wakes, all of my unanswered theories will have a truly knowledgeable source to combat them. For now, I set these theories aside and reply with the most important news: we're being surrounded.
11 red cores, and 5 orange.
Half are approaching from the west to arrive in the 8 great regions, while the others come from the south, soon to be intercepting your region, Raven. I turn to both of them, and by the shocked looks on their faces, neither of them sensed these faraway sources or expected my response to be this at all. Raven is the first to respond. They've sent scouts. This is definitely a spying expedition from Central. Her tone is serious, but I don't feel any fluctuations in her energy levels or eagerness to fight. The Saint, on the other hand, becomes rather startled once he hears Raven's words. We must leave. His gaze meets the black tower in the distance, then he looks back toward Valor City where we came from. I take a moment to think, then nod, and look back at Raven.
Understanding her cool and calm reaction now, you believe they're
already well aware of our alliance. She nods. Yes, in their eyes, I should be dead right now. They likely know your strength already from the energy fluctuations broadcast to them during our fight through our transmission link.
Them sending scouts is just a standard procedure most likely.
They're going to check on the progress of the throne's awakening, the state of the nations nearby, and will most likely want a report on both of us to confirm their beliefs of our alliance. If we hide, it may do worse than just allowing them to see us working together. I reply, coming up with a new plan. Then they aren't aware of my growth afterward, killing Sebastian, the string user. She shakes her head, most likely not, but the scouts that arrive will have ways of accurately detecting divine energy fluctuations. They often come to my region to spy on my progress. This means they will get an accurate scan of your teammates as well. The Saint interjects, we can conceal them all within the temple if we move fast enough. I grin, no.
That will not be necessary.
Don't worry, this is very good.
Raven, return to your region and conduct business as usual until they leave.
I will not halt progress on expansion of the trade routes into the dead zone toward your region. If they already know we're working together, we must hide in plain sight. Make sure they get an accurate reading of your current unchanged strength level.
Saint, stay concealed in the temple.
I will be staying here, in the Dark Continent, out in the open for them to see. I don't want a single one of them injured or killed. Raven replies, understood. Then sends another message through our telepathy link. I'll stay in contact with you here. She takes her hand off my shoulder and disappears while I feel her geolocation rocketing off to the south to make it to her home volcanic region before the scouts arrive. The Saint gives me a smile and reaches into his item box to pull out a handful of recording crystals. These are copies of the most influential texts. You may find hidden meaning in them that I do not. If you wish to talk more, please do visit the temple. I'm sorry our meeting was cut so short, and that I did not approach you earlier. I smile back, you've arrived at the perfect time. I thank you for your insight and perspective on the awakening of the throne.
I have a far greater understanding now than I did just yesterday.
I'll continue my exploration alone. This silver light you speak of interests me. I want to see it for myself. Then, I accept the blue recording crystals as the Saint bows in midair, then hurries off back toward Valor City in a flash of white and yellow light. I turn back toward the abyss now, and once both of them are out of range, allow my true core's aura of divine thread to finally seep out from the purple barrier that holds it back. However, instead of showing my full power, I hold back over 2/3 of it.
Since my battle with Raven, I've recovered greatly while using hibernation, gained an immense amount of mana control.
And most importantly, drained the true core energy from Sebastian. I want to give these spies a good taste of my power, but not the full amount. As this version of my aura seeps outward, I hover forward, following the slow contraction of the dark demonic energy that creates a massive zone of black mist in the center of the Dark Continent. Still, even with my aura of perception reaching out over 2,500 kilometers in all directions, it can hardly reach even a few meters into the darkness of the Abyss. Many months ago, when I first saw this mass of darkness, and fought the weaker monsters that dwelled in its outer borders, I never imagined the scale of what truly lurks in its depths. Even now, there is an air of mystery about what it will reveal once all of the darkness drains away to reveal the doors. I open up my Rising Emperor's domain interface while I hover above the darkness, moving closer to the center, and scroll down to Ari and Luna's names. Their geopoints are still disconnected, last seen at the entrance point near Sector 4, outside of Solara. However, some of their vitals do update every once in a while when I check back in. They are all dark purple. Unlike the light blue text that everyone else has, it is just another routine check. However, at the bottom of both Luna and Ari's status today, a new buff is present on both of them. I can't help but plunge my full focus into it while the 16 scouts from Central all arrive in the 8 great regions. And Raven's Nation, Luna's, is the first to catch my attention, as it reads, Demonic Essence of the Ascended Chimera. I click in to read more details, but nothing shows. At the bottom of Aries' status, a new item reads, Demonic Essence of the Ascended Scorpion. There are no stat boosts or interesting detailed reports on his item either. However, both of these additions to their status glow much brighter than the other items, skills, or buffs. I don't know what exactly they do, but I can feel the power surging through my interface. It's an intensity that makes me believe they have walked down a different path than me, but have managed to grow on their own terms these past few months. I can't help but smile as I look down into the depths of the abyss. The feeling this bright purple glow gives off feels similar to that of the saint traveling with me, yet also shares many similarities to that of an archdemon. It makes me happy to know they've been progressing, but far more curious to know what secrets Ari and Luna have uncovered in their months within the abyss in search of their home. I think back to all of the old stories Ari told me about his village and chi exposure. Meditating on Originator Stone at a young age before he even awakened a skill. They now hold far more weight in my mind, knowing that this too must be connected to the massive black tower I drift closer to in the center of the abyss. Chapter 642. 3 hours later, 16 Divine Chord Hunters arrive back at the central headquarters of the association. One of the Orange Cores is a young man who wields wind magic, dressed in green metallic association branded armor. He uses a transmission tablet and a spatial magic imbued item box linked to all 15 of the other scouts to collect their findings from the extensive scan of the 8 great regions, Dark Continent, and Raven's volcanic base they've conducted. Once all of the information is collected, he makes his way into a private S-grade shielded room with many similarities to the Big Threes, though there are no special decorations and the thick outer layers are not as densely fortified, as it is made specifically for meetings between the red and orange Chord guards. After sifting through the information and noting down the key points of today's mission, he opens up a private line with his employer, Redgrave. I have the survey report ready for you as requested. A click is heard on the other end, and the fire user's voice channels through. Send over the hall to Beckman, and provide me a summary. The others are on this line. The wind user nods, activating the spatial magic enchantment on his item box, sending it directly to its creator in the dark confines of his bunker. Once there's a click back, the Orange Core speaks up again. Done. Now, for a summary. You were correct in believing 2 true cores have created a partnership. It appears Raven is in excellent condition, with a core capacity 10.22% greater than our last assessment of her 3 months ago. The reasoning behind this rapid jump seems to be the use of a unique healing magic used by her new allies. We have not pinpointed exactly what skill or item was used just yet. There's a pause between both of them, and once the Orange Core assesses that Redgrave has nothing to add, he continues. In addition to this, it seems the assumption that the 8 great regions would fall into chaos with their leader being assassinated is not entirely correct. It seems the assistant of Mr. Freeman, an A-class hunter named Rodrigo, and his biological sister, a former black market trader, have taken control of the region and kept the nation under control, sending out orders and fulfilling necessary protocol during the surges after the throne's awakening. There's another pause, but the red-haired true core responds with a question back. How is that possible? I remember permitting 2 other divine core awakenings in that nation. They are far more powerful than that assistant. Were the top A-class hunters all assassinated by the Flame Emperor as well? No, sir. They are alive and well, following orders from the 2 new overseers of the 8 great regions for reasons we couldn't assess in a simple area scan. There is reason to believe the Flame Emperor has ties with them, as large-scale construction projects are taking place with association workers, 8 great region citizens, and Dark Continent citizens all together. They are tearing down the wall that separates the Dark Continent from the outside world and making a trade route to connect the nations. We have surveillance of expansion to the west and south as well. They are moving into Sebastian's old territory and filling the dead zone of Sector 2 in the direction of Raven's territory. Another long pause occurs before Redgrave replies, "This is all within expectations. Once the world is ours, it's better we already have functioning societies and a well-connected grouping of nations to inherit rather than nations at war and chaos among citizens." Let the ants play. A laugh echoes through the channel before Redgrave speaks again. "What of the Flame Emperor himself? What is this man like? And his divine power level? I want an accurate reading of him and those close to him. What are we truly dealing with?" There's another silent moment of anticipation as the orange cord guard sifts through his notes and replies, "Yes, we did in fact get an accurate scan of him. He was hovering above the abyss when we did so, using his full power to attempt to move closer to the throne." Redgrave's full attention is captured now, and even Ilara's voice reaches the secure line. "He was trying to approach the throne? Now, is he crazy? I'm starting to like this guy." Instead of mindlessly swirling the pool of white energy in her room, Ilara smiles and her eyes lock on the transmission tablet as the orange core responds, "Yes, it's true. The Flame Emperor's true core strength looks to be about even with Raven's. It was approximately 5% higher when we conducted the scan, so the prediction of Beckman's battle calculations was spot on. He barely won their fight and decided to save Raven's life afterward. During our time there, the man sensed our approach within the Dark Continent, but did not retaliate and let us conduct a thorough survey without any questions or resistance." There's a pause, and no one speaks on the line. Wanting to hear more, so the scout continues, "He managed to make it deep into the abyss. Hundreds of kilometers even. Our highest level Orange Corps scouts tried to follow, but the pressure became far too immense. Many who had to return reported the sensation of a silver flash of light in their vision, and no recollection of the events that led them to retreat from approaching the tower. It seems the Flame Emperor himself witnessed this too, as at one point he stopped his flight closer to the tower and turned around a few minutes later. We're unsure if he faced the same mental effects, but we do have reports of him flying back toward his primary base, the Crimson City. We have detailed readings of 5 other divine cores in the vicinity, 4 orange and 1 yellow. Beckman's yellow crystal glows bright next, and all that comes through the receiver is the sound of tapping as he sifts through the recording crystals and complex data from unique spatial magic readings within his room. He finally replies after a few seconds, "The 4 orange cores are nothing to worry about. 2 of them are far stronger than average, but they are not much stronger than a newly awakened yellow core. The current yellow core within that city, however, all of the readings we've received are corrupted. I cannot analyze the data properly. The pressure it emits on the environment is not nearly as extreme as the Flame Emperor's, so it is unlikely they are a true core." But more tapping and sifting sounds come through the receiver for a few more seconds. "This is fine." Redgrave put it nicely, "The ants may build in their sandbox if they wish. The tsunami that approaches will wipe them out no matter how tall the castles they build become." Ilara laughs and responds, "How poetic of you. Maybe there is some emotion under that tough outer shell after all." His tapping continues for another few seconds, and he replies in a stale response, "You know I have emotions, I merely find them limiting while using my analysis perk." The tapping continues for another few seconds before he speaks again, "With all of their forces combined, the odds they injure even one of us is still below 0.1%. However, I must know all of the data before we make our own approach to the Dark Continent. This unregistered yellow core with corrupted data is troubling. We shall send out another group of scouts to survey the area in 60 hours and 24 minutes. We do not want to spook the residents too much, but I want an accurate reading of this anomaly in your next outing." A sigh comes out of Ilara's crystal, then it clicks off. The orange core immediately responds afterward, "Yes, sir, I'll relay the message and schedule another outing." "Is there anything else you need from me?" Beckman's line clicks off, as he feels there's no need to answer. Redgrave speaks last, "Alan, that is all that we needed. The Flame Emperor is no match for us, thank you for confirming what we already knew." He laughs to himself, then the final line on the private link between the big 3 is cut completely. The scout then leaves the S-grade shielded room and goes on with his duties for the day, preparing the other divine guards for their next mission. Back in the Dark Continent, I sit on top of the guild hall with all of my divine aura retracted within my purple barrier. The sun is showing signs of setting in the next few hours, and I continue to replay the events of today in my head while hundreds of citizens walk through the inner city going about their days without a care in the world. My memories are fairly blurry. As the last crystal clear image I have is sensing the presence of new powerful buffs on Luna and Ares' status, then I set off to do an analysis on the throne. However, the sensations I felt were relayed to my doubles in real time. So I can look back on a perfect depiction of what's occurred as many times as I wish, a stitch body double of memories. 3 hours ago, as I hover above the darkness, I think about diving in to see what lurks below. However, logically I come to the conclusion that there was no reason to dive into the dark depths of the abyss, as training with demonic monsters right now would only set me on a path that is not congruent with my goal. What I decided to do was attempt to examine the Black Tower at a much closer proximity to see if what the saint said about the throne containing silver divine energy was true. The upgrade of my all-seeing eye skill has given me a peek into the very fabric of the universe when I imbue my true core's full power into it. However, I'm unable to get an in-depth look at the tower from hundreds of kilometers away. As I approach the tower, however, an eerie pressure fills the air. If I were to relate it to anything, it would be similar to the pressure I felt when coming face to face with the green serpent for the first time within the divine construct. However, there is no physical change in the atmosphere. I just feel the gravity itself getting heavier the closer I fly, and to an exponential degree. Once I'm less than 100 kilometers from the tower, it's hard to breathe. And every air step forward is moderately painful. It feels like the air is a heavy liquid. Though, visually it doesn't change at all. I power through, getting about 30 kilometers deeper into the odd gravity-rich air, but the intensity becomes hundreds of times greater. I'm positive no one below the status of a true core could survive this close to the tower, yet there are still about 70 kilometers of distance to travel. Even so, I used the 1/3 of my power that I've decided to allow the central government's scouts to witness, and send a pulse of perception into the throne using all of my buffs and my all-seeing eye to attempt to peer into the tower. However, all I see in return is a glimpse of what's beyond the outer black layer. And that is an infinite wall of pure silver divine threads. It's as if the material that made up the Lich King's core is layering the entire tower. I perceive the entire outer layer, but it is impossible to see through. Every millisecond I leave my perception activated, my mind screams at me to look away. The longer I try to peer within, the brighter the silver threads become in my vision. Less than a full second passes before I have to deactivate all of my perception buffs, and I reflexively turn around and fly away back to a less dense and dangerous area of the abyss with a pounding headache. The further I get away from the tower, the more my mind tries to forget what it saw. But I keep the fragmented memories intact by sharing them with my doubles. It is no different of a feeling than staring into embers or the Lich King's core, just far more intense and menacing, like it has a mind of its own. I feel the presence of the scouts as I make my way back to the city and think about what I've seen while monitoring the real-time memories of my doubles for the next 3 hours or so, while I continue to ponder the events of examining the tower. Memories of the double that is farming mana from the artificial mountains and siphoning them into the Crimson City Labyrinth is one I'm very focused on. I grin and turn my sights toward the Canyon of Dungeons, then begin to float toward it. The labyrinth has reached 99 floors, there's only one more before it has reached its max, and the demon inside will want to bring the mana back to its realm. This is not what I want to happen right now, as I still need this labyrinth to train. I have my suspicions it can grow further, as mention of a larger labyrinth in Central was brought up by Raven many times before. I'd like to see if I can broker a deal with this demon, and in the process, get more information from an outside source like itself on this mysterious throne that allows its race to rank up from archdemons to demon lords. Chapter 643. I enter the Canyon of Dungeons and make my way down to the labyrinth. There are hundreds of hunters farming in the dungeons all around, and dozens of Crimson Army hunters training on the mid-level floors of the labyrinth. I dungeon walk all the way to the top, to the 99th floor, materializing with all of my mana and divine energy suppressed when I arrive in the final boss room. I see a LV 6908, Archdemon, and a dark maroon-colored earth dragon sharing the same level, guarding this final floor. Before they can even sense my presence, I send a wave of telepathy into the demon's psyche. Pluto, that was your name, wasn't it? I've returned to renegotiate our deal. As the outside world is changing far faster than expected, the 3-meter-tall demon with red skin, curving black horns, and sharp white eyes turns its head to meet mine. The Flame Emperor, you've returned. I must admit, I didn't believe this labyrinth would grow so quickly. It usually takes decades, sometimes even centuries, for a labyrinth to mature. Its eyes sharpen, but don't think your swiftness has changed the terms of our deal. I have a higher power I must obey in the demonic realm. Even if you are a peak-tier archdemon, I cannot swear my loyalty to you. I step forward and take a look toward the earth dragon as Pluto jumps on top of it. and they both fly over to stand right before me. I think back to our meeting long before I knew the true powers of this world. I, too, had no reason to believe I'd be reaching the upper floors of this labyrinth so fast when I first made a deal with this demon. My eyes trail upward to read the system text in the boss room. Floors available, 99/100. Mana necessary to create next floor, 0.0 quintillion/14.9 quintillion. When I first made the deal, it took days for my doubles to farm just a few trillion MP. Now, the staggering amount necessary to level up the final floor from 99 to 100 could be completed by my double in just a few hours. Considering all of the excess mana available in the artificial mountains, I respond to the demon as he jumps off his dragon and meets me eye to eye less than 5 meters away. Our deal. It was that I'd let you return to the demonic realm to deliver the mana I've worked so hard to farm, and in return, once you have your freedom, you'd make a link of loyalty with me, and also, I'd give you a skill of your choosing. Was that it? I look up at the ceiling, rolling my eyes, not seeing much upside in this deal anymore. The archdemon replies, "You also assured me I would one day meet a demon lord in person, one that claims the throne of this world years down the line when that time comes." I smirk. Well, as I said, times have changed. That throne is awakening in the next few days, and in order for this world to not be claimed by my adversaries, I'm going to need to change the terms of our deal. I look up at the system text, then back down at the demon. There's a way to continue growing the floors, correct? Capping at level 7,000 isn't going to cut it. I'm going to need a far stronger army than that. And, the demon's eyes widen as he responds, already? The throne is awakening now? How is this possible? And no, we cannot risk creating an extended labyrinth. We would have to grow at another 100 floors before I'd have the chance to return to my. I cut him off, letting some of my aura leak out from my purple barrier, instantly making him choke on his words and fall to his knees behind his dragon. Maybe I phrased things poorly. This isn't an offer, it is a demand. We'll be upgrading this labyrinth, or I'll drain every last drop of mana and create a new one with a demon that wants to cooperate. Every few milliseconds that pass, I let the pressure from my aura rise by an increasing amount, making the floor crack and the entire boss room shake, while a small amount of my true core's essence leaks out from my barrier. All of the bones of the demon and dragon are shattered, and their skin is melted and peeled off, pushing them both deep into the ground of the dungeon floor until I see their HP bars drop below 1%. Once they do, I retract all of the pressure back into my barrier and put on an obviously fake smile while levitating, opening and pouring regeneration potions into their mouths. A few seconds pass while green glowing light brings them back from the brink of death, and the demon crawls out from the hole in the boss room floor, now with a face showing far more fear and understanding. Why you? You're an ascended archdemon. That yellow power. How? I cut him off again, not knowing what he's rambling on about, but satisfied that he's understood my point. The reason I cannot let this mana be siphoned back to the demonic realm is because I will be the one who claims the throne. The archdemon's eyes widen at my words, and I can feel many emotions conflicting in the creature's mind. Its odd attraction of loyalty to another being far away starts to fade, and more admiration and awe toward me begins to grow. However, far more fear, unease, and distrust also permeate from the demon too. I nod and speak again before these negative emotions grow further. I'll honor every part of our last deal. I will grant you a skill right now, anything of your choosing. Whether that's a human-only ability, an elemental power, or one of dungeon monsters, I will find it. Once this labyrinth reaches 200 floors, if you still wish to leave, I will honor it. And if you give me the chance, the demon lord you meet will be me. I inwardly grin to myself while the admiration grows and the fear and distrust fade away, and the demon responds, "You can truly grant elemental skills. This is impossible, no demons can wield the elements of natural mana-born beings." I activate all of my elemental skills, making shimmering balls of light of each of them rotate around in circles. Of course, anything you wish, and at the superior grade. As these words leave my mouth, an idea hits me, and I have one of my body doubles leave their job creating dungeons to come fulfill a task of mine. Instantly, one dungeon walks in to meet me here, and I share skill orbs that contain every elemental skill that I own that is stuck at extreme grade. It disappears in a blip, tasked to force feed them to monsters that have enough proficiency points in this labyrinth on the high floors to use upgrade crystals. Then kill them on the spot. Notifications of all of my extreme elemental skills upgrading to superior grade fill my inner ear. The demon looks back at his dragon, then to me, and replies while these notifications fill my ears, an earth element, like my bonded dragon. This is what I want. I nod, sending a telepathy wave to my double, who is farming on all of the higher grade floors in this labyrinth, collecting rare loot while it continues to upgrade my elemental skills. Very well. I'll need some of your blood, and the dragons too. I can tell the demon is hesitant but is more so scared to say no after all that's happened in the last few minutes. My double returns after waiting for the dead monsters to drop their loot. I collect a few liters of each of their blood. Once my double returns and drops piles of high A-grade loot and a superior grade earth element skill orb, I thank it, and it blips away, back to creating dungeons far out in the dead zone of Sector 2. With a thin grin and in a nonchalant manner, I toss the skill orb to the demon and begin bonding the high-grade loot with millions of MP worth of mana crystals in my storage, along with high B and low A-grade earth element stones to create blood. Bonded armor, weapons, and enchanted gear for both the demon and the dragon. They both stare in awe, as it looks as though I'm merely touching each of the raw loot materials, surrounding them in a flash of white light. And seconds later they give off intense auras of power, stacked with full stat buffs and percentages ranging from 300 to 500%, with the ability to grow far more once the user goes through battle. Once done, I look up at the demon and cross my arms, swallow that skill orb, and the skill you desire will add on to your status. Plus, all of this gear will make you tens of times stronger in an instant. Do this, and we have a deal. The labyrinth shall surpass 100 floors today. The archdemon is still in a state of shock and stares down at the blue orb with earth magic swirling in its center. It takes a deep breath, then swallows the newly crafted item. Its body is enveloped in a bright white and blue glow. Moments later, the superior earth summoning skill appears on its status, and if what it said is true, this is the first archdemon to wield elemental magic. The demon places its hands out and summons large balls of dense and pure earth in its palms, then begins to laugh out loud. Incredible. The legends were true. There really are ascended ones capable of manipulating the system itself. It equips the blood-bonded gear I've given to it, and the earth dragon equips the items I've crafted for it too, momentarily shrinking down into the human form of a demonic figure with dark brown skin and jet black horns. It makes me wonder if the ranked-up form of a dragon is dependent on the race of the being it's bonded with. But I don't pry, because I want to take advantage of this moment to ask something else. Now that you've accepted my gifts, our deal is set in stone. Though, I do have one last question for you. You called me an ascended demon because of my divine core, and now believe I'm strong enough to challenge the throne. Please, do explain what you mean by this. The dragon expands back into its dragon form, and the blood-bonded armor expands with it. The demon stops floating about testing his new powers and raises an eyebrow, then looks as if he's remembering something. Oh, that's right, you're a rogue. This makes me even more curious about your background. I thought only archdemon descendants and loyal contracted beasts from the 5 kingdoms were capable of becoming ascended ones. He pauses, waiting to see if I react to his words, then continues to explain while floating back down to the boss room floor. The path to becoming an ascended is a well-kept secret. I am not high enough ranked to know it. The only way for a demon to ever dream of walking this path is to bring back an offering to one of the 5 great families, that being the collected mana from a labyrinth on a mana-based world. This of course doesn't mean you will be chosen, but it is the most common way to become accepted into their ranks. It is a lifelong mission for all fledgling demons and greater demons to make it this far. Even the outer ascended ranks, the Red Core demonic knights, these archdemons would normally be powerful enough to rule most mana-based worlds. However, I was not aware a true yellow ascended like yourself was already here to claim it. I'm at a loss for words at the demon's explanation, as he says it all with a straight face like it is common knowledge. I slowly nod and respond while reaching into my item storage to pull out one of the red divine fragments I managed to steal from Sebastian. These Red Core demonic knights you speak of, and the power structure of demons within these 5 great families. Tell me more. Chapter 644, the archdemon looks at me, filled with curiosity once again. You really know nothing of the inner workings of the demonic realm? How far away from the capital were you born? I don't react to the question. And lift the red shimmering fragment of divine energy in front of the demon's face. It stares into the beautiful glowing crystal full of vibrating divine threads, but judging by its expression, it has no idea what it is. Eventually, the demon responds, "What is that?" My gaze tightens, and I let the fragment fall back into my item storage. But I notice the silent earth dragon behind the demon, its eyes widening, and a spike of surprise and quickened heartbeat make me believe it knows exactly what I just showed. Never mind. Just tell me about these Red Core demonic knights. After a moment of silence, as I don't feel the need to respond, the demon continues to speak. Well, if you don't know about the knights, then you're truly a demon lost from society.
You must have been raised far out in the Rift Lands. The demon scratches his head in confusion, then looks up at the ceiling, as if trying to structure his thoughts. Well, I guess we can just start at the beginning. If you're a demon born in the capital, the only way to survive, grow, and earn your keep is by joining the army, diving into rifts that lead to mana-rich worlds. Sure, you could challenge the native demonic monsters of the realm to grow stronger, but they won't level up your mana-based system, which is more valuable for demons that want to apply for labyrinth contracts. I raise an eyebrow. Labyrinth contracts? The demon smiles. Yes, just like the contract we made when you summoned me here. I had to train and level up for quite a long time before coming to this world. If I'd accepted a contract as a level 1 demon, the first human to challenge this construct would have killed me before I had a chance to fight back. It's an unspoken law that demons should at least rise from fledgling to greater before even considering applying for labyrinth contracts. Many wait until they become archdemons even. A word sticks out to me, so I ask another question. You said construct. The labyrinth is a construct, of course. It's merely another function of the system. They cost mana and activation stones to create, in the same proportions as a dungeon would. They are mana-based pocket worlds created for energy collection. All of the monsters inside are nothing more than rented avatars. Demons and dragons are the only ones truly putting their lives on the line here. Though, we get the highest potential reward at the end of it. I open my mouth, but no words come out while I process his words. The demon continues. Like I said before, once a demon manages to pass the first test, growing a labyrinth to its mature state, they're able to bring the siphon mana back to the demonic realm and offer it to one of the 5 great families of their choosing. That, or they can roam the world they've completed their contract in as a free and powerful archdemon. He pauses, then smiles. There is no greater height an archdemon can climb than joining the personal army of one of the 5 great families. This is why I'm continuously confused by your claim that you're not a part of any of them. The prestige that comes with even joining the outer ranks as subordinates of the Red Core Demonic Knights is enough to live like a king and set up your family with generational wealth and power. I nod, as the demonic realm's hierarchy is beginning to make sense in my mind. How many Red Core Knights are there, and what do they do exactly? Are the families at war? Are there forces in the demonic realm that attack often? Or, Pluto thinks to himself, in the capital, there hasn't been conflict for thousands of years. The demonic beasts that roam our realm are no match for the Red Core Demonic Knights. Ascended archdemons are truly on another level than all other demons and beasts. He looks at me timidly for a moment. I'm sure you already knew this, being one yourself. I've never actually met one in person, other than a few glances at the Vermilion family's public ceremonies when I was a fledgling. I did get a glimpse of their 116th Red Corps Squad. It was led by a single Orange Corps commander, truly a magnificent sight. I could feel the demonic realm bending to their will with every step they took. Even dozens of kilometers away, these words seal the deal in my mind. The ascended demons he speaks of are definitely divine core holders. By the sound of it, considering a single family has squads of these red cores that are numbered into the hundreds, there are truly an unfathomable amount of them in the demonic realm. It makes me both uneasy and excited in the same breath. Pluto continues to speak. Above the Orange Corps commanders, there are yellow generals, but I've never seen one with my own eyes. My family is not well connected to any of the 5 great families, so this is really the true extent of my knowledge. I reply with another question. What about the family leaders? Who leads these yellow generals? You said there are other demon lords once when we first met. Where are they? Will they be coming to claim this throne too? The demon shakes his head. I already told you I don't know much more. The families keep many things secret other than sprinkling hints among the public on how to join their ranks, giving us the tools to farm mana for the family of our choosing. More will be explained the higher we climb. I become rather disappointed by his response, but it does make sense. Considering the day I met him, he only had a few hundred levels and was a very newly awakened archdemon. It's rather absurd for me to believe he knows everything about his home kingdom's inner workings. It would be like asking a random new dungeon farmer in the Crimson City about the powers of the inner circle or how the Flame Emperor got so strong. Many of them don't even know I exist. They're merely linked through a small thread of loyalty they subconsciously gave into, allowing them to enter through the Crimson Dome. I click my tongue and nod. Understandable. What you've provided is already a great help. To my surprise, the Earth Dragon speaks up through a 3-way telepathy link.
allowing me to hear its slow, deep voice for the first time. You will not have to worry about other demon lords challenging the throne. Once an ascended archdemon claims a world of their own, they never return to this realm. Many call them Green Core Lords. They are able to give orders through the 5 noble houses' thrones, but not even the Yellow Generals have seen the other lords in the flesh. My eyes widen at the dragon's words, as even more pieces of this massive puzzle fit together. I reply with another question: where do dragons fit into all of this?
How do you know this knowledge?
Last time I visited, you were still in your egg. My gaze tightens as I search for a divine core hiding within this creature to make sense of its knowledge, but there is nothing. It is made purely of mana. The slow reply through the telepathy link reaches my ears a few moments later. It is a complicated explanation.
For context, you must understand that demons and dragons have always been intertwined within the system, dragons being the transcendent force of nature that is a catalyst for events to occur. Think of us as the final building block that holds the very fabric of these large system-based structures together. Without mana, we would not exist. Without bonding with a dragon, demons could not create labyrinths. The same goes for claiming the throne. One could have all of the building blocks to create a masterpiece, but without the glue, it is merely worthless material. I try to understand his words, but it is a bit too abstract. I reply with a questioning gaze: how does that give you the knowledge of the past, if you were born here and never left this boss room? I see the earth dragon grin for the first time as he responds: dragons are all born with innate knowledge and shared memories of their ancestors. We are a collective, forever bonded with our demonic energy-wielding counterparts. The amount of knowledge from other dragons' past lives that is shared is unlocked and sent into our conscious minds more as we grow and become strong enough to add to the pool. We all share and grow the knowledge of the system together. That is, except for the Fallen One, Chapter 645, I immediately reply, as I've heard many monsters in the past refer to Ember using this name, but none have given me a clear answer. The Fallen One. Who are they? Or what have they done? The Earth Dragon's dark black eyes stare into mine, holding many secrets behind them, yet full of curiosity still. It sounds like you have heard of the legend too. There are only fractured memories from the pool of this being. A dragon that came before us all. Or at least far enough back before the collective was created. It is said that this one reached the heights above every dragon that has ever lived. Beyond the status of a mere green cord lord, even beyond what some call the immortal core. The Fallen One made it to the source. Or at least, that is the only reasonable explanation. The dragon pauses for a moment, and I feel its heartbeat speed up again, even faster. Well, we do not know this for sure. I am speculating from old legends traveling by word of mouth through generations of dragons. Maybe those of a higher rank than myself have personal experiences with the Fallen One. All collective memories of that being have been eroded from our minds. I can feel the presence of where they used to be, but if I try to look too deep, all that is in its place is a blinding golden light. I let out a sigh, as yet again, I've learned a bit more but still hit another dead end right before learning of this secret that is dangled before me time and time again. However, the knowledge they have shared has been more than satisfying. I now know how demons are linked to this world, as a means of siphoning mana back to their home realm. The fact that no one in the Order, or humans that study originator relics, have heard of or seen any green core beings now makes far more sense as well. These thrones must be part of the process in which a true core ascends, which is why demon lords never return back to this world. As I've found in all of the beings in Celia's construct, the physical body fades away once one ascends. Then again, it makes me wonder. What if my experiences with green divine energy twice before, mutating my cells, makes me different? I mentally sift through my storage, finding the minuscule single-digit amount of green fruits left, and decide now is not the time to test anything dangerous. If I really want to do so, I need far more time and more green divine energy. Right now, I come up with a different plan, as memories of the outside world from my body doubles tell me the sun is starting to set on the horizon. I can't help but grin while I look the demon and dragon in the eyes. Would both of you like to become red core demonic knights in my army? Pluto's eyes widen as he replies, What do you mean? You have the ability to conduct an ascension ceremony. The earth dragon grins, and I just nod. Yes, I have the means to turn you both into red core ascended. I just want a few things in return. Pluto takes a step forward and nods. What is it? I let a small amount of my divine essence out from my barrier again, enough to make them know I'm serious, but not enough to actually injure them this time. I want you both to swear loyalty to me, the Flame Emperor. Once you've ascended yourselves, I want you to bring me to the capital of the demonic realm. My eyes glimmer, and the pure emotion of excitement and anticipation permeates off me while both the demon and dragon bow their heads. The dragon speaks first, a fair trade. If my second half agrees, I will be happy to serve you until the day I die. It would be an honor to follow the will of a true core ascended. The demon follows up, this was my dream all along, to even join an ascended rank. I cannot pass up the offer to become one. I, Pluto, swear my undying loyalty to the Flame Emperor. Your will is mine. 2 new links of loyalty form in my Rising Emperor's domain interface, and in return, I pull out a large pile of red divine fragments from my storage and let them fall in front of both of their heads as they slowly raise them. I share my self-regeneration skill with both of them and spend the next few minutes explaining the process of awakening their divine cores. With my arms crossed, standing a good distance away, I watch both of them consume their first fragment and erupt with red threads of reality-bending divine power. It takes a few minutes to die down to a manageable level, and for their bodies to begin the healing process. But once they do, both realize that with my assistance, this path is not a figment of their imaginations anymore, it is an inevitable outcome if they follow my instructions. At the same time, one of my body doubles drops off a large amount of mana in the form of pure pink concentrated crystals on the floor below us. And the system counter on the ceiling of the boss room moves up by about 5%, signifying a few hundred quadrillion MP have been added. I speak up proudly through our strength and telepathy link now. Very good. We shall be in contact through this link from now on. Continue your awakening process, I have more business to attend to. Both of them reply with nods as they're deep in concentration while gathering red threads at the back of the boss room. I dungeon walk away to join the Crimson Army members training on floors 50 to 55 of the labyrinth, facing monsters between levels 2000 and 2500, and share my absorption skill with each of them. While they are all making great progress on their own, using my skill to gain much needed MCP after every kill will strengthen them even faster. A few hours pass as I help the army climb the floors of the labyrinth with a small percentage of my own mana control to boost their strength, surpassing floor 70, making months worth of progress in a single afternoon. The dozens of brave hunters that fought by my side in the battle against the Lich King months ago, and just recently protected the Crimson Dome and citizens from the Association's attacks, have multiplied their strength once again. Each and every one of them surpasses level 5000, and gain hundreds of billions of MCP, both making the power of my allies far stronger, but also creating an even larger pool of stats and mana control I can pull from using my Rising Emperor's domain in the future. While watching them train, the live memories of my body doubles pass by and I periodically check on the demon and dragon at the top of the labyrinth. Eventually, 2 very impactful events occur. The first being that the double collecting the mana from the artificial mountains finally farms enough mana to complete the final 100th floor. I sacrifice another 100 fragments of luminite, and there is a 3-way agreement forged within the inner workings of the labyrinth's interface to not collapse it and make room for 100 more floors. Now when I stare up at the ceiling, a new text box appears. Floors available, 100 out of 200, mana necessary to create next floor, 0.0 quintillion/30. 2 quintillion, my double goes back to work siphoning mana from the immense supply in the mountains to the west. At the current rate it's working, it will still take many hours per floor to grow it further, and the process will only get longer. But the second event that is fresh in my mind takes precedence over my immediate brainpower and main body's attention. I activate my stealth skill, and use my mythic grade body doubles perk to switch places with the double many thousands of kilometers away. It is the dead of night on the island of Palmyra, and I find myself standing in the center of the largest of the Finger Islands. My double has finished its surveillance duties and now knows exactly how this society runs. Their facilities and working cycles have all been logged, and the daily routines of the divine cores and higher-ups are noted as well. There is no reason to hold back anymore. I slowly walk toward the mansion that houses 2 Yellow Court Order members. It is time to begin the next stage of the plan I devised with Raven. There is not much time left, and I must become strong enough to face the big 3. Chapter 646. The entire island of Palmyra is quiet. Contracted hunters are deep within the mana-shielded structures down below me on the palm, farming away to fulfill their quotas. A few high-level guards line the streets near the center of the cities, and on the Finger Islands, there are quite a few C and B-class hunters awake, spending their leisure time inside the facilities. However, on the largest Finger Island, the Thumb, where I currently stand, there are only 3 other individuals present. There are 2 strong Yellow Court individuals inside the large mansion at the back of the estate, and behind me, landing just as I arrive here,
the Red Cord A-Class Hunter arrives carrying multiple containment cases full of item boxes from the long period of farming collected from the main island below. He walks straight past me without noticing a thing, as I'm using stealth, and the doors of the large mansion open wide. As he walks in, I slip in right behind as the high A-grade shielded doors close behind him. The young A-Class Hunter's voice echoes through the entrance hall. Mr. Alfred and Ms. Fiona, the daily quotas have been met. We are scheduled to have a meeting with the District of Ashmore in 15 minutes. There is some pain in his words, and as he walks further in, I watch his steps become slower. Two figures stand at the back of the large entrance room, in front of an enormous curved bookcase that fills the entire back wall of the entrance hall. There are art pieces on the walls and a few interesting statues. But it is rather bland. The doors near the back of the room that lead to elevators and walkways to the main estate make me believe this is just the front hall they show to visitors. I can sense secret rooms and corridors behind this artificial main hall, though my mind doesn't harp on that fact for long. It is more focused on the dense yellow divine threads permeating from their bodies. The pressure is strong, and it seems to be suppressed a bit by their mana shielding. Not to kill their A-Class Red Cord guest, however, with my own eyes and advanced perception, I find that they're roughly the same strength as Mr. Freeman was. Their cores aren't as damaged as the old Apex Regions Director. They look slightly younger, but trying to guess a person's age when divine energy is involved is nearly impossible based on looks alone. The man, presumably Mr. Alfred, is slightly stronger, standing with a well-groomed mustache, slicked back hair, and sharp black and white professional attire. He is LV 9901 and holds a superior wind magic skill. He speaks up first and motions for the young man to come closer. Very good. We shall leave soon. He pauses and twists the ends of his mustache before asking another question. Do we have any updates on that new shipment? There were a few accidents this week with the surges, and we need to replace a few faulty units. The Red Core stops after taking a few steps forward and bows his head before answering. Yes, sir, we had new contracts processed from Central. There will be 400 new workers, units, with 10-year contracts soon to replace the defects. He nods a few times. I only ordered 350, but extra will do. Very good, thank you. He turns to the woman beside him, who is slightly overweight, wearing a deep purple-colored dress and bright red lipstick. She is LV 9785 and holds a superior water magic skill. Miss Fiona speaks up in a condescending and arrogant tone. Those 50 were for me. Have them shipped straight to the outer quarters on the estate. My last order died far too quickly. She grins and looks at the young Red Core, and I feel his heartbeat rise far higher than before. Alfred seems used to these antics, rolling his eyes and shrugging it off while speaking up again. Let me see the progress report and teleport crystals. Tensions are getting high in Central ever since the incident with Raven and that rogue nation to the east. I want to make sure everything is in line not to get on Redgrave's bad side. The Red Cord Hunter places the 2 silver containment cases full of item boxes and a pair of teleport crystals down on the floor in front of them. Then, takes a few steps back while they approach, their aura spreading through the room, making the Red Core sweat. Stolen novel, please report. Alfred uses a small amount of wind magic to lift the delivered goods up to eye level. While the woman in the bright purple dress begins to fantasize about what kind of experiments she's going to do to the innocent hunters that will be shipped in soon, the frightened Red Core just stands at the back of the room with a wide-eyed expression, and I decide there is no better time than now to finish what I came here to do. Without any warning, I move forward in full stealth mode. I use my new True Core's ability combined with my mana manipulation skill to create an ultra-thin thread of pure divine energy and send it straight toward both of their necks. Alfred holds a silver tablet filled with detailed check-in logs and loot collection numbers up to eye level. My cut is so clean and finely executed that once it makes it all the way through. He doesn't even notice and continues to read through today's farming notes. Fiona continues to blab on about how she hates going to the District of Ashmore, as it's way too close to Central headquarters, and how she's looking forward to taking a long hot bath when they get back. My thin thread of death slicing through her vocal cords doesn't even affect the words coming out of her mouth. In the next moment, I deactivate my stealth skill but still hide my presence beneath my purple barrier, standing right behind the two of them. The only person who can see me is the Red Cord Hunter, and his eyes widen even more as they lock with mine, and crimson liquid starts to drip from both of the order members' necks. 2 loud thuds echo through the entrance hall as their heads slide off their bodies and stain the floor beneath them with blood. Level up, X313, level up, X298. Notifications ring in my ears as my level reaches 7951. I absorb a few dozen trillion MCP and thrust my hands into the lifeless bodies of the man and woman to crush their yellow cores and absorb every last yellow thread in this room. it adds to my total true cores base by a little over 10%. Their combined essence is similar to about a third of what I absorbed after killing the bronze earth dragon Raven was riding in our battle. As their bodies hit the floor, I used telekinesis to lift the containment cases full of teleport crystals and item boxes up in the air to land right into my hands so they don't get bloodied. A few seconds later, the room falls silent, devoid of any energy other than the red aura permeating off of the now shaking A-class hunter. Who? How? No. What are you? What just happened? He stammers out while I shift through the item boxes out of curiosity and activate the perk of my superior grade mana manipulation skill and true cores ability. Shimmering white and yellow threads come off my body and into the decapitated king and queen of this island, turning their bodies into stone and pulling them upright while reattaching their heads. I place concealment cloaks and amulets onto both of them, just as I did with the Lich King during the B-class exams, while imbuing just enough divine energy into both of them to make it seem like they're still alive and well. I reply to the pale A-class hunter with a smile. Who am I? If the next hour goes the way I want it to, you will have the luxury of finding out. And what happened? Nothing at all. I shrug and turn to the large bookshelf behind me. While taking a step forward, I drop the containment cases on a clean portion of floor, then tap on my wrist while speaking up again. Wipe that startled look off your face. We have an important meeting in the district of Ashmore in less than 15 minutes. While his eyes continue to widen, trying to process what's happening, I charge up a ball of pure mana and divine energy and launch it at the back wall filled with books, aiming for the near S-grade shielding behind it. There's a moment of slight resistance, but my attack breaks through, revealing exactly what I was looking for: large chests and advanced containment capsules, just like Sebastian had in the private rooms of his mansion. These are far better guarded, as I don't believe anyone but a true core could have broken through the walls of this hidden room with such ease, but that only spikes my curiosity more. There has to be something of immense value in here. None of the other secret rooms are so well protected. I walk in and begin looking through every nook and cranny of this room I can access while the red core behind me collapses onto the floor in shock, unable to believe what just happened. It's hard to tell if he's happy about it or not. All I feel coming off him is pure shock and fear. Nonetheless, my search through the treasure and junk continues. All kinds of rare loot from unique dungeons are kept here, as well as high-grade armor ranging from B-grade up to even some gear that pushes 300 to 400% stat buffs. I let it all fall into my item storage, as I'm sure it will be of value. But this isn't what I'm looking for. Where's the stash? I know you have it. I whisper under my breath while clearing out every single chest, item box, and containment case I can find. Over 2 full minutes pass before I finally find a small black box inside an average-looking containment case. Inside, a single spatial magic pouch rests. Jackpot. I can't help but say as just under 3,000 yellow divine fragments are found inside. I take another full minute to double-check the whole room, and even do another scan of the mansion to look for other secret hiding chambers, but no other divine fragments are found. At first, it surprises me that no red or orange fragments are here like in Sebastian's house, but as I think about it, what could they even use them for? The insane madman most likely hoarded them for sentimental and nostalgic value. While this king and queen most likely used these fragments to become stronger over the years and try to reach higher heights, while it only took me a few hundred yellow fragments to condense my true core. That isn't the normal case for others. I used many unorthodox means to increase the absorption efficiency and speed of the process. For others, they won't even absorb single-digit % of a fragment's full potential per consumption. Their healing capabilities are nowhere near as advanced as mine either. I grin and sit down in the center of the trashed room, pouring out the contents of the entire 2,981 yellow fragment stash. Then, I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and plunge both hands into the glowing yellow pile while activating my innate true cores talent. My body glows bright yellow, and I feel the familiar heat surging through me while every single last fragment's energy flows through my bloodstream and condenses inside my true core. I let out a satisfying sigh while I stand back up a few minutes later, feeling over 50% stronger yet again. These fragments alone raise my true core's base by over 4 times as much as absorbing the king and queen's essence combined. Then, I walk back into the main entrance hall of the mansion. The containment cases and red cord hunter are both lying on the ground with the deceased king and queen standing over him. Get up, we have a meeting to attend. Chapter 647. The A-class hunter is still shaking with wide eyes, but over the last few minutes, he's come to terms with the reality in front of him. He pushes himself up off the floor and stays as outwardly calm as possible while the dead king and queen stand on either side of me. I speak up again while doing a quick scan of his status. How much time do we have? And what can I call you? The LV 2944, mage with 2 skills, mythic grade dagger mastery and extreme grade lightning summoning, responds while pulling a silver tablet from his item box, roughly 2 minutes, and am Marcus. You can call me Marcus. I nod slowly. Good.
Marcus. This is just enough time for you to tell me everything I need to know about the district of Ashmore. I'll be attending the meeting with you all.
Is it another order member we'll be meeting there? The red cord hunter responds in a shaky tone. The district of Ashmore is one of the main trading checkpoints in the outer ring of central headquarters.
It's well secured, with emergency protocols much more dangerous than what we have here.
Even the true cores do business in Ashmore. I cross my arms and listen to his lengthy descriptions of how the fortress works and what you can and cannot do. My curiosity grows, but he ends his description quickly as we don't have much more time to waste, and I'll be able to understand most of it when I arrive at first glance. We won't be there for long. It's just a simple drop-off of goods and pickup for new quotas, and yes, of course, there will be another order member present. Angelica runs the place, but how would you know of the order, if you're not one? He gulps mid-sentence as a wave of fresh terror washes over him.
Wait. Have I said something I shouldn't have?
This isn't a test, is it? He looks at the truly lifelike puppets of the king and queen, questioning if what he saw was all an act. Why, you're not one of the big three in disguise, are you? There's no one else that could have dash. I let out a small amount of pure mana control without any divine threads, and it's enough to stop him from talking further as I shake my head. No, this is no test. They're really dead. I am not allied with the order. The hunter is pale, silent, and still questioning everything around him. I just let out a sigh, as it doesn't look like I'll be getting any more information out of him in this state. Then, I throw in the 2 teleport crystals and containment cases. Act as naturally as you can, we're going for a trip. You can ask all the questions you want when we're back. The moment he catches the shimmering white crystal, I activate stealth and move to make contact with the young man's shoulder while bringing the king and queen in closer as well. Marcus takes a deep breath in and out, silently praying to himself while closing his eyes and crushing the gem. A bright white light flashes, and the largest of the Finger Islands is left devoid of any divine cores. Moments later, thousands of kilometers away, a flash of white light appears on a teleport platform in the center of an empty circular room. Marcus, the 2 lifelike statues, and I materialize onto the bright white floor, and I take in a very confusing sight and barrage of readings to my senses. Everything around me seems to be made of very pure yellow divine energy. The bright white floor below the teleport crystal is tethered with it, and the clear dome overhead that is about 10 meters high shimmers with yellow threads as well. The room we stand in has 2 silver doors on each side, and they lead to thin hallways, though. Even the halls are made of the same white flooring and clear glass-like transparent material overhead to make them look like miniature tunnels. In both directions, more of these white and clear domes are connected, making a structure of connected and isolated rooms all over this fortress. There are hundreds of them in all directions. It feels immensely strong, far stronger than the near grade shielding I broke through minutes ago. However, my main attention is more focused on what's outside the odd bubble structures. The ground they rest on outside looks to be made of dark gray ash, and coming up from the grounds are endless yellow flickering flames. The fires roar for dozens of kilometers in all directions, enveloping the countless domes, and roaring without any sign of going out. They flicker and roar kilometers up into the sky. I'm unable to sense anything through the thick divine energy imbued flames. With my stealth mode activated and my greater form not turned on, my perception may be limited, but I can clearly sense that whatever or whoever created these flames is far stronger than myself. On the outer edges of the domes, where the white and yellow divine energy meets the flames, steam rises up through the air like fire and ice are meeting and canceling each other out. While I examine the structure in awe, Marcus stands upright and still, with sweat trickling down his temples. Next to him, the dead animated statue of Alfred carries both of the containment cases, and I have Fiona give an uninterested and disgusted look as she stares ahead. The silver door they all face clicks open, and 2 women walk through into the dome. One is an orange core and the other is a yellow. They look almost identical, with dark brown hair cut short at the shoulders, and bright white eyes. The only difference is the yellow core is a few centimeters taller, and is LV.8519, while the shorter orange core is LV 4405. They both have superior wind magic skills. I wonder if this is even the order member in front of me, as I was expecting a fire or ice user, and the yellow core doesn't even have half as many divine threads in her core as the king or queen I killed. Marcus bows toward the taller woman and speaks up, answering my suspicions. Angelica, we've completed our quotas. I hope all is well for you here in Ashmore. He grits his teeth at the end of his words, as the intense yellow divine core pressure in the room is getting to him, but he side-eyes toward the containment cases despite the pain. I channel wind magic through my invisible divine threads and into the statue holding the cases. It appears as if Alfred is letting them levitate over to the two women. When his hands are free, I use my Master of Illusion, buff and mana manipulation to control his body to twist his mustache and respond. It is all accounted for. Then, I make Fiona scoff and add to the act. This place makes my skin crawl. Can we get this over with quickly? The orange-colored woman catches the containment cases and looks through the logs quickly while tapping on a silver tablet of her own, making notes of all the new inventory and making sure the new quotas are updated. In the meantime, Angelica responds with a professional smile. You'll be on your way shortly. Don't you worry, Miss Fiona. There's a pause as her assistant continues to shuffle through the item boxes, and she speaks again to fill in the silence while looking up toward the ceiling's dome in an oddly specific direction. I do hope this shipment makes Redgrave happy. With all of the Order members being picked off, and that announcement earlier today about the Flame Emperor in the Dark Continent, I'm almost glad I'm stuck here under the abyss of flames. Marcus reflexively gulps, as another rush of understanding hits him. And I believe he's connected the dots to understand who I am. The woman catches onto his nerves as well, but I have Alfred speak up to keep the mood in the room constant. Yes, yes. Being so far out in the ocean, we're away from all the trouble as well. Stronger members than us were taken down just before the throne showed itself. What a shame. Alfred's head shakes, and he twists his mustache again while the orange-cored girl finishes up her task with the containment cases and sends them flying back our way. Alfred accepts them, but a phenomenon occurs that makes my heart skip a beat. The yellow core, Angelica, nods a few times to be professional, then speaks up while reaching into her item box to pull out a silver transmission tablet. Very good. I'll be sending a message to Central that your quotas have been met. The shipment for your contracted hunters should be processed very soon as well. As she puts on her fake professional smile, I see yellow crystals glowing on the front side of her tablet that she's pulling out, and realize there will be quite the issue if I don't do anything in the next few milliseconds. I've seen a tablet like this before. It was the one Raven used to talk to the other Order members, and I vividly remember each lit crystal representing the Order members that were alive and, well, able to respond on the other line. There were two crystals that were dull when I saw Ravens, signifying Sebastian and Mr. Freeman's demise. However, those should be the only ones. If she pulls it out right now, she'll see that the two she's talking with are no longer alive. This also means all of the other Order members will be notified of the King and Queen's death the next time they check these tablets. This was all within the outline of my plan, but I didn't realize it would start so soon. I make the split-second decision to cause a scene right here to expedite things. If the King and Queen are meant to be dead, there's more than one way this can occur. The first being a rogue force from the Dark Continent, but the other would be another Order member that made contact with them within the time frame that their lights went out. I grin beneath my stealth veil, and have Alfred push the silver containment cases and teleport Crystal toward Marcus in a quick, fluid motion. In the same instance, I use water magic to make it seem as if Fiona is sending out two high-pressure jets of divine energy-imbued water from both of her index fingers. One flies straight toward the silver device in Angelica's hand, and the other toward the teleport crystal that flies at Marcus. In a flash of white and yellow light, the A-class hunter is transported away back to the island of Palmyra, and the silver tablet that is about to be exposed is destroyed and fractured into hundreds of metal and crystal pieces. The Order members' eyes widen in surprise, and I have Fiona blurt out a believable line in the same arrogant, condescending tone that she was using back in the mansion. You know what? You're right, this world is changing hands, and who cares if a few Order members go missing? I always hated this place. I make her yell out in a loud, annoying laugh while filling the room with more yellow threads of divine light. In the same moment, the orange-cored hunter that has been silent this whole time turns and presses a tablet of her own, opening up the door they came from with impressive reaction speed. The yellow core doesn't even question what is going on and makes a wall of wind in front of them with divine threads and wind magic strong enough to make me believe she's going all out. I have Alfred and Fiona send attacks of wind and water at the wall she's made to pierce through her defenses and hit the wind mage in non-vital areas, hoping that she'll attack back, but no attacks come. She just yells out loud while jumping backward, activate the emergency systems. Call Central and have Redgrave notified of this betrayal at once. All fatal attacks between Order members are not permitted. The rulers of Palmyra are well aware of emergency procedure here. They have just failed their assassination attempt. This is well within my pact rights to activate protocol. My smile grows as the silver door is shut, and from behind it, the outline of the slightly injured windmage pulling a large red lever is clear to see. I contort the king and queen's expressions to be scared and confused. While, in reality, they are already dead, and this woman's actions are helping me stage the perfect cover-up. In the same moment, the center of the clear dome cracks open evilly and begins to come apart slowly and mechanically. The bright yellow flames outside start to flood in. Chapter 648. Just a few dozen meters away, the orange and yellow cord hunters watch the scene before them unfold. They're secured behind the heavy silver door in the transparent hallway. I have a few fractions of a second where I can easily pull out a teleport crystal and make my escape. However, the instant the top of the dome cracks open, my perception is able to seep out much further than before. I'm able to see past the endless abyss of flames around us. Every moment that passes, and the dome above opens more, my gaze is able to surge further. This is exactly what Marcus told me would happen when he described the common protocol for violent deals gone bad, and said even true cores cannot survive the flames. My initial hopes were that I would be able to stage an attack and that the wind mage would strike back, allowing me to stage them being struck in vital points and use another teleport crystal to run away and make it seem as if they died from this. In the confusion of it all, I could have even killed this last yellow core and absorbed even more essence. However, the order member here was a bit weaker than I predicted. Not only would there be no witness to report this staged betrayal, killing her now would barely grant me a 1 to 2% gain of my core's base. This far more extreme option makes for a more convincing story, and with it, I'm able to leave this dome. Crushing a crystal to leave right now would be a waste of this opportunity. The fact that we're near Central headquarters makes me want to take a bit of a risk just to get a glimpse at what Central is really like. The yellow flames rush into the dome, and simultaneously my perception does, in fact, spread out far enough to get a fuzzy picture in my mind of where Central headquarters is. The city is enormous, made of hundreds of skyscrapers at sizes that look like they can house entire cities like Solara or even Vice City itself in a single structure. I can't get a clear view, only the outlines, as the thick divine flames all around me make for an impenetrable veil. I can feel that this abyss of flames is a few kilometers high and a few dozen kilometers wide. However, its length goes on for hundreds of kilometers in both directions, curving to make a massive moat around a mountain that reaches up into the sky. There are huge cliffs burned with flames all around this central city, and atop it mana control waves of millions of individual status screens blare through my senses. This isn't even counting the massive buildings that I'm unable to sense through in my current position. I estimate there are tens of millions of people in this massive central headquarters civilization alone. My focus shifts back to the scene in front of me instead of wandering away to the outside world as the dome fully opens and the divine flames rush in. I brace myself, activating all of my buffs, and creating a defensive layer of divine energy-infused soul energy shielding all around my body while activating my greater form and compacting its energy to compress around me. My stealth skill is still active, but the immense energy I'm letting off can't be fully contained. The only reason the order member behind the clear protective barrier can't see me is because of the Master of Illusion buff I'm keeping on to manipulate the perception of reality around me. I jump upward headfirst into the fire while it completely floods the dome. My connection with the king and queen's corpses is severed, and their bodies are burned to ash and dust in milliseconds. The teleportation platform and the ground shatters from the thrust of my jump, yet the white divine energy imbued floor below it is untouched. Simultaneously, I feel a hot pressure envelop my entire body. Less than a second passes before I feel the true intensity of the flames begin to tear through my defenses with ease. When I first arrived here and tried to feel the icy dome's strength, and the average strength of these flames, I knew they were strong, but now that I'm plunging into them, I realize they're much more powerful than I expected. As soon as I leave the dome and am covered in yellow fire, I deactivate my stealth skill so I can go all out. I pull out my fire and dark magic blades to take full advantage of their stat buffs, but as another half a second passes, and my defense aura grows even stronger, I feel the walls of flames pressing in on me even further. The heat waves rush through me, and the gravity pushing me down as I try to fly upward feels very reminiscent of the time I was trying to push through the skies within the divine construct toward the green divine serpent. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more. Whoever made these flames is a true core user, and the gap between our level of divine power is only becoming clear to me now. This isn't even a concentrated attack. It is a security system spread out thin, and constantly consuming energy. Yet, a small concentrated portion of it is giving me this much trouble. I grit my teeth and push upward. As the further I go up, the more the towers within the city atop the mountain come into my mental view. I can teleport away anytime I wish, but this may be my only instant teleportation ticket into central headquarters at such close proximity I can get. Another half a second passes, and I'm just over a third of the way through the flames. However, the dense hot flames tear all the way through my soul energy shielding tethered with the full strength of my true core. I pull up a mental interface of my rising emperor's domain, yet I'm too far away from the dark continent to get the full stat boosts I want. My aura is being suppressed by these flames, so no one falls within the radius, allowing me to take 10%. However, after reaching 1000 links of loyalty, I unlocked a perk that allows me to receive 5% extra no matter how far away I am. I activate it and pull tens of thousands of stat points and a few dozen trillion MCP from the Crimson Army. My teammates, and many of the normal citizens I have access to, the mana control does not add much to me at all, but the rise in stats is similar to the full amount I received during my battle with Raven and the Bronze Earth Dragon, filling my body with newfound speed, strength, and endurance. The additional training I put the Crimson Army through has made quite the difference, but it is still nowhere near enough to make these divine flames damage negligible. My rise through the flames becomes much faster, but the pressure of the divine energy all around me is hardly suppressed at all. It feels as if the breath is being squeezed out of me every moment I stay beneath these yellow flames. And the reality of the Big Three's true strength creeps into my mind. My blood-bonded armor begins to burn and melt while even my skin starts to become charred by the flames that roar around me. It feels like if I let up for even a moment, they'll all seep into my body and mind, turning me to ash just like the king and queen I left behind. My purple ring glows bright, and I've only seen it do this one time before. It was when I faced Mr. Freeman before I had my true core awakened, when he attempted to use a mental attack on me tens of times stronger than I was able to handle, but my purple divine barrier managed to suppress the brunt of the blow. The same thing is happening now. And it only makes me push off the air harder with every step, using all my strength to finally escape through the top of the roaring fiery abyss with heavy breaths and far more fatigue than I expected. I'm still not strong enough. I yell to myself as the pressure starts to go away, and the extreme heat dies down, while the abyss of endless yellow fire gets further away and I continue my upward momentum into the night sky. The moment the hot burns and immense pressure cease, I reactivate my stealth skill and the purple ring around my finger stops glowing as well. While taking a deep breath, I deactivate my Rising Emperor's Domain stat and mana control borrowing perk and stare up at the massive city that I approach. The mountain is truly massive. I could tell it was over 200 kilometers wide and over 30 kilometers tall while using my perception from below the flames, but seeing it with my own two eyes is a different experience, paired with the realization that the being that created those flames below me makes my true core look like a dimly lit candle. The futuristic skyscrapers that pierce the clouds above look magnificent. This is where the rulers of the world have created their city. They have been in control for centuries, growing in power before the system even existed here for humans. My eyes widen with awe and respect, granting me a new perspective on why Raven, the Saint, and all of the other Order members fear the Big Three so much. The massive yellow ring of fire below the mountain sends off so much heat and light that it almost looks like it's daytime below the mountain. Then, even above, the city lights coming off the tens of thousands of windows on each tower, bright street lights that line the roads that are busy with cars and people even now in the dead of night. It looks as if this is a bright shining light of day that never goes out. With my enhanced perception, I hear and see millions of conversations taking place. Food, products, and services are being bought and sold. Some of the magical nature, selling gear for new hunters and buying loot from the hundreds of dungeon hubs all over the city. Others are unawakened businessmen and women with normal families going about their daily lives. There's music blaring at every street corner, and every citizen has their own transmission tablet blinking and giving off sounds of their own. There are massive parks full of wildlife that are as large as entire cities back in the 8 great regions, and dungeon hubs full of XDthere and B-class portals that make the Canyon of Dungeons back in the Crimson City look very average. Huge warehouses, factories, and office buildings are scattered throughout the massive civilization, sustaining many pockets of culture that stretch hundreds of kilometers. It's like a world of its own. The vast amount of information to take in right now after such a brutal event is extremely overstimulating. I just stop and stare, floating over the sea of flames for almost a full minute to take it all in. My head slowly rises into the sky, looking up into the clouds to watch the skyscrapers fade away as they rise so tall, though. My all-seeing eye does see further and catches something very odd slowly spinning around the city in a circle about 100 kilometers above even the highest tower. There are 3 large rectangular boxes, about the size of sports fields, no matter how hard I look at them. No readings come back. Even the energy that keeps them suspended above the massive city, endlessly rotating, is a mystery to me, though I do come to the conclusion that they are definitely made of the same black originator stone that the island of Palmyra is made of. And the tower in the center of the dark continent, The moment I realize this, my stealth-imbued aura of perception retracts, as it is probably best not to tamper with things I don't understand in the presence of forces greater than my own. As I float upward, close to the burnt walls of the mountain, leading to the outskirts of the massive civilization, I send a mental message to one of my body doubles. It is tasked to go back to the island of Palmyra to make sure Marcus doesn't leak anything that has happened today, and begin taking control of the kingdom with Bree and Rodrigo's help. In the meantime, I use self-regeneration tethered with divine energy to slowly heal my burns and the damaged armor while changing my mana control output and physical appearance to look like an unsuspecting citizen of this massive city.
I need to learn more about my enemies.
Although I haven't even met them, I'm now certain the big three are more powerful than I ever imagined. Chapter 649, a planet tens of times larger than the human world rotates around a massive red star. It is the only planet with life within this solar system. However, it houses enough life to count for hundreds of planets. Endless varying landscapes rise and fall from natural disasters, civilizations are born, and cultures thrive to grow and go to war on every corner of this world. Some regions are devoid of life for tens of thousands of kilometers, while others are full of monsters wielding dark black and purple energy. Some form intelligent societies that grow and prosper, taking advantage of the rifts that appear leading to mana-dense worlds, while others endlessly roam to kill each other and eat their next meal. Relying solely on animalistic instincts, the soil and plants of this world are tinted black and red from the energy given off by the wildlife and stars in the system. There aren't many creatures that ever travel far enough around this globe to meet other civilizations. Even the most powerful beings on this world can travel for a lifetime and not make it back to where they've started. This is why it is known not as a world, but for its inhabitants that are intelligent enough to speak a language. It is known as the demonic realm. In one of the northernmost regions of this realm, 5 enormous black towers stand looking down at the most powerful known demon society. The demons are the superior race on this massive planet and have been for hundreds of thousands of years. Far below these towers, which are known to be owned by the 5 great families, the massive black castles and training facilities for the families' armies look down at the city below as well. They are all made of the same dark black material that the towers are made of, making it impossible for even the strongest archdemons who have returned from mana-rich worlds to see inside. The only way they will even get a shot at glory is to make an offering during one of the ceremonies when a great family decides to have recruitment rituals. For a normal citizen, this is merely a dream that rests above their great city for tens of thousands of demonic generations, surrounding the 5 pillars that watch over the realm. Millions of fledgling and greater demons are being brought up from their youths, expeditions into the surrounding riftlands to farm resources from demonic beasts, collect originator artifacts, and take the leap into newfound rifts to mana-based worlds happen every day. However, a very unique event is happening at the base of one of the towers owned by the Vermilion family. Within a large black hall, completely isolated from the rest of the realm, a single ascended archdemon with a true core burning bright yellow-white in its chest approaches the base of the tower slowly with its hand outreached. Its heart rate rises with every slow step it takes forward, and a line of 6 yellow-cored demon generals line the back wall at attention. Staring straight ahead as their leader places his hand on what appears to be a closed arching doorway, the room is silent for a few moments, but the true core's energy from the demon that touches the tower is being siphoned out at an alarming rate. It stands tall, with a confident expression on its face, while the arching outer crack of the door slowly begins to light up with a bright yellow light. It becomes brighter and brighter, then shifts in color, turning light green as the intensity of the divine energy makes a major shift. The true core releases his hand from the door and takes a step back, grinning ear to ear while the green light glows brighter within him, without having to sacrifice any more of his own power. A pulse of green energy comes out from the cracks of the door, and the gravity in the room increases tenfold, forcing all of the yellow generals to fall to one knee in an instant. It pulses again, even stronger, releasing even more pressure, and even the true core bows his head and falls to a knee as well. He speaks in a tone as if he's addressing a god. Lord Vermilion, I come to give you a report on our family's weekly progress. There have been 17 new offerings, totaling 329 quintillion mana points worth of new resources farmed. After our screening process, 9 of these new archdemons have been appointed to the 216th and 217th Red Core Squads to begin their training beneath the demonic knights. The True Cord Demon goes into great detail about the promotion ceremony of 2 of the Red Cord Demonic Knights still being in process, as new Orange Cord commanders are needed for the growing numbers of squads. Then he gives a rundown on all of the originator stone mining operations being conducted out in the Riftlands, and the off-planet missions being conducted by a few private Yellow General squads. However,
There is no reply or reaction from the green outline of the glowing doors. Until the demon reports an unexpected piece of news, there is a planet that you've told us to keep tabs on. It is a human-based world, specifically planet M3-99051. A rare world that had an abnormally high amount of originator artifacts present. But its mana availability was not very impressive. I was tasked to plant a throne here as per your request, and it appears to have been awakened a few years early. The demon bows his head as another pulse of green threads erupts out from the edges of the door, followed by a deep voice so loud and powerful that everyone's minds focus solely on its words. The separation of the telepathic channel being tethered with divine energy and true sound around them is blurred. It is early indeed. That world was the one with 3 humans holding near saturated true cores. The demon's bowed head is pushed down even further by the intense gravity, so much so that it touches the dark black floor. Yes, that is correct, Lord. There's a pause as the pressure in the room grows even greater, and the older guards in the back of the room begin to pass out and fall completely limp. Very well. The contract made with that world 50 years ago in their time is still active. They shall yield 100% of their originator artifacts, 95% of their mana resources, and over 75% of their population to the demon that claims the throne. In return, they won't attempt to fatally injure you in the final battle. Though, I have found humans not to be very long-term focused creatures. They will most likely breach the pact, and I advise you to not hold back and exterminate anyone you must to claim this world. The demon's eyes widen as he realizes what the demon lord's words mean. Ascended Draco Vermilion, true core royal descendant of the Vermilion family, you now have the right to claim this throne in our family name, to add to the collection growing our empire. Take the necessary resources required to build a thriving civilization on this world. Your 337 years of service have been appreciated greatly. You may now become a demon lord. The moment the words finish, the intensity in the room vanishes, and the green light around the arching doorway ceases. Draco keeps his head against the floor for a few more seconds before raising it with a proud and determined look on his face. Then turning to face the yellow core generals at the back of the room, you heard the Lord. I need each of you to round up your orange cord commanders and have them bring their red cord demonic knights to meet me here in 72 hours, ready to venture to a new world. That will be about 18 full squads. More than enough to take over a human world with 3rd-tier mana availability. With a smile across the demon's face, he opens the back door of the black contact room they all stand in and makes their way back to the main palace. One of the yellow generals walks closer to him, and the other 5 follow at a distance. The true core gives him an order while they walk back to his private quarters. This honorable day has finally come. I'm off to notify the other 11 royal descendants of my Lord Ascension. They will need to have a new royal fill my spot. There hasn't been a ceremony like this in over 100 years. The yellow core general bows as they split paths and replies, indeed it is, Captain. Or, soon to be Lord. I look forward to serving you in your new world. I shall make sure all of the necessary troops are ready within 3 days as requested. The yellow general walks off down a long hall, while the true core opens a new door and uses a black tablet powered by dark purple demonic energy, linking all of the Vermilion family's true core royal descendants together to notify them of the news. Meanwhile, back on the human world, within 3 floating originator artifacts high above a mountain that holds almost 25% of the world's population, 3 true cores speak to each other with mixed emotions. Redgrave laughs loudly to himself as he hears the news of 2 more order members lashing out at Angelica in a trade deal gone wrong, bragging to the other 2 members through their closed circuit. Looks like my flames still work. I set them up over 2 decades ago, and they're still burning with enough heat to fry that sorry excuse for a king and queen to a crisp before they could even react. He laughs loudly and energetically throws more yellow flames around the room as he dances to pass the time. Ilara replies, hey, I set up those domes years before your flames were even there. This only means your flames are weaker than my ice if there haven't been any complaints about them breaking since the start. Redgrave knows Ilara is just poking him to fight back, but he's itching for some fun considering the throne awakening is so close. You know I could go down there right now and relight them. I've grown almost twice as strong since I lit those flames. I bet I could melt your domes in a minute if I. Beckman cuts off their antics. Enough, you two. Over the last few minutes, he has been studying the instant deaths of the king and queen, making calculations in his system interface while listening to the recording of the call from Angelica on repeat. Something is not right. There is a few-minute lag between their death and this call, and quite frankly, Redgrave, I believe your flames should have killed them much faster than the time it took for them to die.
It took approximately 0.21 seconds too long. More taps and clicks come from Beckman's tablet, and Ilara and Redgrave seem interested for a moment but go back to mindlessly bickering to pass the time while Beckman continues to tap away and look for more inconsistencies. While all of this occurs, I float all the way up the scorched mountain cliffs of central headquarters and finally glide down into the bustling streets. I feel a heavy mana-based surveillance system activate in the city, similar to that of Valor City's tech, but I hop into a dark alley and reverse my stealth skill to now reveal my identical appearance to any other average citizen roaming the streets in the dead of night. I'll most likely leave before anyone double-checks the footage and sees a random middle-aged drunken man walk out from a dark alley where no other people were previously. For now, I walk into a local bar district filled with people, flashing lights, dancing, and loud blaring music to see if I can eavesdrop and talk to some people, getting a feel for how this city operates from the locals. Chapter 650. The streets are lit with neon lights, and different songs are playing on every corner. Bars, restaurants, and late-night entertainment of anything one desires line the streets, with towering skyscrapers high above stacking hundreds of floors into the air. I follow the flow of people to fit in, making my way into one of the largest nightclubs in this small portion of the city. Rhythmic beats compete with the loud noises of laughter, cheers, clapping, and dancing. While I'm hit with a heavy air pressure shift of pure mana as I walk through the doors, it's easily 5 times as dense with mana in here, making for an exhilarating rush for the average citizen once they're inside. Tables filled with bright-colored drinks, bottles on fire, and private dancers fill my vision as I walk through the crowds of people. Using my inspect skill to follow the trail of money and power as best I can, most of the people in this club are over level 100, meaning they most likely earn far more than the average citizen dungeon diving. However, the main floor is filled with level 100 to 250 hunters and some well-dressed unawakened businessmen. All of the C-grade and above migrate toward the back of the club, where the private rooms are. I approach and see a woman in tight clothing with shots of drinks and bright neon glowing pills walking around, offering samples to all the parties entering the private lounge area. Many hunters take them down in a single gulp, as well as the unlabeled pills, and their eyes dilate, their smiles growing as they move through the privately sectioned off portion of the club. A few slots in line ahead of me, a man refuses the offering, flashing a silver card in front of the woman, but she shakes her head, refusing him entry unless he takes the drink and drugs. They get into an argument, and 2 B-class guards come out from the private room a few seconds later to escort the man out with ease. When it's my turn in line, I just smile politely, taking the drink and pill, activating my Master of Illusions buff to make it appear as if I've followed her orders. In reality, they simply vanish into my storage, untouched. She allows me to walk through once my grin grows, and I head straight into the private lounges, where the music is far less loud, and the guests are more well-dressed and influential. I walk to the private bar, keeping a permanent smile on my face and a slight sway to my steps to play the part. There are still flashing neon lights back here, and the room is pumped with even denser mana than the main floor. The young women serving drinks walk slowly, taking time to chat with each client, and no one is swiping their silver cards after each order. They only pay when they decide to leave or enter the private rooms at the far back of this exclusive lounge. I take a seat between 2 parties. One is a man just over level 400, on the beginning stages of awakening his mana control. He's buying drinks for the many women around him, some awakened, others not. The party to my right is a group of 3 men. 2 are just over level 250, while the one in the middle is unawakened but clearly a businessman. They're all around the same age, mid-30s, most likely grew up together and chose different career paths. As I sit down, a young woman with piercing green eyes asks what I'd like the moment I settle in. Pausing with a wide smile, I order a few shots of their most expensive liquor and a mixed drink to go with it. The blonde-haired woman pours my drinks, and I feel the gaze of an old man on the other side of the bar. I brush it off, surveying the room and eavesdropping on nearby conversations. The elite hunter with the women around him talks about other clubs in the area and where they should go later tonight, while the group to my right discusses their latest dungeon farming expeditions. The man in a suit between them talks about a large trade deal of mana crystals he secured at a bank run by the association on the other side of the city. Everyone else at the bar talks about their day-to-day life. It doesn't seem like they're in secret slave labor or are forced into anything sinister, contrary to what I'd imagined about this city at first glance. Some people swipe their silver cards as they leave, and I noticed there's a 19% central city tax. But for luxury living like this, such a steep tax on goods and services isn't too surprising. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. I expand my area of perception further, listening to everyone in the more packed areas of the club. Oddly, they all seem to be here to have a good time. It's surprisingly normal. My next thoughts are to check out the dungeon hubs or risk looking into those 3 black boxes in the sky again. The woman finishes pouring my drinks, and I happily accept them, pulling the same trick with my Master of Illusion buff, pretending to down the shots and slowly sip the mixed drink. I reach into an item box at my waist, pulling out a gold coin. That will be all for me tonight. I might as well close my tab. As I place the coin on the counter, I feel the gaze of the old man across the bar on me once more. He's sitting alone, not speaking to anyone, but as his eyes meet the gold coin, they widen, and he briskly gets up, heading over to me. I think nothing of it, addressing the woman with a polite tone. I don't have my card on me today, this should more than cover my drinks. The young woman picks up the gold coin with a puzzled look, examining it closely before smiling and setting it back in front of me. It's an interesting artifact, sir, but you and I both know central credits are the only accepted payment here. I open my mouth to object, but the old man steps in, flashing his silver card, speaking in a tense, worried voice. My grandson sure is a jokester, isn't he? Here, drinks on me tonight. I think it's time we head home, don't you? His gaze is locked on the gold coin, and he whispers in my ear, you're a real outsider, aren't you? I didn't know it was possible to leave or enter the city anymore. Come with me if you want to live. I pull the coin from the counter, accepting that my gut instincts were right. This place is too good to be true. The woman laughs, playing along with the old man's excuse, and scans his card. We leave the lounge in a hurry, with him leading the way. As we make our way through the loud noise and dancing of the main clubroom, he yells in my ear through the blaring music, there's a manual surveillance check done every hour on the hour. Either you know exactly what you're getting yourself into, or this is the first place you've come, and you have no idea how much danger you're in. We step out onto the street, and he takes a sharp left turn away from the crowded main road.